Chapter 809. This young master had an extraordinary temperament and a shocking cultivation grade. He had already reached the 5th grade minor saint at such a young age. The people of Dark Generation really had a unique physique. Such a young genius was rare even in the 8 families of Pure Land. If you don't move your eyes away, I will make sure that you will never be able to see again. Xianxia looked at the young master and said coldly. In his mind, Xianxia was a sacred and inviolable person. No one would dare to profane her in front of him. It was already a miracle that this young master was still standing here. Bastard! How dare you lowly humans talk to our young master in such a manner? You are courting death. A minor saint guard shouted at Xianxia. Although his cultivation grade wasn't as high as Xianxia and the others, his tone was high and mighty. From his tone, one could tell that the people of Dark Generation looked down on humans. They didn't consider themselves as humans. In their minds, they were a very noble race that was blessed by the heavens from birth. In fact, most of the people of Dark Generation were like frogs at the bottom of a well. In their minds, the peak of minor saint was the strongest existence. They had never seen a great saint or someone stronger than a minor saint. Even in the grand meeting of Void Triangular Domain that was held once every 3 years, they didn't see any great saint experts from the 3 big worlds. Therefore they naturally thought that the 3 big worlds were just like them. The strongest experts were at the peak of minor saint. That was why their minds were closed. They didn't know how big the outside world was. Only the experts of the royal families or the 9th grade minor saint knew that there was always someone stronger than them. Therefore many people of the Dark Generation looked down on outsiders. In their opinion, these outsiders were only trying to obtain true essence stones that were useless to them. They had a natural sense of nobility in their minds. They looked down on humans and classified themselves as a race above humans. If it wasn't for the fact that these human cultivators could bring them rare treasures and pills, they wouldn't even bother to look at humans. This kind of discrimination infuriated Dan King, but he didn't flip out. As a matter of fact, the royal family of Dark Generation was even more arrogant. Even the 8 major families looked down on them. Even though they knew that there were powerful great saints in Saint Origin World, they still couldn't hide the superiority of their bloodline. In their point of view, they were only limited by the laws of this world. Otherwise, it would be very easy for them to become great saints. Of course, in the face of the powerful 8 great clans as well as the top-notch factions of the Boundless Continent and the Black-Yellow Continent, the Royal Dark Tribe had to be polite on the surface. They still needed these factions to provide them with an endless supply of resources. But as soon as the guard finished speaking, a resounding slap landed on his face. The person who did it was the purple-robed young master. Young master, this man has just killed the 3rd commander. The guard's face was full of fear. He didn't know why the young master would suddenly slap him and help an outsider. Although he was a 1st-grade minor saint expert, he still acted in fear and trepidation in front of the young master. He didn't dare to show any neglect. Shut up. You have eyes but failed to see. You have neglected my esteemed guest and still dare to talk here? Get lost now. The young master shouted at the surrounding guards. He didn't seem to care about the loss of a 3rd-grade minor saint commander. Yes, young master. The guards didn't dare to disobey the young master's words. Immediately they dispersed. Many of them looked at the guard who was slapped with pity. However, this viciousness disappeared in a flash and he concealed it very well. Everyone please. Dark Luyun made an inviting gesture before turning around and walking in the direction of the city lord's mansion. When he came back to his senses, Dark Luyun's expression had completely changed. His smiling face had become extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with viciousness like that of a venomous snake. Damn you, Xianxia. You're just a lowly human. How dare you disrespect me and kill my people? I will make sure that you die a graveless death. And this little girl, how dare you act high and mighty in front of me? In this world, there has never been a woman that I, Dark Luyun, couldn't handle. Dark Luyun's face was filled with a hideous smile. As long as he entered the mansion he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Brother Qin, this man is so annoying. Yanqinyu whispered to Xianxia. Those who are annoying will never have a good ending. Xianxia smiled. Little Qinzi, when we arrive at the mansion, are you still going to be controlled by this bastard? Do you have a plan? Tyrant asked. I don't have a plan. I'll just deal with it as it comes. Xianxia shrugged. Qin heir, there must be a lot of experts in the mansion. I think we should find a way to exchange some true metastones and leave. Dan King said. Godfather, even if we want to retreat now, I'm afraid that Dark Luyun won't agree to it. I originally wanted to exchange some true essence stones, but I've changed my mind. We must obtain true essence stones, not exchange them. Jiang Chen smiled. His original plan was to exchange true metastones politely. But since the other party wanted to take advantage of him, there was no need to be polite. Moreover, after knowing that the Dark Generation had the Dark Spirit in their bodies, Jiang Chen no longer treated them as his own kind, but as his prey. Dan King shook his head and sighed. This son-in-law of his was really audacious. There was nothing that he wouldn't dare to do. This Dark Luyun wouldn't have a good ending after offending Jiang Chen. He could even imagine that the opening of Void Triangular Domain would be more lively because of Jiang Chen's presence. The city lord's mansion was noble and luxurious. Whether it was the buildings outside or the scenery inside, all of them exuded nobility. Outside the main gate of the mansion, there were 4 guards in black armors. These guards were stronger than the guards outside the city gate. The strongest among them was an 8th-grade combat emperor. Seeing Dark Luyun and the 4 of them walking towards the mansion, the 4 guards quickly bowed and greeted, "Young master." Dark Luyun nodded casually and strode into the mansion. Jiang Chen and the other 4 were calm and composed. They followed Dark Luyun into the mansion. The 4 guards looked at Yan Qinyu and smiled knowingly. Did you see that? The prey is here again. The prey this time is really good. It's much better than the previous prey. I'm afraid that the young master's heart is blooming with joy. This girl is too beautiful. The last time the domain opened, the young master had captured a total of 8 beauties and locked them in the fragrance-dispelling pavilion. He has been playing with them for 3 years. I think he is already sick of them. This time the domain will open again. It's time for the young master to show his talent. These people are really unlucky to fall into the young master's hands. It's hard to imagine what will happen to them. The 3 men are going to die for sure. The 4 of them spoke one after another. Basically, they could already see the fate of Jiang Chen and the others. It was obvious that this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. They knew their young master's preferences very well. The prey that Dark Luyun had set his eyes on wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. Chapter 8-10. Following Dark Luyun's footsteps, Jiang Chen and the others came to a quiet garden. There was no sun and moon in Void Triangular Domain, so it was hard for plants to grow. However, there were a lot of rare and exotic plants growing in Dark Luyun's garden. Jiang Chen took a glance and couldn't help but nod his head. These plants were incomparably precious. They could grow alone in this unique environment. In the middle of the garden, there was a square table made entirely of special rocks. The surface of the table was clear and transparent. It contained extremely pure energy. Even from afar one could feel the energy fluctuation coming from it. It made one feel relaxed and relaxed. This rock is a great treasure. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. Dan King's eyes widened. This is a true meta stone. It's a supreme grade true meta stone. This guy actually used the supreme grade true meta stone to make a table. This table is made from at least 1,000 supreme grade true meta stones. One should know that each true meta stone is equivalent to a saint elixir. Dan King transmitted his voice to them. Jiang Chen and Tyrant almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. This was what it meant to be a prodigal. A true meta stone was equivalent to a saint elixir. This guy used 1,000 saint elixir to make a table. However, this situation made Jiang Chen even more excited. It was imaginable that even in a small city like Dark Mulberry City, the amount of true meta stones was inestimable. Moreover, the people of Dark Generation treated the true meta stones as decorations. If he could get all the true meta stones in Dark Mulberry City, it would be a huge fortune. Dear guests, you have come from afar. I, Dark Luyun, did not greet you personally and caused a misunderstanding. It's my fault. My father likes to make friends with alchemists. Since you have come to Dark Mulberry City, I, Dark Luyun, will do my best to be a good host. Please. Dark Luyun was very polite and made a gesture of invitation. Young Master Dark Luyun, you are too polite. Jiang Chen smiled and clasped his fists. Then he sat down without any hesitation. Dan King and the others also sat down. Men. Dark Luyun shouted. As soon as his voice fell, 2 young girls dressed in revealing clothes walked out of the garden. These two girls looked to be only 12 or 13 years old. They had not even fully matured yet, but they had already become Dark Liu Yun's maids. Young master. The two young women bowed respectfully towards Dark Liu Yun. Their faces were filled with fear. Today, an esteemed guest has come to fetch my best sequoia dragon tea. Dark Liu Yun said. Yes, young master. The two girls answered and returned with the fastest speed possible. They carried 2 trays, and on top of them were exquisite teapots and teacups that were also made entirely from true meta stones. They placed them in front of Zhou Xian and the other 3, and then poured tea for them in a practiced manner. The tea was neither warm nor hot. It was like the blood of a dragon rolling around in the cup. A faint fragrance overflowed from it, making people feel relaxed and happy. Good tea. Dan King couldn't help but praise. Everyone please. Dark Liu Yun was the first to raise his cup. He drank the tea in one gulp and let out a satisfied groan. Zhou Xian looked at the tea in the cup and sneered. He then drank the tea in one gulp. Good tea. Zhou Xian praised. Seeing Zhou Xian drink the tea in one gulp, Dark Liu Yun's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. He then waved his hand at Dan King and the others. Please have a taste. This tea is rare. Dan King saw that Zhou Xian had drunk the tea and did not doubt him. But just when they were about to drink the tea, Zhou Qian's voice appeared in their minds. The tea is poisoned. Upon hearing this, the 3 of them were stunned. Tyrant and Yan Qinyu's reaction was better. They had never doubted Zhou Qian's words. Since Zhou Qian said that the tea was poisoned, then it must be. The only thing that puzzled them was that Zhou Qian knew that the tea was poisoned, but he still drank the tea in one gulp. The one who was truly puzzled was the Dan King. He was a powerful alchemist and it would be extremely difficult for someone to poison him. However, with the Dan King's eyesight and experience, this tea was indeed the real sequoia dragon tea, and there was no poison in it. However, out of his trust in Zhou Qian and his vigilance against Dark Liu Yun, Dan King chose to believe that the tea was poisoned. The 3 of them were smart people. They would not be angry just because the tea was poisoned. After all, they did not have any evidence. Plus, Dark Liu Yun and Zhou Qian had already drunk the tea. The 3 of them followed Zhou Qian's example and drank the tea in one gulp. Seeing this, Dark Liu Yun was overjoyed, especially when he saw Yan Qinyu drink the tea as well. His mood was so good that he could even imagine the scene where Yan Qinyu was under his control. Senior Dan King, my father likes to make friends with alchemists the most. However, my father is not in the mansion today. He will only be back tomorrow. In my opinion, you all can stay in the mansion for the time being. When my father comes back tomorrow, I am sure that he will give you a warm welcome. Dark Liu Yun said. If that is the case, we will have to trouble young master. Zhou Qian said with a smile. Brother Zhang is too kind. This is what Dark Liu Yun should do. Everyone, I have already arranged a place for you all to stay. After Dark Liu Yun finished speaking, the 2 young girls walked out again and brought Zhou Qian and the others to their living quarters. Not long after they left, a black silhouette suddenly appeared. It was an old man with a skinny body. His cultivation grade was terrifying. He had already reached the peak of 6th grade minor saint and was only a step away from advancing to the 7th grade minor saint. Congratulations, young master. You have succeeded again. After the old man appeared, he let out a sinister smile. Humph. That damn Zhou Qian. How dare he speak disrespectfully to me and kill my men. This is unforgivable. Now they are all poisoned and their life and death are at my command. Zhou Qian said. Dark Liu Yun harumphed coldly. Why didn't young master attack directly? There is no one in Dark Mulberry City that young master can't handle. I can kill that alchemist easily. The old man's voice was gloomy and uncomfortable. There's no need to make a big fuss. In front of me they are just ants that I can easily pinch to death. That Zhou Qian really annoys me. He showed no respect to me and killed my men. More importantly, he has such a beautiful girl by his side. Only I am qualified to have a girl like her. Why does Zhou Qian deserve to have her? I will let him know the consequences of offending me. A lowly human isn't even qualified to be my slave. Of course I will kill him, but before that I will let him taste what it means to wish he was dead instead of alive. Zhou Qian's face darkened as he said, I don't need to make a big fuss about it. Now they have been poisoned by the redwood tree and the dark orchid. The poison will take effect in 6 hours and at that time they will lose all of their cultivation. Dark Liuyun's face was filled with a hideous smile. He looked like a completely different person compared to his previous courteous appearance. Jeje, every 3 years in Void Triangular Domain is the time for young master to collect the goods. 6 hours. Looking at the sky, it will be midnight after 6 hours. That will be the time of their death. The old man sneered. Obviously he had done this many times with Dark Liyun. Jiang Qin and the other 3 followed the 2 young girls to a courtyard. This courtyard was very luxurious. There were exactly 4 rooms and the environment was not bad. Judging from the treatment, Dark Liuyun's way of treating his guests was undeniable. For distinguished guests, please. The 2 girls made a gesture of invitation. And help me thank young Master Liyun for his hospitality. You can leave now. Without my order, don't come near this place. Jiang Qin said to the 2 girls. Yes. The 2 girls responded and left. Jiang Qin could clearly see the pitiful look they gave him when they left. Puff puff. After the 2 girls left, Dan King, Yen Qinyu and Tyrant quickly spat out a mouthful of water. It was the sequoia dragon tea that they had swallowed earlier. The tea that Yen Qinyu spat out turned into ice cubes. Qin Air, the sequoia dragon tea is made from the powder of the sequoia dragon tree and a few other herbs. It is not poisonous at all and it is very beneficial to the human body. Why did you say that the tea is poisonous? Dan King asked impatiently. This question had been bothering him for a long time. With his eyesight, if there was something wrong with the tea, it was impossible for him to miss it. Father, Dark Liuyun's sequoia dragon tea is fine. But you didn't notice that there are a few dark orchids hidden in the depths of the garden. The pollen of the dark orchids is colorless and odorless. Even the strongest expert wouldn't be able to notice it. When the sequoia dragon tea and the dark orchid's pollen are mixed together, they will form a colorless and odorless poison. After a cultivator absorbs it, he won't feel anything for a short period of time. The poison will take effect 6 hours later and he will lose all of his cultivation. 3 days is enough for us to die 10,000 times. Jiang Qin said. In this treacherous world of cultivation, a trash who had lost all of his cultivation could be killed with just a breath. What? Dan King exclaimed. Jiang Qin was right. He didn't notice the dark orchids hidden in the garden. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen's sharp senses, the consequences would be unimaginable. This trash is even more cunning than me. I almost fell into his trap. Thank you, little Chinzi. Tyrant didn't know much about pharmacology, but he could rest assured as long as he was with Jiang Chen. There was only one ending for those who wanted to trick Jiang Chen, and that was to be tricked by Jiang Chen. This Dark Liyun is really cunning. Seems like he has used this trick on countless human cultivators. How despicable. But Chinair, I think you really drank the tea. Why? Dan King cursed Dark Liyun in his heart. He couldn't understand why Jiang Chen did it. Jiang Chen drank the tea even though he knew it was poisoned. This wasn't Jiang Chen's style. I'm immune to poison. Jiang Chen shrugged. Chapter 8:11. The 3 of them were stunned. They shook their heads helplessly. To an abnormal being like Jiang Chen, they wouldn't be too surprised no matter how miraculous it was. As a matter of fact, Jiang Chen could even absorb the poison of the green hellish python. He could easily refine any kind of poison, let alone the little dark orchid. Brother Chen, that Dark Liyun thinks that he has poisoned us. He will definitely attack us 6 hours later. What should we do then? Yen Qinyu said worriedly. After all, this was the prefecture of Dark Mulberry City. They couldn't fight with Dark Liyun here because it would create a huge commotion. It will be midnight after 6 hours. If Dark Liyun wants to come, we will make sure that he won't be able to return. It will be like catching a turtle in a jar. Jiang Chen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Then he looked at Tyrant and said, Tyrant, I will need your help this time. What are you trying to do to me? Tyrant glared at him. I don't want to do anything to you. It's a pity that De Huang isn't here. If De Huang is here, I won't need you to take out your mystical stone tablet to help me set up the formation. Jiang Chen said. I understand now. You want to set up an invisible formation here in advance to isolate the entire courtyard. When Dark Liyun comes, you will make sure that he won't be able to return. At that time, no one will be able to find out even if the sky is broken. Tyrant wasn't an idiot. He had been following Jiang Chen for a long time. He knew Jiang Chen's style very well. However, he didn't know that this wasn't the first time Jiang Chen did something like this. Back when he attacked the stronghold of Moon Pavilion with the Huang Dog, he used this method to annihilate a stronghold of the Dark Shadow organization in one night. Jiang Qin alone was enough to set up the formation, but this was the prefecture after all. There were real experts hiding in the mansion. Jiang Qin was only a third-grade minor saint. In order to avoid any accidents, he still needed the help of Tyrant's monument. That way it would be foolproof. At least an 8th-grade minor saint wouldn't be able to detect the formation. If De Huang Dog was here with the help of De Huang Dog's heavenly book of source formations, Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog could work together. They wouldn't need Tyrant's help at all. Qin Gij, do you think De Huang will come to Void Triangular Domain with us? Yan Qinyu asked when De Huang Dog was mentioned. That's hard to say. If the demon clan wants to send someone, given De Huang's personality, he might really come. Jiang Qin smiled. I don't think so. If he's coming, why didn't he inform you in advance and bring you along? Tyrant shook his head. It's hard to say. After all, we set off early. The demon clan has their own passageway. Normally they would set off later. Dan King said. Tyrant nodded. If that was the case, it was hard to say whether De Huang would come to Void Triangular Domain or not. Plus, when they returned to Xuanyu from the Western Domain, they were immediately brought here by Dan King. At that time, De Huang Dog had just arrived at the demon clan. Even if he knew that they were going to Void Triangular Domain, it would be too late to inform Jiang Qin. Let's not worry about De Huang first. If he comes, we will have a chance to meet him in King City. The most important thing now is to get rid of this Dark Luyun. Plus, I want to get all the supreme grade true meta stones in Dark Mulberry City. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He had already seen the true meta stone in the garden. This kind of true meta stone was very rare. It was exactly the same as what Dan King had told him. Jiang Qin would have to rely on these true meta stones to advance to the Great Saint Realm in the future. Dark Luyun had used the true meta stones to build a table and a chair. It was enough to show how many true meta stones there were in Dark Mulberry City. Jiang Qin was determined to get his hands on a huge amount of true meta stones in Void Triangular Domain this time. This way he wouldn't have to worry about Saint Elixir when he advanced to the Great Saint Realm. Jiang Qin was the king of consumption. The amount of true meta stones needed to advance from the 1st level to the 9th level of the Great Saint Realm was immeasurable. It was an astronomical figure. Therefore he was prepared to get his hands on an astronomical figure of true meta stones. After listening to Jiang Qin's words, Tyrant's eyes lit up. It seemed like Jiang Qin was going to do something big again. Dan King shook his head helplessly. He knew that Void Triangular Domain wouldn't be peaceful this time. He was afraid that Dark Mulberry City was just the beginning. After that, Tyrant took out the blood-red stone tablet and hid it in a corner of the courtyard. Jiang Qin and the stone tablet started to arrange a formation. He struck out invisible seals into the void of the courtyard. Then he took out the 5 elemental spirits. The formation this time was different from the one he used in the Nebula sect. When the Nebula sect fought against the Northern and Southern dynasties, it was the 5 elemental Tajura formation created by Jiang Qin and De Huang. The formation this time was nothing special. It was just to cover up everything here. It would turn the entire courtyard into an illusory realm. Once the formation was activated, no one would be able to sense what was happening here. Looking at Jiang Qin, who was leaving countless afterimages in the courtyard, Dan King sighed and said, Qin Air is really a monstrous genius. There's nothing he doesn't know. It's hard to imagine that a person could be so proficient in so many things. There are some things in this world that can't be judged by common sense. The existence of little Qinzi is the best miracle. Tyrant smiled and said. He had already gotten used to Jiang Chen's miraculous abilities. A person who was strong, immune to all kinds of poisons, proficient in alchemy and formations, it could be said that there was nothing he didn't know. His existence itself was a miracle. Yan Qinyu had a smile on her face. When others praised her man, it was even more beautiful than when she was praised. Soon the entire formation was completely arranged by Jiang Qin. From the outside it was impossible to see anything. Even Dan King, if he didn't see Jiang Chen's formation with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe that the sky above the courtyard had been separated from the outside world by the formation. Dark Luyun wouldn't be able to see it either. Now we can only wait for him to fall into the trap. Dark Luyun would never think that he would be buried in the pit that he dug himself. Tyrant laughed. In a blink of an eye, 4 hours had passed. At this time it was already night time. The chi of the entire void triangular domain had changed tremendously. The dark energy had shrouded everything, completely blocking the light. There was no moonlight or starlight in this place. The whole world had fallen into endless darkness. It was pure darkness. There are still 2 hours left. Dark Luyun will definitely come after me. You guys stay here, I'm going out for a while. Jiang Chen said. Brother Chen, where are you going? Yan Chenyu asked. I'm going to look around and see what's going on in the mansion. Jiang Chen said. Chen heir, be careful. Dan King said worriedly. This was the mansion after all. Every time the domain opened, the city would be heavily guarded. If Jiang Chen went out at this time, he would be easily discovered by the experts in the mansion. Jiang Chen's body flashed and disappeared into the night sky. Given his concealing ability, even a 9th-grade minor saint wouldn't be able to find him. He didn't believe that there was a 9th-grade minor saint in this small city. In this domain, a 9th-grade minor saint was the pinnacle of existence. All the powerful 9th-grade minor saints should be in King City. Even if there were 9th-grade minor saints in other cities, they would be located near King City. A remote city like Dark Mulberry City wouldn't have a 9th-grade minor saint. Therefore, Jiang Chen didn't need to worry about anything. In the huge mansion, a ghost-like silhouette was moving back and forth. Even if it flew past the guards' faces, they would only feel a breeze and wouldn't notice it. That ghost-like silhouette was Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen came to an empty space and frowned. Why would there be such an empty space in the city lord's mansion? This doesn't match the style of the buildings. Such a large area could at least be used to build a garden, but now it's abandoned. It seems that there's something fishy going on. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He used to live in the mansion. When he was in Fragrant Sky City, he was the young master of the mansion. The mansion was the most prestigious place in the city. Of course, it had to pay attention to its quality. If there was a wasteland in the mansion, wouldn't it affect the beauty and prestige of the mansion? Jiang Chen felt that something was wrong. Immediately, he circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique. The 5 elemental soul power covered the entire wasteland. Under the probing of the soul power, Jiang Chen found out that there was a spatial zone under the wasteland. Or it could be said that it wasn't a spatial zone but a building. There is a secret underground chamber. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled. There was indeed something strange about this place. However, he couldn't find any entrance after looking around. Obviously, the entrance to the underground chamber was somewhere else, a very hidden place. However, to Jiang Chen, it didn't matter if there was an entrance or not. With the earth element in his body, he could move freely under the ground just like how he moved outside. No one would notice him. Whoosh. Jiang Chen casted the spirit of earth and disappeared into the ground with a swoosh. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Chen had entered the underground space. The place where he appeared was right in front of a stone door. On top of the stone door, there was a sign with the words written on it. Jiang Chen frowned. He thought that this place was a treasure house. Now it seemed that it wasn't. Even if a treasure house had a name, it wouldn't be called Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion. Moreover, there wasn't a single guard here. Even the door of the Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion didn't have a trace of a formation. Who would be so lax in their treasure house? Chapter 8:12. To put it bluntly, the Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion was an underground secret chamber. Since Jiang Chen had discovered it, he had to find out what kind of secrets were hidden in it. However, when he entered the secret chamber and saw the scene inside, his facial expression changed dramatically and was immediately filled with monstrous anger. The entire secret chamber was in a mess. There were 8 cages made of unknown materials. There was a creature in each cage. To be exact, there was a human in each cage, a woman. There were 8 cages with 8 women locked inside. These women did not have clothes covering their bodies. Some were even naked from head to toe. These women's bodies were full of scars. They didn't look very old. Some of them even looked to be only 14 or 15 years old. What made Jiang Chen even angrier was the corpses of a few women lying at the corner of the secret chamber. Most of these corpses had dried up and were naked. They were dead, yet they weren't even cleaned up. Their bodies were the same as the women in the cages. Even though they had been dead for a long time, one could still see the scars on their bodies. One of the corpses didn't even have a breast. The wound was smooth and unremarkable. It was actually cut off by a knife. Insane and inhumane. Jiang Chen tried his best to control his emotions and suppressed his anger. Step by step he walked towards the women in the cages. Perhaps hearing the footsteps, the women who were originally lying in the cages suddenly woke up. Each of them looked flustered and their eyes were filled with endless fear. It was a kind of numb fear. It seemed that they had long been used to this kind of scene, but every time it appeared, they could still feel the fear that came from the depths of their souls. Kill me. Kill me now. Hurry up and kill me. Beast. Bastard. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost in my next life. I beg you, kill me. When these women saw Zhou Xian, their reactions were incomparably intense. Some were begging, some were roaring, but their eyes were filled with despair that came from the bottom of their hearts. It was a kind of grief and helplessness. All they wanted was to die. Don't panic. I'm here to save you. I'm the same as you. I'm a human, a citizen of Saint Origin World. Zhou Xian said hastily and told them his identity. He could already tell that these women had the blood of humans flowing in their veins. They didn't have any dark attribute. They weren't from the dark generation, they were humans just like him. He didn't need to think too much to know that what happened to these women was related to that lascivious young master. Hearing Zhou Xian's words, these women were stunned at first, then they looked at Zhou Xian carefully. Sure enough, they could feel the aura of a human without the slightest bit of dark attribute. More importantly, this man didn't violate or humiliate them, which was enough to prove that he was different from the dark generation. Wow, the 8 women cried bitterly. It had been 3 years and they didn't know how many times they had cried. They wanted to die, but they didn't even have the qualifications to do so. They lived in endless humiliation every time. Their former glory had already become the past. Prince, I beg you to kill me. As long as you kill me, Immerse will repay your kindness even if I have to work like a cow or a horse in my next life. The 14 or 15-year-old girl was lying on the ground. She wasn't wearing any clothes, but in her eyes, there was no longer any sense of shame. She only wanted to die now. Zhou Xian was shocked in his heart. What kind of state did a person have to be in, that they would want to die so desperately? Given Zhou Xian's eyesight, he could naturally see that these women were like him, cultivators. They were once powerful experts, but now they were controlled by the dark energy. Even their bodies weren't their own. They couldn't die even if they wanted to. They were like walking corpses. Why are you all here? Zhou Xian asked. We are cultivators from Saint Origin World, Boundless World and Black Yellow World. 3 years ago we came here to participate in the trading event and were framed by that animal, Dark Luyan. He imprisoned us, controlled our cultivation base and treated us as his dolls. In his eyes, we are not even comparable to slaves. That's right. One of the women said. Her body was trembling when she thought of what had happened in the past 3 years. It had been 3 years. Their willpower had been completely obliterated. They used to be powerful cultivators and some of them even came from prestigious families. But now they didn't feel embarrassed standing naked in front of a man, because to them, everything was meaningless. Death was their last pursuit. 3 years. Not only did that bastard rape us, he also brought his friends to rape us. Those people who died did not commit suicide, nor were they killed by that beast. They were raped to death, and if anyone resisted they would be beaten up. Some of them even had their breasts cut off. They are a bunch of perverts who enjoy raping us all day long. Young master, please kill us. Help us to be free. Thank you. The 8 women were talking about what had happened in the past 3 years. Just by looking at the scene, one could tell what kind of torture they had gone through in the past 3 years. Pong. A surge of intense anger erupted from Zhou Xian's body. He couldn't hold it anymore. He looked at the girl named Immerse and asked, How old are you? Immerse is 14 years old. Immerse said honestly. Caw. Zhou Xian clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. He felt that he was on the verge of exploding. 14 years old. Motherfucker. He was only 11 years old 3 years ago. This animal didn't even spare an 11-year-old child. It was hard to imagine how he managed to survive the 3 years of torture. Suddenly, Zhou Xian understood why these people were so eager to die. Because to them death was a kind of release, a real release. Even if Dark Luyan were to be torn into pieces, it wouldn't be enough to make up for 10% of the suffering these women had gone through. Humans were humans because they had humanity. A thing without humanity was worse than a monster. Evil, perverted, cruel. This wasn't just talking about Dark Luyan. The girl said that Dark Luyan would come with his friends. In their eyes, human women were just puppets, tools. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that if Dark Lu Yun died, the entire Dark generation wouldn't need to exist anymore. I'll save you, Jiang Chen said. No, Prince, we won't go. We just want you to kill us and free us from this. Even if we can get out of here alive, we don't have the face to continue living in this world. We're already incomplete, we just want to die. Prince, just kill us. We'll be happy to die in your hands. It's 100 times better than being tortured by those animals. Come, Prince, just do it. Send us on our way. You'll be our greatest benefactor. Looking at those helpless eyes and listening to those heart-wrenching words, Jiang Chen slowly closed his eyes. He thought that he was a heartless person. He had killed many people and his hands were stained with blood. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. Life and death were normal. However, Jiang Chen had a bottom line in his heart. He was a man, a courageous man. If Dark Lu Yun had only killed these women, he wouldn't have been so angry. This had crossed the bottom line. Jiang Chen had never been so angry before. I'll help you. There's one more thing I can do for you, and that is to avenge you. After a while, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Hearing this, the 8 women were pleasantly surprised. Inga was so emotional that she shed tears. Prince, can you really avenge Inga? Can you really help Inga kill that animal? I promise you I'll definitely kill him. Jiang Chen smiled at Inga. After that, he slowly raised his hand. This was the first time he felt that his hand was trembling. Prince, do it. You're our benefactor. Someone said. Stop talking. Jiang Chen didn't want to listen anymore. He suddenly struck out with his palm. Countless rays of golden light shot out like sharp swords, piercing into the bodies of the 8 women. The 8 of them died instantly. Their bodies slowly collapsed, but their eyes were closed. They didn't die in peace. Their faces were filled with satisfaction. To be able to die like this was their greatest dream. Jiang Chen looked at the corpses and set them on fire. Your bodies are still pure and holy. I'll use the strongest flame to burn you. I'll avenge you all. After that, a tyrannical wave of qi shot out from Jiang Chen's body. The entire underground chamber was instantly destroyed. At the same time, the end of the fragrance-dispelling pavilion led to Dark Liu Yun's room. The destruction of the fragrance-dispelling pavilion didn't cause any commotion in the mansion. However, Dark Liu Yun could feel it clearly, especially the death of the 8 women. Chua. In the next moment, Dark Liu Yun disappeared and appeared in front of the underground chamber. Looking at the messy fragrance-dispelling pavilion, Dark Liu Yun's face turned ashen. Anger erupted from his body. In Dark Mulberry City, there was actually someone who dared to destroy his fragrance-dispelling pavilion. This was simply a joke. How much courage did this person have to do such a thing? Damn it. How dare you destroy the fragrance-dispelling pavilion that I've painstakingly built? You even destroyed my doll. Dark Lu Yun gritted his teeth. He spread his divine sense, wanting to find the culprit. However, he couldn't find anything. The culprit had already left. However, Dark Lu Yun soon thought of someone. A young man in white. Jiang Chen, it's definitely you. I'll definitely make you pay a heavy price. I'll make you wish you were dead. Dark Liu Yun's eyes flashed with ferocity. Chapter 8:13. Dark Lu Yun guessed that it was Jiang Chen without much thought. Otherwise, his fragrance-dispelling pavilion wouldn't be destroyed as soon as Jiang Chen arrived. The people of the Dark Generation wouldn't do such a thing. In Dark Mulberry City, no one would dare to do such a thing. Today, the Void Triangular Domain had just opened and Jiang Chen and the others were the first batch of people to enter the city. In the courtyard, Jiang Chen had returned. His body was filled with murderous qi and his face was cold. Even though he had destroyed the fragrance-dispelling pavilion with his own hands, Jiang Chen's anger still couldn't be released. He could never forget the miserable condition of the 8 girls. Ing Er's pitiful and desperate eyes were like a steel needle piercing his heart. The only way to release his anger was to kill Dark Lu Yun and avenge them. Chin Gij, what's wrong? Little Chinzi, you don't look well. Chin, did you notice something wrong? Yan Chinyu and the other 2 could tell that Jiang Chen's condition wasn't right. He was like a completely different person compared to when he went out. They could feel that there was a volcano in Jiang Chen's body that was on the verge of erupting. Inhumane and insane. Dark Lu Yun deserves to die. Everyone who entered the fragrance-dispelling pavilion deserves to die. The entire Dark Generation deserves to die. Jiang Chen felt that his tone was extremely cold and the veins on his fists were twitching. As a man who had lived 2 lives, his mind was as strong as steel, and he had seen many life and death situations. No matter what happened, he could always remain calm. But today he was completely enraged and he couldn't control his anger. Only God knew how he felt when he killed those 8 girls with his own hands. Qingij, what happened? Yan Qingyu asked. Jiang Qin took a deep breath and tried his best to calm himself down. If it wasn't for his sanity, he would have destroyed the entire mansion. Subsequently, Jiang Qin told them everything that he had encountered. Their facial expression changed dramatically, especially Yan Qingyu. The cold qi radiating from her body could almost freeze an ancient beast to death. Tyrant and Dan King were infuriated. Even though they didn't see the inhumane scene with their own eyes, they could imagine that Dark Lu Yun had set his eyes on Yan Qingyu. If he succeeded, the consequences would be obvious. Of course, he wouldn't be able to succeed. Amitabha. Tyrant put his palms together in front of his chest. His face was filled with sorrow. Then he started cursing, "Motherfucker. This bastard is worse than a beast. Going to the 18 levels of hell is the lightest punishment for him." Sai, many young masters of the Dark Generation have this kind of hobby. If I didn't hear it from Qin Er, I wouldn't have known that they treated human girls like puppets. Damn it. Dan King sighed. He could imagine how sad the families and friends of those girls would be if they knew what they had been through. Qingij, you must not let that Dark Lu Yun go. Yan Qingyu said coldly. Not just Dark Lu Yun. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of coldness. From the guards of Dark Mulberry City to the guards of the prefecture, everyone knew what Dark Lu Yun had done. However, their faces showed that it was only natural. Jiang Chen wanted to avenge the 8 girls. Perhaps it wasn't just the 8 girls, but also those who died in the fragrance-dispelling pavilion. Dark Lu Yun wasn't the only one who needed to be buried with them. It's almost time. There's less than an hour left. That bastard should be here soon. Tyrant said. I have destroyed his fragrance-dispelling pavilion. It's impossible that he didn't know that I was the one who did it. I reckon that he must be furious now. Once the time is up, he will be the first to appear. Jiang Chen sneered. By the way, little Qinzi, perhaps we don't need to go through so much trouble. Tyrant smiled. The physique of the Dark Generation is dark. Perhaps the edifying light will work on them. If we can edify them, won't we be able to save a lot of trouble? I didn't think of that. However, the nature of this world is different from Saint Origin World. This world is made up of dark and light elements. The Dark Generation is the only living beings in this world. They are not considered as devils in this world. I'm afraid the edifying light won't work on them. Jiang Chen thought. We'll know after we try. Tyrant smiled. An hour passed very quickly. The 4 of them were sitting in the courtyard, waiting for Dark Lu Yun's arrival. Sure enough, Dark Lu Yun didn't disappoint them. He came at the right time. Everyone, are you used to living here? Dark Lu Yun's voice could be heard even before he stepped into the courtyard. However, his tone wasn't as polite as it was during the day. Perhaps, in his opinion, there was no need to be polite anymore. To mortals who were poisoned, they were no different from ants. Dark Lu Yun's gaze appeared in the courtyard. Behind him was an old man who was a peak 6th grade minor saint. Both of them had a hideous smile on their faces. Dark Lu Yun was no longer as polite as he was during the day. At this moment he was like a devil in the night. Zhoosh. As soon as Dark Lu Yun appeared, Jiang Chen made his move. He cast out the edifying light and entered Dark Lu Yun's body. Dark Lu Yun frowned and quickly checked his body. He was relieved when he found that there was nothing wrong with his body. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was going to launch a sneak attack on him. However, Jiang Chen didn't know that Jiang Chen had already lost all of his cultivation. Jiang Chen's attack wouldn't pose any threat to him. Jiang Chen secretly withdrew the edifying light and shook his head at Tyrant. Seemed like he was right. The edifying light was useless in this strange world. This place was different from the devil world. The devils in the devil world would be restrained by the edifying light. Although the devil world was a spatial zone, it was still a spatial zone. This spatial zone was dependent on the Saint Origin world. In other words, the existence of the devil world wasn't really separated from the Saint Origin world. Naturally, it would be affected by the elements of Saint Origin world. However, Void Triangular Domain was different. It was a world of its own with its own elements and the influence of the world's origin. Dark Generation was the only existence in this domain. Therefore, the edifying light was useless. However, Jiang Qin didn't intend to use the edifying light. The best way to deal with a beast like Dark Liyun was to crush him with his strength. Young Master Liyun is so carefree. Why did you come to us in the middle of the night? Jiang Qin and the others were sitting on their seats. They didn't even have the intention to stand up. Jiang Qin, let me ask you. Are you the one who destroyed the fragrance-dispelling pavilion? Dark Liyun didn't bother to hide anything and asked directly. That's right. I did it. I have also promised them that I will avenge them by killing you. Jiang Chen's body was filled with killing intent. He was trying his best not to tear Dark Liyun into pieces. Bastard, you lowly humans, I treated you so well in vain. You killed my guards and commanders, but I didn't hold it against you and even treated you warmly. I didn't expect you to bite the hand that fed you. How despicable. Dark Liyun's voice was stern. He thought about how the fragrance-dispelling pavilion that he had painstakingly built was destroyed because of this bastard. Ah, Grandpa has seen shameless people, but I have never seen someone as shameless as you. Your shamelessness has already reached the level of angering both humans and gods. Don't tell me that poisoning the tea is also a sign of our warm hospitality? Tyrant scolded. Seems like you guys know about it. But now that you have lost your cultivation, you are just like ants in front of me. I can kill you with a single breath. But I won't let you die so easily. All of you will die from endless torture. But this beauty must not die. It is worth it to exchange the fragrance-dispelling pavilion for such a beautiful lady. Dark Liyun had completely exposed his fox's tail. Since the other party had lost their cultivation, they could only be manipulated by him. As he spoke, Dark Liyun walked towards Jiang Qin. He raised his palm and slapped Jiang Qin. He felt that he must not slap Jiang Qin to death. Otherwise it would be meaningless. But a loud sound resounded in the courtyard. However, the one who suffered this slap wasn't Jiang Qin but Dark Liyun. Dark Liyun was sent flying by Jiang Qin's slap. He crashed into a rock at the side, shattering it. Barf! Dark Liyun spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face was full of shock. You didn't lose your cultivation. Dark Liyun's eyes were filled with disbelief. What shocked him more was Jiang Qin's strength. He was a powerful 5th-grade minor saint while Jiang Qin was only a 3rd-grade minor saint. Even if his cultivation was still there, he shouldn't be able to send him flying with just a slap. One should know that he was a genius of the young generation. Even though he was a 5th-grade minor saint, no ordinary 6th-grade minor saint was his match. Even so, he couldn't withstand a single strike from Jiang Qin. He even had a feeling that Jiang Qin had purposely held back his strength. Otherwise, that slap would have killed him. Don't worry. I have the same thought as you. I won't let you die so easily because I will be sorry to those girls who have been harmed by you. Jiang Qin's tone suddenly became incomparably cold. Dark Liyun had already entered the courtyard. He was now like a turtle in a jar, waiting to be slaughtered by Jiang Qin. Impossible. You have drunk the Sequoia Dragon tea. Dark Liyun still couldn't believe it. He remembered clearly that Jiang Qin had drunk the tea in one gulp. It was absolutely not an act. There are many things that are impossible. This is just the beginning. Chapter 8:14. The scene in the fragrance-dispelling pavilion kept replaying in Jiang Qin's mind. He seemed to have seen the eyes of those women again. He must make Dark Liyun and the entire Dark Mulberry City pay a heavy price for what he did. Courting death. You are just a puny 6th-grade minor saint. Do you think you can survive just because you weren't poisoned? This is ridiculous. How dare you hurt our young master? This is a heinous crime. The elder's body flashed and appeared in front of Jiang Qin. The chi of a peak 6th-grade minor saint was unleashed. It was many times stronger than Dark Liyun's. However, a 6th-grade minor saint couldn't intimidate Jiang Qin at all. Even if he was a peak 6th-grade minor saint, the result would still be the same. Jiang Qin didn't need to transform to deal with any 6th-grade minor saint. As soon as the elder's voice faded, Jiang Qin sent out another slap at lightning speed. The elder didn't even have time to react before he received a solid slap. Dang dang dang! Jiang Qin's slap made the elder take a few steps back. Half of the elder's face was swollen. He spat out 2 of his front teeth while looking at Jiang Qin in horror. The shock in his heart was 100 times stronger than Dark Liyun's. He was a peak 6th-grade minor saint, but he was sent flying by a 3rd-grade minor saint. He had never dreamt of such a scene. If Jiang Qin sent Dark Liyun flying because Dark Liyun underestimated his opponent, then luck wouldn't happen twice in a row. The only explanation was that Xianxia was truly powerful. Dark Luyun and the elder were shocked. They had never seen such an abnormal being. There were plenty of geniuses in the dark generation, but none of them could imagine what Xianxia was capable of. Brat, you have infuriated me. The elder was infuriated. His body made a cracking sound. A dark shadow appeared behind him. It was the shadow of a ferocious monster. The dark energy spread out, giving people the feeling that they were facing a devil from hell. The dark generation is indeed a cruel monster. Your race shouldn't exist in the first place. There's no need for you to exist in the future. Xianxia said lung lung. Rumble. The old man's power let out a deafening roar. He conjured a huge dark hand and struck towards Xianxia. Boom. Xianxia also made a move, flicking out the true dragon palm. Moreover, his dragon claws were covered with the flames of extreme yang. The moment these flames appeared, the elder's dark energy clearly trembled, as if it had met its natural enemy. His aura directly shrank by half. Seeing this, Xianxia was overjoyed. It seemed like his flame was different from the edifying light. The edifying light came from Buddha sect and its attribute was leaning towards Buddha sect. There were only two elements in the void triangular domain, dark and light. These two elements could coexist in this domain and they recognized each other. In addition to the restriction of the domain's origin, the edifying light was useless. However, Xianxia's flame could restrain the dark generation. Under this restraint, the old man was like a demon, unable to unleash his full strength. Moreover, there was a certain gap between the old man's strength and Xianxia's. Bang! The true dragon palm collided with the old man's dark palm, instantly destroying it. The old man was sent flying away and one of his arms was torn off by Xianxia. He let out a blood-curdling screech because when Xianxia's flame touched his body, it was like a bone that couldn't be shaken off no matter how hard he tried. Xianxia took a step forward and reached out his dragon claws again. He grabbed the old man's neck and lifted him up. The old man kept struggling in Xianxia's hand like a little chick. He couldn't break free from Xianxia's grip. Dark Liuyun's facial expression turned even uglier after he struggled to get up from the ground. He couldn't believe what he just saw. The elder had been following him all this while. He knew very well how powerful the elder was. In the entire Dark Mulberry City, apart from his father and another elder who was a 7th grade minor saint, this elder's strength was definitely ranked 3rd. However, despite his strength he couldn't pose any threat to Xianxia at all. Instead he was easily controlled by Xianxia. Stop it, Xianxia. Don't forget where you are right now. This is the prefecture of the prefecture. I'm sure my father will be able to hear such a huge commotion. At that time you will still die. Dark Luyun said sternly. Tisk, I'm really sorry. We've already set up an inescapable net here. The entire monastery has been sealed. Even if the heavens are broken, the outside won't be able to sense anything. Sir Luyun, you should know that from the moment you stepped into this monastery, you've already become a turtle in a jar. Now if I compare you to a turtle, wouldn't that be a great insult to the turtle? It would be better to say we've closed the door to beat the dog. That's even worse. If I compare you to a dog, my De Huang will definitely bite me to death. Ai, how lamentable. A scum like you can't even find an analogy. Amit Ba. Tyrant shook his head and sighed. He couldn't find any words to describe Dark Luyun. However, it was very satisfying to see a scum like Dark Luyun getting the punishment he deserved. What did you say? Dark Luyun exclaimed. He didn't hear a single word of tyrant's sarcasm. All he knew was that this place was isolated by a seal. He, who knew nothing about formations, didn't even notice the existence of a formation outside the courtyard. Even the old man beside him didn't notice it at all. However, Dark Luyun had to believe that tyrant was right. Otherwise, the commotion caused by the collision between Xianxia and the old man would have alerted the entire Dark Mulberry City, not to mention the City Lord's mansion. The experts in the City Lord's mansion should have appeared by now. However, the entire City Lord's mansion was as calm as usual. Let me go, lowly human. You dare to kill people in the City Lord's mansion? You are dead meat. The old man was still struggling and threatened Xianxia. He didn't think that threatening Xianxia at this moment was a very unwise choice. Struggle and die slowly while struggling. Xianxia's tone was extremely cold. His eyes looked like a devil king from hell. He placed the old man into his domain, then unleash the true thunder fire and true dragon flame. Both types of flames contained yuan energy, and they stabbed into the old man's body like sharp blades. In just an instant the old man's body had turned into a sea of flames. Arg. The people of the dark generation were not afraid of flames because their power of darkness was strong enough. However, the old man only learned today that there was a flame in this world that they were truly afraid of. The old man struggled in the disaster and let out a miserable shriek. His hair stood on end. Chapter 8:15. A powerful 6th grade minor saint was screaming and struggling in the sea of fire, but he didn't die. Dark Luyun felt that his soul had fallen into hell when he saw this scene. Just like that, the old man screamed for 10 minutes before he finally died. His whole body was burnt to ashes by the flames, leaving nothing behind. He had completely disappeared from this world. Xianxia, you are a despicable man. How dare you plot against me? Dark Luyun scolded at Xianxia. Haha, this is hilarious. You still have the face to say that others are despicable? If you didn't have the intention to harm others, you wouldn't have ended up like this. Do you know what this is called in Buddha sect? This is called karma. Those who plot against others will be plotted against by others. Today Grandpa Monk will teach you the truth of Buddha sect. Even if you die today it will be a worthy death. Tyrant laughed and said in a serious tone. He sounded like he was teaching Dark Luyun a lesson. However, his words made Xianxia and Dan King frown. Those who plot against others will be plotted against by others. Was there really such a saying in Buddha sect? This should be the saying of tyrant, right? Xianxia, how dare you offend me and plot against me in my mansion? You are finished. Dark Luyun threatened before turning into a black blur, intending to flee. However, if Dark Luyun could still escape under such circumstances, Xianxia wouldn't be able to stay in this world anymore. The speed of the 5 elemental sphere was even faster. It instantly trapped Dark Luyun and pulled him down. Dark Luyun's body fell heavily on the ground, creating a huge crater. Xianxia had exerted all his strength in this fall, causing Dark Luyun to be dizzy and spurt out blood. In front of me you don't even have the chance to run away. You are just an ant. What is there to be proud of? Xianxia's ruthless words had stimulated Dark Luyun's arrogant soul. He had always been the one scolding others. He didn't expect that he would be the one scolding others today. In this dark mulberry city he had always been the one plotting against others. The women that he fancied had never escaped from his hands. Those that he wanted to kill, whether they were from the dark generation or the outsiders, were all dead. Today's scene was something that he had never dreamt of. However, Dark Luyun wasn't an idiot. He should have known that Xianxia wasn't an ordinary person. Otherwise, how could a 3rd grade minor saint become the leader of the group? Even a 6th grade minor saint alchemist had to follow his orders. However, even if he had guessed it, he wouldn't have thought that Xianxia would be this powerful. Dark Luyun could already see that the situation was extremely disadvantageous to him. There was a huge gap between his strength and Xianxia's. If he continued to resist, he would end up like the old man. The entire courtyard was sealed and he couldn't escape. However, he didn't want to die either. The only thing he could do was to beg for mercy. Xianxia, you can't kill me. Xianxia, you can't kill me. Killing me won't bring you any benefits. My dad will never let you go. What happened before was my fault and I apologize to you. But you've killed so many of my men and you've destroyed my fragrance dispelling pavilion. That's a great advantage. As long as you don't kill me, I'll give you endless benefits. Don't you humans need true meta stones? I have a large amount of high-grade true meta stones with me. You can have as many as you want. Dark Luyun chose to compromise. He believed that as long as Xianxia wasn't an idiot, he would know what he meant. Xianxia should know the consequences of killing him. After all, this was Void Triangular Domain, not Saint Origin World. He believed that Xianxia would agree to his terms as long as he offered a generous offer. Take out all the true meta stones you have to show your sincerity. Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia, you should know that with my identity I won't carry those useless things with me. The true meta stones of the prefecture are stored in a vault. With my identity I can enter the vault whenever I want. Dark Luyun said. Xianxia nodded. What Dark Luyun said was true. True meta stones were useless to the people of Dark Generation. With his identity as the young master of the prefecture, he naturally wouldn't carry these useless things with him. Zhoosh. However, Xianxia moved all of a sudden. With a sway of his body, he appeared in front of Dark Lu Yun in an instant. He struck out a seal and sealed all of Dark Liu Yun's cultivation base, giving him complete control over Dark Lu Yun. Xianxia, what are you doing? You've sealed my cultivation. Dark Liu Yun's facial expression changed. I will get the true meta stones. You will die too. But before that I still have some use for you. Xianxia said Lung Lung. Xianxia. Slap. Before Dark Lu Yun could finish his words, Xianxia slapped him. Half of Dark Liu Yun's face was badly mutilated. Half of his teeth flew out of his mouth. From now on, without my permission, you better not say a word or make a sound. Otherwise, I will have thousands of ways to make you wish you were dead. Xianxia said Lung Lung. His eyes were like the eyes of the god of hell. They were filled with endless coldness. Dark Lu Yun felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. He knew that Xianxia was not joking. So he chose to shut his mouth. He had made up his mind that as long as Xianxia didn't kill him, he still had a chance. After all, this was the prefecture. Brother Chen, why don't you just kill him? Yanqingyu said. Her tone was even colder than Xianxia's. He is still useful. I have promised those girls in the fragrance dispelling pavilion that I will avenge them. I will kill all those who have hurt them in the past 3 years. I will let them die in peace. Xianxia said faintly. Yanqingyu and the other two realized that Dark Lu Yun wasn't the only one who had humiliated those girls. Dark Liu Yun's friends had to die as well. Only Dark Lu Yun knew who they were. Dark Lu Yun was the only one who knew who they were. Father, little you tyrant, the three of you should leave Dark Mulberry City now. You can go anywhere you want. This is a message talisman that I have refined. After I settle everything in Dark Mulberry City, I will contact you. Xianxia said. Brother Chen, I want to go with you. Yanqingyu said. No, we will be too conspicuous if we stay together. Once we are discovered, the entire Dark Generation will hunt us down. At that time, there will be no place for us in the entire Void Triangular Domain, let alone King City. If I go alone, they won't be able to find us. We still have to go to King City to participate in the large-scale trade fair. Xianxia said. Dan King and Tyrant exchanged a glance after hearing what Xianxia said. Based on their understanding of Xianxia, they knew that Xianxia wanted to send them away. It meant that Xianxia was going to do something big. They were afraid that the entire Dark Mulberry City would be in trouble. They believed that Xianxia had the ability to do so. They could see Xianxia's anger. He must vent his anger. What Dark Lu Yun had done was inhumane. He must be punished. Alright, we will leave now. Chinair, be careful. Dan King patted Xianxia's shoulder. Don't worry. Xianxia smiled. He already had a plan in his mind. This time he was going to turn Dark Mulberry City upside down and reap the benefits that belonged to him. After that, Dan King and the other two left the courtyard. With their cultivation base, it was easy for them to leave the prefecture undetected. The guards of the prefecture couldn't stop a minor saint expert. As for the experts of the prefecture, who would have thought that someone would dare to cause trouble in the prefecture? After the three of them left, Xianxia looked at Dark Lu Yun and said, You have to answer every question I ask you truthfully because you can't hide a single word from me. If you don't tell me the truth, I will cut off a part of your body. First, I will cut off your lower body. Xianxia's eyes unintentionally glanced at Dark Liu Yun's lower body. Dark Lu Yun was so scared that his crotch tightened and his soul almost left his body. If a man, especially a sex fiend, had his lower body cut off, it would be worse than death. Moreover, he absolutely didn't believe that Xianxia was joking with him. This was a man who was more ruthless than him. Let me ask you, how many people have entered the fragrance dispelling pavilion in the past 3 years? Xianxia asked. His eyes were like the eyes of a devil staring at Dark Lu Yun. Dark Liu Yun's back was already sweating. He had no doubt that the only thing he could do was to answer Xianxia's question truthfully. Even if he tried to hide anything, he would be discovered by Xianxia. Then what awaited him would be endless torture. Dark Lu Yun didn't want to die. At least he wasn't dead yet. He felt that he still had hope. Then, 12. Dark Lu Yun answered honestly. Pong. Hearing the number, a surge of anger burst out from Xianxia's body. This group of animals were worse than animals. Xianxia resisted the urge to slap Dark Lu Yun to death on the spot. He gritted his teeth and said, Including you, that's 13. Yes. Dark Lu Yun didn't dare to hide anything. Xianxia had made up his mind. He wanted to destroy the entire Dark Mulberry City, but before that he wanted to find these 12 people and kill them one by one. He believed that the dark souls of those women in the fragrance-dispelling pavilion were watching him. Even if it was just an illusion, he wanted those dark souls to witness the death of all those who harmed them. None of them would have a good ending so that those women could rest in peace. Are they all in Dark Mulberry City? Xianxia asked. Yes, they are my friends. They are the descendants of the nobles in Dark Mulberry City. Dark Luyun said. He didn't dare to show any neglect in answering Xianxia's question. He had never seen a third-grade minor saint with such a powerful qi. It was the qi that came from the soul. Let's go. Bring me to them one by one. Xianxia said in a flat tone. Chapter 8:16. The night in Void Triangular Domain was very dark. The void was filled with cold qi, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. Two silhouettes suddenly appeared above a mansion. There were no ripples in the void. They were like ghosts that merged with the void. These two silhouettes were none other than Xianxia and Dark Luyun. Dark Luyun was under Xianxia's control. He could not do anything. In his eyes, Xianxia was too scary. Even though he was in Dark Mulberry City, he did not even have the chance to seek help from his father. This is a noble family in Dark Mulberry City. Dark Huiguang and his two brothers are here. Dark Luyun pointed at the mansion and said honestly. 3 brothers. Seems like all the young masters of Dark Generation have this kind of fetish. Damn it. Xianxia looked at Dark Luyun and Lung Lung. Dark Luyun was just a noble family, but there were 3 young masters who hooked up with Dark Luyun. The first person that Dark Luyun mentioned must be a frequent visitor of Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion. There was no need for such people to live. Let's go. Find them. Don't play any tricks. No tricks will work in my domain. It will only bring you painful punishment. Only I can hear what you are saying. Even if you want to shout for help, no one else can hear you. Xianxia's tone was flat, but it made Dark Luyun feel a trace of despair. It was a very sad thing to fall into Xianxia's hands. He had thought of many ways to ask for help along the way, but none of them worked. That's where Dark Huiguang lives. Dark Luyun pointed to a secluded courtyard. It looked extremely luxurious from the outside. It was already late at night, but the courtyard was still brightly lit. With a sway of his body, Xianxia dashed towards the courtyard. At this moment, in the garden of the courtyard, 3 young men were sitting around a table, drinking to their heart's content, talking loudly and boisterously about some women's problems. Boss, young Master Luyun, the women in the Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion have already been played by us for 3 years. It is time to change them. That's right. Now that the Void Triangular Domain is open again, young Master Luyun will definitely not let go of such a great opportunity. Let's wait until he gets his hands on another top-notch beauty. We brothers will be able to enjoy ourselves again. That's right, those women are much more fun than the women of our Dark Generation. As the 3 of them drank, they talked about some obscene things, and these words just happened to be heard by Xianxia. All 3 of them are here. Dark Cloud said to Xianxia. It couldn't be better. Xianxia sneered. It seemed like his luck wasn't bad. He didn't need to look for them one by one. Sure enough, there were 3 like-minded people. They were having a discussion even in the middle of the night. However, the difference between their strength and Dark Luyun's wasn't small. 2 of them were first-grade minor saints while the other was second-grade minor saint. Shua. Suddenly, 2 people appeared beside the table. One was a white-robed youth and the other was a purple-robed man. The purple-robed man looked very miserable. His body was full of injuries and half of his face was smashed. Dark Huiguang and the other 2 were stunned. They didn't expect that there would be an uninvited guest in the middle of the night. They looked at the newcomer. Although Dark Luyun had been beaten up badly by Xianxia, they could still recognize him at first glance. Brother Luyun, what happened to you? Dark Huiguang stood up from his seat and asked. Who are you? Another young master pointed at Xianxia and shouted. The one who wants your life. Xianxia's eyes were cold. The 5 elemental sphere spread out in a swoosh, instantly shrouding the 3 of them. Their facial expression changed dramatically. They could only feel an invisible pressure coming from all directions, immobilizing them. Who are you? Do you know what you are doing? Bastard, you are exuding the aura of a human. This is Dark Mulberry City. You dare to attack us here. You are doomed. The 3 of them roared instantly. Jiang Qin snorted at such a meaningless threat. It seemed that the three of them were stupid. He even dared to attack Dark Luyun. What were they? Whoosh, Jiang Qin couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with them. He didn't want to waste time either. Flames rushed out like sharp swords and pierced through the bodies of the three of them. However, they didn't die immediately. Instead, they were engulfed by the sea of fire. They screamed and fell into the same situation as the old man. I'll let you die knowing. My name is Jiang Qin. I'm killing you to avenge the women in fragrance-dispelling pavilion. Jiang Qin said coldly. The screams of the three of them lasted for a few minutes before they were completely burned to ashes. The screams that lasted for a few minutes didn't affect the mansion at all. This was the place where the three of them gathered. Normally, no one would dare to come in. After burning the three of them, Jiang Qin left the mansion with Dark Luyun and went to the next target. Dark Luyun was completely scared when he thought about the miserable situation of the old man and the three princes. In his eyes, Jiang Qin was a bloodthirsty devil king. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him in the end. 12 people, only 3 were killed. There were still 9 left. However, with Jiang Qin's speed he would soon kill all of them. In the next residence, Jiang Qin and Dark Luyun barged into a young master's room. The room was filled with an incomparably erotic scene. A man and a woman of the dark generation naked. Anyone would be enraged if they were to be interrupted while they were doing that. However, the poor prince just jumped off the bed. He didn't even see who the intruder was before he was slapped and turned into a blood mist. The whole room was filled with a pungent smell of blood. The woman screamed. She looked at Jiang Qin with a terrified expression, and her body was trembling. The people of the dark generation deserved to die. Jiang Qin was ruthless. He threw out a light and directly cut off the woman's head. Then he and Dark Luyun went to the next location. This night was a disaster for all the noble princes in Dark Mulberry City. It was a hellish night. Jiang Qin didn't go anywhere. There would be blood everywhere. In just 10 minutes, the 12 princes who were identified by Dark Luyun died in the hands of Jiang Qin. Not even a complete corpse was left. This was the revenge of the human race. This was Jiang Qin's bloody method. It was a bloody lesson for them. I have avenged you. I will kill this Dark Luyun last. You can rest in peace. Jiang Qin looked at the dark night sky and said in a sad tone. Chapter 8:17. All the people who had entered the fragrance-dispelling pavilion had been killed. Jiang Qin's anger had finally been vented a little. Of course, this matter wouldn't end here. Since he was already here, he would turn the entire void triangular domain upside down. Dark Luyun was not killed yet because he was still useful to Jiang Qin. It was time to consider the benefits. Jiang Qin, you have killed all of them. You have avenged those women. As long as you don't kill me, I promise you that I will give you the benefits you want. Dark Luyun said in a trembling tone. No one wanted to die. The better their life was, the more afraid they would be of death. Dark Luyun was the young master of the city lord. He had never thought that he would die one day. Let's go. Bring me to the treasury of the city lord. Jiang Qin said faintly. Dark Luyun's facial expression changed. Jiang Qin was really ambitious. How dare he set his eyes on the treasury of the city lord? The treasury was his trump card. If Jiang Qin could get it easily, he would not have the capital to negotiate with Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin, the treasury of the city lord is sealed by my father. Only my father can enter it. Let me go. I will ask my father to open the treasury for you. You can have as many true metastones as you want. Dark Luyun said. Bring me to the treasury. I don't want to say it for the 3rd time. Jiang Qin looked at Dark Luyun Lung. Dark Luyun did not dare to make eye contact with Jiang Qin. He immediately brought Jiang Qin to the treasury. Although Jiang Qin did not let him go, Dark Luyun was secretly delighted. The treasury was sealed by his father. If Jiang Qin tried to force his way in, he would definitely touch the seal. At that time his father would be able to sense it and he would be saved. Unfortunately, Dark Luyun seemed to have completely forgotten about Jiang Qin's matter in the courtyard. Jiang Qin casually arranged a formation outside the courtyard and blocked everything. For an array master like Jiang Qin, ordinary seals were basically impossible to stop. The treasury of the city lord was the same as the fragrance-dispelling pavilion. It was an incomparably huge underground chamber. Jiang Qin had the earth spirit, so he could casually travel underground. He didn't need to use the passage to enter the treasury. He brought Dark Luyun underground and soon arrived at the location of the treasury. Dark Luyun was extremely shocked by Jiang Chen's endless abilities. At this time he was filled with regret. Why did he have to provoke this malefic star? If he didn't provoke Jiang Chen, perhaps he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. This is the location of the treasury. Dark Luyun pointed at the stone door in front of him. The stone door was 2 meters tall and very thick. Dark Luyun looked at the stone door in front of him. This was the only way to enter the treasury. The entire place was sealed by his father. If someone tried to enter the treasury, his father would be able to sense it instantly. Moreover, if someone tried to break the seal, it would be useless. Once the seal was broken, his father would be able to sense it instantly. In other words, if Jiang Chen wanted to enter the treasury, his father would be able to sense it. At this time, Dark Luyun finally felt the hope of survival. His father was a peak 7th grade minor saint. He would definitely be able to rescue him from Jiang Chen's hands in one piece. Dark Luyun looked at Jiang Chen from the corner of his eyes. He wanted to see how Jiang Chen was going to enter the treasury. Dark Luyun, I know what you are thinking. Unfortunately, you are destined to be disappointed. Jiang Chen smiled at Dark Luyun. Then he disappeared with Dark Luyun. In the next moment they appeared at the other side of the stone door, entering the treasury. What? How is this possible? Dark Luyun exclaimed. These unique ores can absorb the light energy and condense true meta stones. The reason why we have an endless supply of true meta stones is because of these unique ores. 1,000 miles away from the Dark Mulberry City, there is a small mine. The true meta stones that our city lord got from there. As long as you promise to let me go, I will bring you to the mine. As far as I know, although the mine is small, it should be able to dig out 50 million true meta stones. Dark Luyun said hastily. In order to survive, he had to risk his life. One should know that the mines in Void Triangular Domain were very well hidden. Plus, they were connected to the origin of the world. From the outside, the mines looked no different from ordinary mountains. Only the people of Dark Generation could find them easily. Humans would never be able to find them. Hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. He had already guessed that the source of true metastones was the existence of a mine. Now it seemed like he was right. Since there was such a mine outside the Dark Mulberry City, he would not miss it. Bring me there now. If I am in a good mood, I will consider sparing your life. Jiang Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with Dark Luyun. He brought Dark Luyun and disappeared, leaving behind an empty treasury. Originally, the treasury was very bright because of the existence of true meta stones. But now it was completely dark. The reason why Dark Luyun brought Jiang Chen to the ore mine was naturally because he had other plans. This was his last chance to survive. The ore mine was under the complete control of Dark Mulberry City and was guarded by many experts. Unless Jiang Chen could kill all of them in an instant, the news would be sent to the prefecture. Even if no one sent the news, Jiang Chen would still create a huge commotion if he wanted to touch the ore mine. His father could also sense it. Given his father's strength, it would only take him a blink of an eye to reach the ore mine from the prefecture. Very quickly, Jiang Chen and Dark Luyun arrived at the designated location. There was a short mountain in front of them. It didn't look conspicuous at all. It looked like a bumpkin, but this bumpkin was the ore mine that Dark Luyun mentioned. Jiang Chen stood there and circulated the Great Soul Derivation technique, but he couldn't sense any difference between this bumpkin and the other mountains. It seemed like it was impossible for humans to find the ore mine. At this time, Jiang Chen thought of Big Yellow. If Big Yellow was here, he would definitely be able to find the ore mine given his ability. It's here. Dark Luyun said. Jiang Chen raised his head and looked at the dark sky. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He stretched out his arms and felt the cold wind in the dark. It's time to end this. Next is the last step of the plan. Tonight is destined to be an extraordinary night. As soon as Jiang Chen finished speaking, his body began to transform. Cracking sounds were heard from his bones. In the blink of an eye, his body had doubled in size, turning into a half-human and half-dragon existence. A pair of blood-red dragon wings flapped casually, emitting a cold aura. His sharp claws glowed with blood-red light. His pair of merciless eyes looked like they came from hell. Chapter 8:18. Dark Luyun could see that Jiang Chen was using some kind of transformation technique. He had no idea why Jiang Chen would suddenly transform. Given Jiang Chen's ability, he wouldn't even need to transform to deal with the ore mine. However, Dark Luyun wasn't an idiot. It was obvious that Jiang Chen had a plan. He didn't know what Jiang Chen was planning, but he could feel the fear that came from his soul. He had never seen anyone who could be this abnormal. There was a huge entrance to the ore mine, but Jiang Chen didn't bother to look for the entrance. His action was simple and barbaric. His body floated above the ore mine and punched down. It was imaginable how powerful Jiang Chen's punch was. The surface of the ore mine, which was the size of a country bumpkin, was smashed by Jiang Chen's punch, creating a huge crater. The ores inside the crater were exposed. Those true metastones were extremely bright. The radiance they emitted could even illuminate the night sky. These were huge ores which belonged to the ore mine. In order to turn them into true metastones, they would need to be mined out. However, it was unnecessary for Jiang Chen to do so. He could absorb the ores regardless of whether they were mined or not. Without saying a word, Jiang Chen struck out his dragon claw again. The dragon claw was conjured by his yuan force. It was 300 meters long and it grabbed the entire ore mine. Who is it? Who dares to create trouble in the ore mine? Someone is attacking the ore mine. He must be courting death. Not good. The ore mine is moving. Someone is going to take the entire ore mine away. Who is it? Exclamations were heard from below. Then black silhouettes flew out from the ore mine. In just a blink of an eye, there were more than 100 of them. All of them were powerful experts. The weakest among them was a combat emperor. There were more than a dozen of them who were minor saints. The leader was an old man who was the strongest among them. He was a 6th grade minor saint. According to Dark Luyun, these were the people from the Dark Generation who were guarding the mine. Usually there weren't so many people here. Now that the void triangular domain had been opened again, they had to increase the number of guards to guard the mine. Dark Luyun was stunned. He didn't know why Jiang Chen, who had always been cautious, suddenly made such a big noise. It was too big. He was thinking about how to send a message to his father, but now it seemed that he didn't need to do so. If his father couldn't find out about such a big noise, he wouldn't be able to live in this world anymore. Stop. Where did this evildoer come from? He actually dares to have designs on the mine. The 6th grade minor saint elder saw a dragon man covered in blood light enveloping the entire underground mine. All the guards widened their eyes as if they had seen the most unbelievable scene. There was actually someone who dared to rob the mine. He must be courting death. Void triangular domain had existed for a very long time. Even though it only opened once every 3 years, none of the human experts had ever dared to rob the mine. Today they met a crazy monster who dared to rob the entire mine. It was truly abominable. Hong long long. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Jiang Chen didn't bother to hide his actions. The entire underground mine was pulled up by Jiang Chen. Third uncle, save me. Dark Luyun yelled at the elder. He looked at his own people as if he was looking at a life-saving straw. He had forgotten that Jiang Chen could kill a 6th grade minor saint as easily as killing a chicken. If Dark Luyun was still sane, he would definitely warn these people to stay away from Jiang Chen and wait for the experts of the city lord's mansion to arrive. Unfortunately, he was desperate to survive. Although the time he was under the control of Jiang Chen wasn't long, he felt like he was walking in hell. He could lose his life at any time. The elder was stunned when he heard the voice. Then his eyes fell on Dark Luyun. When he recognized Dark Luyun's identity, his facial expression changed dramatically. Luyun. When the old man saw Dark Luyun's miserable state, he was infuriated and rushed out. How audacious of him. Someone actually dared to attack Dark Luyun in Dark Mulberry City. How could this be? Dark Luyun wanted to say something, but Jiang Chen had already sealed him with his domain. Even if he screamed until his throat broke, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to hear him. Hong long. The earth within a few hundred miles was shaking. An entire mine was uprooted by Jiang Chen. His eyes glowed. Although the mine wasn't big, it was just like what Dark Luyun had said. It wouldn't be a problem to extract 50 million high-grade true metastones from it. Including the 50 million he got from the city lord's treasure vault, he now had 100 million high-grade true metastones in his hands. This amount of wealth was too shocking. Even the 8 families would be tempted if they knew about it. Stop. Stop him. Many of the guards of the Dark Generation exclaimed. Seeing that the Dragon Man was about to take away the entire ore mine, they finally couldn't bear it anymore. All of them moved, forming a huge encirclement trapping Jiang Chen in it. Facing the attacks from so many people, Jiang Chen's expression didn't change at all. He didn't even look at these people. The huge dragon claw formed from Yuan energy had completely uprooted the entire mine, and with a swoosh he stored it into his chi. Bastard, he took away the mine. Damn it, kill him. Be careful, don't hurt the young master. Someone shouted. The scene in front of them was simply too shocking. Guarding the mine could be said to be the easiest job because no one dared to have any ideas about this place unless the two cities went to war. However, the relationship between Dark Mulberry City and the neighboring city was still relatively harmonious. They each had their own mines and they usually minded their own business, so there were no conflicts. Hong hong. Everyone unleashed their chi. The minor saints took out their combat weapons. Those were the weapons created by human beings. However, they were just ordinary emperor weapons. Perhaps, in Void Triangular Domain, a minor saint with an emperor weapon was already a very good thing. Everyone die. Jiang Chen was cold and merciless. He wouldn't show any mercy to the people of the Dark Generation. Before these people attacked, he had already spread out his 5-elemental sphere, instantly enshrouding all the guards, regardless of whether they were minor saints or combat emperors. What's going on? I feel like I'm being confined. This monster is very powerful. I feel like I can't move at all. How could this happen? I'm a 5th grade minor saint, but I can't control my body. The moment they entered the 5-elemental sphere, they were terrified because they found out that they couldn't even control their bodies. Eternal Immortal Wind. Jiang Chen didn't give them any chance. He immediately casted the Eternal Immortal Wind. The terrifying wind was like a dragon-shaped sharp blade, turning into a sea of wind. For a moment, all the people of Dark Generation were trapped in the storm created by the Eternal Immortal Wind. Arg arg arg, shrill screams resounded through the night sky. The Eternal Immortal Wind was like a meat grinder. Everyone who entered it was instantly crushed into pieces. The dark souls of those dead people automatically flew to Jiang Chen and all of them were taken away by him. In just a blink, all of them except for the 6th grade minor saint were killed. Not even the 6th grade minor saint was able to withstand the power of the Eternal Immortal Wind. Half of his body was destroyed. No. How could it be so? Arg. The 6th grade minor saint died and turned into a mist of blood. Even his flesh and blood vanished into nothingness under the ravaging of the Eternal Immortal Wind. More than 100 people vanished into thin air just like that. Not even their bodies were left behind. It was an extremely miserable scene. The Eternal Immortal Wind was one of Nan Bei Chao's most powerful skills. It was obtained from the Immortal Vault Mountain, and could be considered as an inherited immortal art. Now that it was unleashed by Jiang Chen, its power was unimaginable. Even a 7th grade minor saint would be instantly killed by the Eternal Immortal Wind. Voila! Under Jiang Chen's control, the Eternal Immortal Wind was retracted. The dark sky returned to its normal state. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood, but there wasn't a single corpse left behind. Dark Luyun, who was standing beside Jiang Chen, was completely dumbfounded. He would never forget the scene of Jiang Chen's massacre for the rest of his life. More than 100 people were killed in an instant. That terrifying storm had reached a horrifying level. Dark Luyun had never seen such a brutal person or such a brutal killing method. Hung Long, just as Jiang Chen was about to kill all the people here, 7 to 8 powerful chi emerged from the direction of the prefecture. In a blink, they arrived at the scene. Jiang Chen knew that these were the experts of the prefecture. Even if they didn't come, Jiang Chen would still go and find them. Now that he had obtained so many benefits, he could start killing without restraint. 88 people. The leaders were a middle-aged man and an old man. Their cultivation grade was the strongest among them, a 7th grade minor saint. The remaining 6 were all 6th grade minor saints. This was the strength of the entire Dark Mulberry City's higher echelons. Such a group and combat power posed no threat to Jiang Chen. The 8 of them were enraged when they saw the tragic scene in the hollowed-out mine. When they saw Dark Luyun in Jiang Chen's hand, their facial expression changed. Dark Luyun. The city lord of the city lord mansion exclaimed. Dark Luyun was his most beloved son and also his only son. Normally he was like a treasure to him. Now that he saw his son in such a pitiful state, his heart ached and his anger burned through the roof. I don't know which world you are from, but our dark mulberry city has never offended the demon race. Release my son now. Chapter 8:19. Dark Luyun was extremely excited when he saw his father. It was as if he had seen his savior. Tears flowed down from his eyes. He shouted loudly, but no one could hear what he was shouting because he was under Jiang Chen's control. It seems like your father isn't a good person to have such a son. All of you will die today. Jiang Chen looked at the prefecture lord and said to Lung Lung, "Bastard! How dare you talk to the prefecture lord in such a manner? Hurting the young master, killing the guards and stealing the ore mine. This is insane. Prefecture lord, kill this monstrous monster." The experts of the prefecture were infuriated. Void Triangular Domain was the territory of the Dark Generation. Dark Mulberry City had existed for so many years, but they had never been challenged like this. What this dragon man had done had touched the bottom line of Dark Mulberry City. It was intolerable. He must be eliminated to defend the dignity of Dark Mulberry City. A puny third-grade minor saint dares to boast shamelessly? Courting death. The prefecture lord was infuriated. He immediately struck out with his palm. In his opinion, he was confident that he could deal with a third-grade minor saint. He had already locked onto Jiang Chen. Not only could he imprison Jiang Chen with this attack, he could also save his son. Unfortunately, he had thought too much. The prefecture lord thought that he could restrain Jiang Chen in an instant. Unfortunately, his strength wasn't strong enough in Jiang Chen's eyes. With a sway of his body, he shattered the energy that was restraining him. After that, he grabbed Dark Luyun and threw him away. Everything happened too quickly. In just an instant, Dark Luyun, who had lost his cultivation base, had collided with his father's attack. The consequences were obvious. Bang, father. Arg. Dark Luyun let out a miserable cry. His body was smashed into pieces and he died on the spot. Just like the others, nothing was left of him. The only thing that was left was the dark spirit which was kept by Jiang Chen. The prefecture lord roared as if he had gone mad. He had killed his own son with his own hands. How could he kill his own son with his own hands? Haha, you heartless bastard. Even a vicious tiger won't eat its cubs. How could you kill your own son without leaving his body behind? You're really ruthless. I have promised Dark Luyun that I will let him go after I get the ore mine. I never thought that he would die in the hands of his own father. Haha. Jiang Chen laughed hysterically. Dark Luyun's way of dying should be the cruelest way of dying in the world. God knows what Dark Luyun was thinking when he died in the hands of his own father. This way of dying was 100 times crueler than being burned alive. At the last moment, Dark Luyun's will was destroyed. Ever since he fell into Jiang Chen's hands, he had been trying his best to get in touch with his father because he knew that only his father had the strength to save him. But now, when his father finally came, he died in the hands of his father. Even if it was because of Jiang Chen's intention, he still died in the hands of his father. This was an indisputable fact. For a moment, the master was filled with anger, hatred, sorrow, regret. All kinds of emotions filled his soul, causing him to fall into a state of madness. Both of his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Jiang Chen. It was all because of this bastard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have killed his own son. Kill him. Kill him. No. Imprison him. I want to torture him with all kinds of torture. I want to avenge Dark Luyun. The master was enraged and roared. Dark Luyun's death was caused by this dragon man. 2 7th-grade minor saints and 6 6th-grade minor saints. Such a combat strength wasn't weak, but it was nothing to Jiang Chen. When he annihilated Tianyi Gate, the formation was even bigger than this. Swoosh. Jiang Chen moved. His steel-like dragon wings brought out a blood-red whirlwind. These people wanted to kill Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen wasn't going to let them go. Even if they didn't attack him, he would take the initiative. Poochie Poochie along with 2 whales, 2 6th-grade minor saints were cut into half by Jiang Chen's dragon wings. They died on the spot. His dragon wings were indestructible weapons. They were many times stronger than the weapons of ordinary minor saints. Killing 6th-grade minor saints was as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Not good. This monster is very powerful. Everyone join hands. The master's attack missed and allowed the dragon man to kill 2 of their experts. He wasn't an idiot. Given his eyesight, he could immediately tell how powerful this dragon man was. He could easily kill 6th-grade minor saints. It was truly terrifying. Arg. However, just as the master was speaking, the other 4 6th-grade minor saints died in Zhang Chen's hands. The whole process was horrifying. It was too cruel and horrifying. 2 of the 6th-grade minor saints were cut in half by Zhang Chen's dragon wings. The other 2 had their heads pierced by Zhang Chen's sharp claws. In the blink of an eye, there were only 2 7th-grade minor saints left in the group of 8. Now their facial expression changed dramatically. They looked at the terrifying dragon man in front of them with disbelief. Even though they were very powerful, they could feel a trace of invisible pressure from this dragon man. Putting everything else aside, none of them could kill 6 6th-grade minor saints in a blink of an eye if they were in his shoes. Dark World. The Palace Lord didn't dare to be careless. He unleashed his most powerful attack. An illusory world appeared above his head. The entire world was pitch black. Apart from the darkness, there were no other colors. However, it gave off an incomparably heavy feeling. It was so oppressive that it made it difficult for people to breathe. Dark frenzy tide. The other elder was enraged. He struck out a ferocious dark frenzy tide. The boundless dark energy was like a vast ocean, making a whistling sound. Behind the elder, a huge shadow of a monster appeared. The monster's body was incomparably huge. Its body was covered with black scales like the King of Darkness. So, this is your origin? You guys are indeed a bunch of monsters. Jiang Qin and Leng Leng said. Both of their attacks were very powerful. They were the strongest combat techniques of the Dark Generation. Because it was night time, they could borrow the boundless dark energy to increase their combat strength. However, Jiang Qin didn't care about it at all. He was the nemesis of this dark energy. No matter how strong their combat strength was, they would still be suppressed by Jiang Qin. Eternal immortal wind, true thunder fire. Jiang Qin roared. A terrifying eternal immortal wind gushed out from his body once again. This time the storm was even more violent than before. That was because the eternal immortal wind contained raging flames. Those were terrifying thunder fire and true dragon flames. The immortal wind and flames turned into the silhouettes of dragons and thunderbolts. The entire scene was extremely mysterious, causing people's hearts to tremble. Feeling the terror of the flames and the storm, the dark world and frenzy tide unleashed by the Palace Lord and the Elder instantly dimmed. It was as if they had met their nemesis. What kind of flame is that? How can it suppress our power? It's like the flames of the heavens and earth. We, the Dark Generation, are not afraid of flames. However, this kind of flame is extremely terrifying. It's the nemesis of all darkness. Our power is suppressed by it. We won't be able to unleash our full power. The expressions of the 2 of them changed drastically. However, they didn't have the time to care about that. Even if their opponent had a method to suppress them, their cultivation base was still very high. They weren't afraid of Jiang Qin. The powerful dark world and frenzy tide of darkness attacked at the same time towards Jiang Qin. At the same time, Jiang Chen's eternal immortal wind, true thunderfire and true dragon flames also rushed out, colliding with the attacks of the 2 of them. Rumble. In an instant the sky collapsed and the earth caved in. The mountains within a radius of 1,000 li were destroyed. The originally dark night sky became incomparably bright because of the collision of energy and the impact of the flames. The destructive power of the eternal immortal wind was absolutely boundless. Everywhere it passed, nothing was left behind. All the mountains were destroyed and turned into dust. The dark world and frenzy tide of darkness were torn apart by the eternal immortal wind. Such a powerful attack couldn't even withstand a single blow from Jiang Qin. The entire process was as easy as crushing rotten wood. Well, after the storm passed, the city lord and the old man spat out blood. Both of them looked extremely miserable. Their bodies were cut by the eternal immortal wind from top to bottom. Blood was gushing out crazily. They stood in the sky, tottering and on the verge of falling down at any time. Even though they weren't dead yet, they weren't far from it, let alone fighting. Their current appearance was like an arrow at the end of its flight. They didn't have the slightest bit of combat strength left. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. The city lord shook his head. He couldn't believe that this was true. They were too confident in their own cultivation base. However, they didn't expect that they would be so vulnerable in front of their opponent. Zhoosh. Jiang Chen's body flashed and appeared in front of the 2 of them. His sharp dragon claws directly grabbed the heads of the two of them. Without any superfluous words, Xianxia exerted a bit of force and twisted their heads off. At this point, all the experts of the City Lord Palace were dead. However, after doing this, Xianxia still didn't have the intention to stop. His eyes once again looked at the dark mulberry city. Because of the huge commotion here, people kept coming out of the dark mulberry city to check on the situation. As I said, the dark generation shouldn't exist. Let them perish along with this world, starting from the dark mulberry city. Chapter 8:20. This was destined to be an extraordinary night. It was a night of bloodshed. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew in the sky above dark mulberry city. This gust of wind was incomparably terrifying. Every hurricane carried a strong destructive force. Wherever it passed, all living things would be torn apart. The next day, the entire dark mulberry city disappeared. It disappeared from the void triangular domain overnight. All of the buildings were destroyed. Only the debris of the buildings could be seen. However, the people of Dark Generation had survived for such a long time. They were well prepared to deal with emergencies. They had places to hide. Many of them were still alive. However, the number of people of Dark Generation who died in this gust of wind was uncountable. Most of the nobles were killed along with their buildings. The gust of wind seemed to treat the nobles specially. After the gust of wind passed, everything was destroyed. That gust of wind was too strong. It had never happened in the history of Void Triangular Domain. Obviously, the people of Void Triangular Domain weren't idiots. They knew that it was an attack by someone. The gust of wind that destroyed a city in a short period of time sent chills down their spines. Someone saw a dragon man excavating the mine last night and killed the experts of the city lord's mansion. Then he unleashed a gust of wind that turned the entire city into nothingness. However, no one knew the origin of this dragon man. No one had ever seen him before. Dark Mulberry City had been destroyed. The Dark Mulberry City had been destroyed. A big city that had existed for a long time had vanished overnight. This was a great shock to the entire Dark Generation. The news spread across the entire Void Triangular Domain at the fastest speed. The Void Triangular Domain was very small. It wasn't even half the size of a domain in the Divine Continent. At best, it was the size of the Western region. The number of cities in the Void Triangular Domain wasn't that many. The destruction of a city was definitely a historical event. Almost in a short period of time, everyone in the Dark Generation knew about it. This was only the first day of the domain's opening. Such a huge incident had already happened. The neighboring cities of Dark Mulberry City felt a sense of crisis. They began to send a distress signal to King City. According to the witnesses, the Dragon Man was very strong and ferocious. Even a 7th grade minor saint couldn't withstand a single strike from him. King City. The huge King City was the biggest city of the Dark Generation. It was also the most luxurious and honorable city because the royal family of Dark Generation lived here. They controlled the entire Void Triangular Domain. At this moment, many experts of the royal family had gathered in the main hall of the Dark Generation King City. The destruction of the Dark Mulberry City had alarmed the royal family. Even the king of the Dark Generation couldn't sit still. A middle-aged man with a black crown on his head was sitting in the main hall. He had a strong body. His body was emitting a trace of qi. His cultivation was at the peak of 9th grade minor saint. He didn't have a name. He only had a title, the Dark King. The King of Darkness was the king of the Dark Generation. Every generation of kings in King City had only one title, the King of Darkness. The King of Darkness here was equivalent to the Emperor of the Martial Saint dynasty. The Dark Generation was equivalent to a country, ruled by the King of Darkness alone. This is too abominable. That Dragon Man must be from the other 3 worlds. This is only the first day of the domain's opening and such a huge incident has already happened. I suggest that we close the domain and cancel the trade. A powerful 9th grade minor saint said. He was a noble of the royal family and had a very distinguished status in the Dark Generation. As a matter of fact, any 9th grade minor saint was like a pyramid in the Dark Generation, incomparably honorable. No. Our resources are running low after 3 years. We have stored a large amount of true meta stones for this trade. We can't close it just because of a dragon man. Someone objected. Void Triangular Domain would only open once every 3 years. Although it had brought benefits to the three major powers, they were the biggest beneficiaries. They couldn't just close it just because of a dragon man. I wonder where did that dragon man come from? He might be from the demon race. The demon race in the boundless world and the black-yellow world aren't that strong. Only the demon race in Saint Origin world is stronger than the 7 major families. Could this dragon man be from the demon race in Saint Origin world? Someone guessed. I don't think so. The major powers like the 8 major families have their own passageways that lead directly to Void Triangular Domain. There is still half a month before the trade fair starts. They won't come so early. They will only come after a few days. Plus, the spatial passageway of the demon race hasn't been activated yet. We can rule out the possibility that the dragon man is from the demon race. Someone said. King of Darkness, no matter what, destroying a city is something that has never happened before in the history of the Dark Generation. This is the greatest humiliation in the history of the Dark Generation. This is an open challenge to the Dark Generation. We must find that dragon man. Someone said sternly. Dark King waved his hand, gesturing for everyone to be quiet. The trade fair can't be cancelled. A puny dragon man won't be able to do anything. Pass down my order. Increase the security in every major city and pay close attention to the dragonman's movements. Also, send someone to Dark Mulberry City to see if we can find any clues. Dark King ordered. In the eyes of the royal family of the Dark Generation, the dragon man wouldn't dare to show up again after destroying the Dark Mulberry City. The major cities had already increased their security unless the dragon man didn't want to live anymore. However, what happened next plunged the entire Void Triangular Domain into a state of panic. On the 3rd day of the opening of Void Triangular Domain, the dragon man who had been silent for a day had reappeared. The treasuries of the 2 cities that were adjacent to Dark Mulberry City were robbed overnight. Apart from the treasuries being robbed, there were also many murders happening in the 2 cities. The victims were all young masters of the aristocratic families. These young masters were similar to Dark Luyun. They had a high status and were quite talented. However, they were all arrogant and had committed many crimes in their daily lives. Not only the 2 major cities were in chaos, the entire Dark Generation was in a state of panic. Although no one saw the faces of the robbers and the young masters, they were sure that it was the dragon man who did it. The others didn't have the guts to do it. However, compared to Dark Mulberry City, the 2 major cities were in a better state. After all, they only lost their treasuries and a few young masters of the aristocratic families. The cities were still intact. The overall strength of these 2 cities was similar to Dark Mulberry City. Xianxia could come and go as he pleased. No matter how tight the security was, it wouldn't be enough to stop him. The ones who were most affected by this incident were the princes in the cities of the Dark Generation. Many of them started to feel threatened. They were not fools. From what happened in the 2 cities, they could tell that the dragonman's target was not only their wealth but also their lives. Chapter 8:21. The Dark Ghost City was considered as a medium-sized city among the many cities in Void Triangular Domain. There were a few 8th-grade minor saints in the city. A city like this wouldn't be afraid of the dragonman's sneak attack. Even so, the destruction of the Dark Mulberry City, the looting of the treasuries of the other 2 cities and the killing of the princes of the noble families had set off an alarm in the city. Even though there were many experts in the city, they didn't dare to be careless. Above the city, there were 8th-grade minor saints scanning the city with their divine sense. Once they found any suspicious person, they would immediately take action. The ones who worried the most were the noble young masters in Anyo City. Even though some of them were powerful, they were so scared that they didn't dare to step out of their houses when they thought of the miserable ending of those young masters. Even if they stayed at home, they would be accompanied by a few experts. It should be known that those young masters had died silently in their own homes. That dragon man was just like a ghost. His means were too terrifying. As the time of opening of Void Triangular Domain was getting longer and longer, the cities were filled with people from the 3 great worlds. They couldn't expel these people from the city. So they had to be extra careful to avoid the appearance of the dragon man. At this moment, in an inn in the city, Dan King and the others had booked a courtyard. They knew everything that had happened in the past 3 days. The others might not know what happened to the dragon man, but they knew it very well. Tyrant was extremely excited when he thought about the earth-shattering things that Jiang Qin had just arrived in Void Triangular Domain. Ever since he came to Dark Ghost City, he had been regretting that he couldn't fight side by side with Jiang Qin. Looking at his irritable face, it looked like he was in pain. He didn't have the calmness that a Buddhist cultivator should have. Yan Qinyu behaved calmly. She wouldn't be too shocked even if Jiang Qin did something earth-shattering. In her heart, her brother Qin was an omnipotent being. Plus, ever since she knew that Dark Luyun had created the fragrance-dispelling pavilion and many of the young masters of the Dark Generation had that kind of hobby, she didn't have a good impression of the Dark Generation at all. On the contrary, Dan King was worried. He had been here once and he knew how scary the Dark Generation was. This was the territory of the Dark Generation. Jiang Chen's unscrupulous behavior was worrying. The Dark Generation had existed for a long time but they had never encountered such a big incident. Oh yes, little Qinzi had transformed into a dragon when he was fighting against the northern and southern dynasties in Xuanyu. Although the people of the Dark Generation didn't see it, I'm afraid those who came from Saint Origin World would know about it. Wouldn't it be dangerous if little Qinzi's identity was exposed? Tyrant started to worry. Don't worry about this. You don't have to worry about this. Most of the people who came to Void Triangular Domain are from the Pure Land. Although the incident in Mysterious Domain was big, it only spread Qinra's name to the Pure Land. Not many people would care about the details of the battle. Plus, it hasn't been a long time and he has only used his draconic form once. Not many people saw it in the Western Domain. Plus, the forces of the Pure Land rarely care about the affairs of the 8 domains. I'm afraid that only the 3 of us know that Qin'er is a dragon man. Qin'er must have noticed this as well. That's why he didn't have any scruples. However, his method is too sharp. There has never been such a big event in the history of the Dark Generation. I'm afraid that only the 3 of us know that Qin'er is a dragon man. Qin'er must have seen this before. You know what happened in Dark Mulberry City? Dark Luyun wanted to kill us. He even poisoned the tea. If it wasn't for little Qinzi, we would have fallen into Dark Luyun's hands. Guess what would have happened to us? And those women who died in the fragrance-dispelling pavilion. I'm afraid that there isn't only one Dark Luyun and the fragrance-dispelling pavilion in the entire Dark Generation. Why should we be merciful to such an inhumane race? Tyrant said earnestly. After the incident with Dark Luyun, he didn't have a good impression of the Dark Generation. Of course, I know that the people of the Dark Generation deserve to die. But in this domain, the Dark Generation is the absolute ruler. The 3 cities that Qin'er dealt with were the weakest cities here. Now the Dark Generation has been completely enraged. How can I not be worried? Dan King sighed. Of course, he didn't disagree with what Jiang Qin did. He was worried about Jiang Qin. Father, don't worry. Brother Qin can handle everything. Yan Qinyu said with a smile. She had more confidence in Jiang Qin than herself. Dan King nodded. He believed in Yan Qinyu as well. What Jiang Qin had done was not something an ordinary person could do. Conquering the 4 domains and annihilating the Tianyi Gate. Each of these were earth-shattering things. However, confidence and worry were 2 things. Only family members would worry all the time. Dan King had already regarded Jiang Qin as his family member. He didn't want anything bad to happen to Jiang Qin. After all, he was the one who brought Jiang Qin to Void Triangular Domain. The ancient people Wu Ningzhu still needed Jiang Qin. Buzz. At this moment, a buzzing sound was heard from Dan King's body. He quickly took out a golden talisman. It's little Qinzi's messenger talisman. Tyrant's eyes sparkled. Qin, send a message asking for our location. Dan King said. After getting the news from Jiang Qin, Dan King's face was filled with joy. Immediately he sent out a divine sense to inform Jiang Qin of their location. Not long after, a figure appeared in the courtyard like a ghost. He was wearing snow-white clothes. He seemed to be in his 20s. He had a handsome face and a bright smile on his face. He looked like a young master of a wealthy family. Who else could it be if he wasn't Jiang Qin? Who would associate you with a dragon man like this? Tyrant laughed. Jiang Qin's image was too alluring. Even if King of Darkness was here, he wouldn't be able to see any trace of Jiang Qin. Who would have thought that this smiling young man was the god of death who could easily destroy a city? Brother Qin. Yan Qinyu was pleasantly surprised to see Jiang Qin. She went up to Jiang Qin and gave him a big hug. Father Xiaoyu, Tyrant, I'm sorry for making you worry. Jiang Chen smiled. Little Chen, what you've done is really satisfying. I heard that you've taken away the treasuries of 3 cities, and even excavated an ore mine. You should have gotten a lot of true meta stones, right? Tyrant asked. That's right. I have at least 200 million high-grade true meta stones in my hands. Jiang Chen said. He had obtained 100 million from Dark Mulberry City and 50 million from the other 2 cities. Dan King sucked in a breath of cold air. 200 million high-grade true meta stones. This was a huge amount of wealth that he had never thought of. Furthermore, their purpose of coming to Void Triangular Domain was to participate in the trade fair. To put it bluntly, they were here to exchange their pills for the true meta stones of the Dark Generation. However, it seemed like Jiang Chen wasn't going to take the path of exchange. Because of Dark Luyun, Jiang Chen had to resort to extreme means. Obviously, this method of exchange was much faster than exchanging for true meta stones. If they were to exchange for true meta stones, all of their pills wouldn't be enough to exchange for so many true meta stones. 200 million? That's amazing. Little Chenzi, why don't you dig out the other 2 cities as well? Tyrant asked. You think I don't want to? Unless De Huang is here, I won't be able to find the location of the ores. I can't just destroy the other 2 cities, can I? Jiang Chen shrugged. The reason why he destroyed Dark Mulberry City was because the incident in Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion had left a huge shadow in his heart. If he didn't get rid of this shadow, it would greatly affect his mentality and cultivation in the future. Therefore, he mercilessly destroyed Dark Mulberry City to avenge those girls who died in the Fragrance Dispelling Pavilion. That's right. Of course, it wasn't because Jiang Chen was merciful that he didn't destroy the other 2 cities. It was because he felt that it wasn't necessary. He would never do anything that wouldn't bring him any benefits. Killing those young masters with special fetishes was enough. Chen Heir, what are you going to do next? The royal family of Dark Generation will definitely pay attention to you. I think all the major cities will have to strengthen their security. Dan King asked. It doesn't matter. If they want to find the Dragon Man, they won't be able to find him even if they die of exhaustion. Next, we will go to the major cities and participate in some trades like normal people. After that, we will go to King City to participate in the final trading conference. Of course, we can also kill a few princes for fun. Jiang Chen smiled. The Dragon Man was equivalent to an extra incarnation of him. The difference between his appearance and his original appearance was too big. Even those who had seen the Dragon Man with their own eyes would not be able to recognize him. I think those noble princes of Dark Generation are all feeling insecure. They are all afraid that the Dragon Man will secretly find them. Tyrant said with a smile. That is to make them afraid. They must be punished for what they have done. Jiang Chen's eyes revealed 2 rays of cold light. Little Chenzi, you have obtained 200 million true meta stones, but there are more here. Don't tell me you are going to stop here? Tyrant asked. He was also a guy who wanted to see the world in chaos. Of course not. I don't mind telling you that I have a bigger plan. I want all the wealth in the entire Void Triangular Domain. Chapter 822. Tyrant laughed. He knew that wherever Jiang Chen went there would be no peace. Void Triangular Domain was destined to become a stepping stone for Jiang Chen. Dan King sighed at the side. He had to admit that Jiang Chen was born with the chi of a king. It was as if he was born with that overbearing chi. Moreover, Jiang Chen was a man with great luck. No matter where he went, he would be blessed with luck. This time, the Void Triangular Domain was destined to be chaotic because of Jiang Chen's arrival. Jiang Chen had already made his preparations. Tomorrow they would go to the merchant house in Dark Shadow City to do some business. This way, it would look normal and wouldn't arouse the suspicion of the people of Dark Generation. Then they would leave Dark Shadow City and head to King City. Moreover, according to the time, the experts of the 8 families of Pure Land should be arriving soon. However, their spatial passageway would lead them to King City. Given their status and identity, they wouldn't normally appear in a small city. The next day, Jiang Chen and the others left the inn and headed to the city center. On their way, they heard a piece of news that was related to Jiang Chen. Have you guys heard about it? That Dragon Man disappeared after he did something bad. Seems like he is afraid. But now the 3rd prince is going to deal with that Dragon Man. I have also heard about it. The news has spread out from King City. The 3rd prince is the top genius of our Dark Generation. He has already reached the 8th grade minor saint in his 30s. Because of the Dragon Man, the third prince is furious and has decided to execute the Dragon Man himself. Is that so? But if that Dragon Man doesn't show up, I'm afraid that even the third prince won't be able to do anything. The third prince isn't an ordinary person. That Dragonman's target is obvious. He has robbed the treasuries of 3 cities for the true meta stones. However, he only kills the young masters of the noble families. I have no idea how these young masters have offended him. But I'm sure that the target of the Dragon Man is these young masters. The third prince has already gathered all the young masters in the cities to discuss how to deal with the Dragon Man. The entire Dark Shadow City was filled with discussions about the third prince. One should know that if the third prince was going to deal with the Dragon Man personally, it would mean that the King City was going to deal with the Dragon Man. Do you know the location of the gathering between the third prince and those young masters? It has already been announced. Seems to be on the Black Dragon Mountain. The Black Dragon Mountain is not far from Anyo City, only a few thousand miles away. The reason why the third prince announced the location is to lure the Dragon Man. There might be powerful experts lying in ambush. As long as the Dragon Man appears, he will definitely die. You are wrong. With the third prince's pride, he won't allow any experts to ambush him. Plus, many of the young masters of the noble families are geniuses. They will settle the grudge between the young masters and the Dragon Man themselves. Besides, with the third prince's cultivation, if he needs experts to ambush him to kill a Dragon Man, wouldn't it be a disgrace to the third prince's reputation? That is the truth. The third prince is an arrogant person. He is a true member of the royal family and has the powerful bloodline of the Dark Generation. Since he wants to deal with the Dragon Man himself, he won't rely on external help. Those young masters that he invited are just bait. Even if they are just bait, there will be many young masters who will be willing to participate. This is a great opportunity to build a good relationship with the third prince, who would be willing to let it go. Plus, with the third prince around, they won't have to be afraid of that Dragon Man. The discussions were so loud that it was hard for Zhou Xian and the others to not hear them. Hee little Chinzi, it seems like things are getting more and more interesting. I wonder if you are going to take action this time? Tyrant said with a smile. Chin Air, the princes in King City aren't easy to deal with. Their techniques are very powerful. Plus, the third prince is an 8th grade minor saint. It will be too dangerous if you show yourself. Dan King said worriedly. Zhou Xian was now a 3rd grade minor saint. It wouldn't be a problem for him to kill a 7th grade minor saint, and he could even fight an 8th grade minor saint. However, an 8th grade minor saint like the third prince wasn't someone that any ordinary 8th grade minor saint could compare with. Geniuses like these were all geniuses with powerful trump cards. If it's an 8th grade minor saint genius from the 8 families, I certainly won't be able to deal with him, but if it's an 8th grade minor saint genius from the Dark Generation, I have nothing to fear. Zhou Xian smiled. Chin Air, don't underestimate the Dark Generation. Their geniuses are no different from the geniuses of the 8 families in Pure Land. They are all very powerful. Dan King said. That's right, but I happen to have a technique that can restrain the Dark Generation. What they use is dark energy, and my flame is the true thunderfire. It is the nemesis of their dark energy. Under the restraint of my true thunderfire, even an 8th grade minor saint wouldn't be able to unleash its full power. Zhou Xian said in a relaxed manner. Zhou Xian had already experienced this technique in the previous battle, so he was very interested in this third prince. Brother Qian, are you really going to show yourself? Yan Qinyu asked. Of course. I don't have a good impression of those princes. So what if I kill them? Plus, if I can capture one of them as a hostage, he might be of great use in the future. Zhou Qian shrugged his shoulders. It would be a waste if he didn't accept this offer. But what if there's an ambush in the Black Dragon Mountain? Dan King was still worried. Although the third prince wouldn't ask for help due to his pride, it was better to be safe than sorry. Don't worry. With my dragon form, I can easily escape even if I encounter a 9th grade minor saint. If there's an ambush, I'll just run away. My identity won't be exposed. Zhou Qian said that he would never fight a battle that he wasn't confident in. He wouldn't do things that he wasn't confident in. Later, Zhou Qian stopped a dark cultivator who was talking excitedly and asked with a smile. Brother, I wonder when the third prince will invite the princes to the Black Dragon Mountain? I think it's tomorrow. But I think that dragon man won't dare to show up. The third prince is a very powerful existence. If he dares to show up, he will surely die. That person said arrogantly, as if he was the third prince. Of course. The three emperors' dynasty is very powerful. That dragon man will surely die. Jiang Qin smiled and went along with the flow to flatter the third prince. After that, Jiang Qin and the other three went to the biggest merchant house in Dark Shadow City to trade like normal humans. They used pills to exchange for a lot of true meta stones. However, it was only a small amount compared to the 200 million that Jiang Qin had. Participating in the trade was considered as a formality. The people of the Dark Generation were talking about the Dragon Man everywhere, but they didn't expect that the Dragon Man was right beside them. The next day, the Black Dragon Mountain became the focus of attention. But because of the order given by the three emperors' dynasty, no one was allowed to approach the Black Dragon Mountain except for the princes who were going to deal with the Dragon Man. Even so, there were still a lot of people paying attention to the Black Dragon Mountain. Many of them saw the princes flying towards the Black Dragon Mountain. Chapter 8:23. The Black Dragon Mountain stretched for a few hundred miles. It was shaped like a dragon. Looking from afar, it looked like a black dragon was spiraling up and down, giving people a strong sense of oppression. In the center of the Black Dragon Mountain, there was a spacious square. The square was extremely flat. It wasn't man-made but natural. It could be considered as the work of the gods. Currently, the sky was already bright. The power of light had replaced the darkness. Dozens of tables were placed on the flat square. All of them were made of high-grade true meta stones. This kind of wealth didn't show how powerful the Dark Generation was. It only showed that true meta stones were very common in this world. At this time, there were already many people sitting at the tables on both sides. Every one of them was a young noble. They were wearing luxurious clothes and their faces were full of arrogance. Today they were personally invited by the third prince. Of course they had to show up. Putting aside whether or not they could lure the dragon man out, they had to show respect to the third prince. These young nobles came from different cities in Void Triangular Domain. In the Dark Generation they were equivalent to the nobles. They were respectable existences. They were the geniuses among the geniuses. Their cultivation grade was also the best among their peers. There was a table in front of them. It was the main seat. However, the main seat wasn't occupied yet. The third prince hadn't shown up yet. There were more than a dozen young nobles present and more young nobles were coming. Very quickly, the number of young nobles had risen to more than 30. All the tables were occupied. Among these young nobles, there were 2 7th-grade minor saints, 4 to 5 6th-grade minor saints, and the rest were all minor saints. One had to admit that the Dark Generation had produced many geniuses due to their unique bloodline and cultivation environment. These geniuses were comparable to the top geniuses of the 8 major families in Saint Origin World. If it wasn't because of the influence of the world law in Void Triangular Domain, the overall power of the Dark Generation wouldn't be weaker than any of the 8 major families. Everyone, do you think the Dragon Man will dare to show up today? A 5th-grade minor saint young master said. His cultivation grade was the same as Dark Luyun. I'm afraid he wouldn't dare, right? Although the Dragon Man was strong enough to kill a 7th-grade minor saint, the third prince was an 8th-grade minor saint. Did you all notice that the Dragon Man only went to Dark Mulberry City and the 2 neighboring cities? These 3 cities were the weakest in our Dark Generation. The strongest among them was only a 7th-grade minor saint. As for the cities with 8th-grade minor saints, they didn't encounter any trouble at all. Why is that? It's because the Dragonman's strength isn't enough to defeat an 8th-grade minor saint. That's why he didn't dare to show himself. However, since it's the third prince's invitation, we naturally have to give him face. Plus, if that Dragon Man shows up, we can get rid of him. That way we won't have to worry about our future. That's right. The third prince should be arriving soon. This is a rare gathering. At that time, regardless of whether the Dragonian appears or not, we can use this opportunity to build a good relationship with the third prince. It will be beneficial for us in the future. Come, brothers. It's not easy for us to gather together. Since the third prince hasn't arrived yet, let's drink to our heart's content. This is a fine wine that I've been keeping for a long time. Today I will share it with all of you. One of them waved his hand and immediately, a wine cup made from top-grade true meta stone appeared on every table. Then an exquisite wine pot that didn't look too big automatically floated above and poured a cup for every noble young master. Everyone please. The young master took the lead and raised his cup, swaying it around. Good wine. Good wine. At this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in the sky above Black Dragon Mountain. Those young masters who had already brought their wine cups to their mouths abruptly raised their heads and saw a dragon man whose entire body was glowing with blood-red light had appeared out of nowhere. Even with the strength of so many of them, they had not sensed him at all. Dragon man. What a monster. How dare you show yourself? You sure have guts. Dragon man, you are finished. How dare you kill the nobles of our dark generation? You will die even if you have 100 lives. Seeing the appearance of the dragon man, all the young masters on the scene threatened loudly. However, Xianxia treated their threats as farts. He descended from the sky and strode to the table in front of him. This table belonged to the third prince. Unfortunately, the third prince wasn't here yet. I don't have 100 lives. I only have this one life. But do you think you can kill me? Xianxia's merciless eyes swept across the crowd. Those young masters couldn't help but shiver in fear. Only now did they remember that the third prince wasn't here yet. With their strength, they were afraid that they wouldn't be a match for this dragon man. One should know that this dragon man was in existence that could kill a 7th grade minor saint. A bunch of fools. How dare you call yourselves nobles? The third prince has invited you all to deal with me. In order to flatter the third prince, you all have come to this Black Dragon Mountain in advance. Unfortunately, I have come before the third prince. But this is fine too. When the third prince arrives, he can collect your corpses. Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. Xianxia was right. According to the time, it wasn't the appointed time yet, but they couldn't let the third prince sit here and wait for them because of the third prince's noble status. Therefore, each of them ran as fast as they could, fearing that they would be a step slower than the third prince. However, they didn't expect that the dragon man would appear before the third prince. Xianxia's words stunned those princes for a moment, then their facial expression turned ugly. As a matter of fact, most of the young masters didn't even think about the dragon man. In their point of view, this was a great opportunity to befriend the third prince. As for the dragon man, he wouldn't dare to show up after hearing the third prince's name. Now it seemed like they were wrong. Humph. Everyone, don't be afraid of him. He is alone. We have 2 7th grade minor saints here. Plus we are all geniuses. Those 7th grade minor saints that were killed by him can't be compared to us. With our combined strength we can definitely hold him off. Once the third prince arrives, he will be killed. A 7th grade minor saint young master harumphed coldly. Now that the third prince wasn't here, they had to deal with the dragon man themselves. They couldn't just stand here and let the dragon man kill them. That's right. I would like to see how strong this dragon man is. Take my dark palm. A 6th grade minor saint young master who seemed to be hot-tempered struck out with his palm. The horrifying black palm wind was like a sharp blade, slapping at Xianxia. The speed of the palm wind was extremely fast. It reached Xianxia in a blink. This was the terrifying attack of a 6th grade minor saint. However, Xianxia's movement was very simple when facing such an attack. He raised his dragon claw and slapped forward, shattering the palm wind. After that, Xianxia attacked. He wouldn't show any mercy to these young masters. Putting aside the fact that he didn't have a good impression of these young masters, he wouldn't show any mercy to these people who wanted him dead. Xianxia would never show mercy to those who wanted him dead. Honglong. The true dragon palm struck out. The 2 young masters were enveloped by the terrifying dragon claw. They let out a shrill scream and turned into a mist of blood on the spot. The 2 7th grade minor saints were infuriated. They joined forces with the other 6th grade minor saints. They struck out the most powerful attack of the Dark Generation. The terrifying energy exploded on the Black Dragon Mountain. It was like the end of the world. The combined attack of the young masters formed a black wave, pressing down on Xianxia's head. Humph! Xianxia let out a cold snort. He didn't take this attack seriously at all. He suddenly unleashed the fire dragon seal, unleashing a fire dragon that was more than 30 meters long, and it carried a terrifying flame with it. The fire dragon looked very real, as if it was alive. It opened its huge mouth and bit towards the huge black body. Honglong. The fire dragon swallowed the black wave. Then the wave exploded inside the fire dragon's body. Due to the fire dragon's innate ability to suppress the dark energy, the combined attack of these young masters didn't display its full power. Dang dang dang. Well, many of the young masters were pushed back by the strong repulsive force. Some of them spurted out blood and looked at the dragon man in shock. Not good. The flame in this bastard's hand has a strong ability to suppress our dark energy. Under this kind of suppression we won't be able to unleash our full power. Someone exclaimed. They had all underestimated the dragon man. The attack just now was enough to prove that even if all of them joined forces, they wouldn't be a match for Zhou Xian. They could only hope that the third prince would appear as soon as possible. Otherwise, many of them would die in the hands of this dragon man. It's my turn. Zhou Qian's chi fluctuated. The 5 elemental sphere spread out like a tide. In a blink it had trapped all the young masters. The 5 elemental sphere was too terrifying. It wasn't something an ordinary sphere could compare to. The 5 elemental spheres were mutually reinforcing and restraining each other. It was equivalent to the combination of 5 different spheres. Once someone was trapped in the 5 elemental sphere, it would be extremely difficult for them to escape. These young masters were trapped by Zhou Qian's sphere. It was like a turtle in a jar. It would be hard for them to escape. Not good. He has imprisoned us. Someone shouted, his face was filled with fear. Zhoosh. Zhou Qian didn't care about the panic of these young masters. He spread his dragon wings and rushed out. Poochie poo. Chapter 8:24. Screams could be heard incessantly. To those princes, the Black Dragon Mountain had undoubtedly become an Azura hell. Such a horrifying scene was something they had never experienced before in their lives. The people outside the mountain had already noticed the huge commotion and battle waves that erupted from the Black Dragon Mountain. Today the Black Dragon Mountain was destined to be the focal point. However, because the third prince had given the order to forbid anyone from getting close to the Black Dragon Mountain, they could only feel the battle waves from the Black Dragon Mountain. They didn't know what was going on inside. Look, that's the battle waves. The battle in the Black Dragon Mountain has started so quickly. That dragon man has really appeared. This is unbelievable. How audacious. He is too audacious. He knew that the third prince had invited those princes to capture him, but he still dared to show himself. This courage alone is admirable. This commotion is really huge. Judging from the situation, I think the third prince has already made his move. All the princes are fighting with the dragon man. Who do you think will win? Is there a need to ask? The third prince is a powerful 8th grade minor saint. There are also powerful existences among those princes. Even if that dragon man has 3 heads and 6 arms, he won't be a match for the third prince. It's a pity that although the dragon man is strong, he has a problem with his intelligence. He's just a brute. He couldn't see that the trap of the Black Dragon Mountain was specially made for him. It's really sad. The princes in the King City are constantly fighting against each other. After the third prince killed the dragon man today, his status in the imperial family will certainly rise. Many people were discussing about it. Unfortunately, they didn't know that the third prince, who was incomparably powerful in their hearts, hadn't appeared yet. The Black Dragon Mountain was a miserable scene. It was the doomsday of those princes. Arg. There was basically no chance of survival after entering Zhou Qian's 5 elemental sphere. Zhou Qian, who was in his dragon form, turned into a blood light, rushing back and forth in the 5 elemental sphere. In just a few breaths' time, half of those princes were killed. He is too ferocious. Everyone, don't panic. We have to work together. Quick, let's attack together. They had never seen such a scene before. It was too frightening. They had never seen such a savage existence before. At this moment, these noble young masters felt a little regretful. No, it should be extremely regretful. Some of them regretted coming to Black Dragon Mountain today. Some of them regretted coming early. At least they should have calculated the time and waited for the third prince to come. If the third prince was here, they would not have ended up like this. Rumble. The cultivation of these noble young masters was not weak, and the power and threat they could cause when they joined forces was also great. However, that was only relative. For Zhou Qian, they were basically no threat. In a battle, in addition to strong combat strength, momentum was also an important factor. If one's momentum was weak, they would have lost to the opponent. Just like now, these noble young masters were not only weaker than Zhou Qian, but their momentum was also completely crushed by Zhou Qian. Arg! The screams continued. Those noble young masters couldn't match up to Zhou Xian even if they joined forces. Under Zhou Qian's crazy attack they died one after another. They couldn't even withstand a single blow, but they weren't useless. To Zhou Xian their dark spirit was a rare treasure. Soon only 2 of the 30-plus noble young masters were left. The last 2 7th-grade minor saints were still holding on, but they looked extremely miserable. Their bodies were covered with blood. It was hard for them to even stand. It was imaginable how bad their condition was. Both of them looked at Zhou Xian with fear in their eyes. Only despair and regret were left in their eyes. Don't kill us," one of them said. "Don't kill you? Let me ask you, if I am in your hands today, will you kill me?" Zhou Xian asked. The 2 of them were stunned at first, then shook their heads helplessly. There was almost no need to answer this question. If the situation was reversed and Zhou Xian was in their hands, he wouldn't just die. He would have to suffer a lot of torture before he died. If that was the case, what reason did they have to beg for mercy from Zhou Xian? Could it be that only they were allowed to kill Zhou Xian and Zhou Xian wasn't allowed to kill them? In this world there was no real reason. The one with the biggest fist was the reason. Stop. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from the sky above Black Dragon Mountain. A man dressed in black embroidered clothes appeared. This man was incomparably muscular with a tiger's back and a bear's waist, but he was very handsome. His brows were filled with a noble aura, causing people to be unable to help but feel respect. The man who came was none other than the 3rd prince. His eyes were looking at the bloody corpses and the 2 noble young masters who were under Zhou Qian's control. He knew both of them and one of them had a good relationship with him. Boom! A torrential rage suddenly burst out of the 3rd prince's body. This scene almost made him spit out a mouthful of blood. He never thought that he would cause such a tragedy because he was half a step too late. "3rd prince, save us." One of them saw the 3rd prince and immediately cried for help as if he had seen his savior. "Bastard, I order you to let them go." The 3rd prince stared at Zhou Qian. His eyes were filled with blood. His anger had reached its peak. Today he had gathered these princes to the Black Dragon Mountain in order to lure the Dragon Man here. He had never thought that the Dragon Man would come before him. This was out of his expectation. The 3rd prince took the initiative to deal with the Dragonians because he wanted to show off in front of the King of Darkness and increase his reputation among the princes. However, he didn't expect that he would lose so many noble young masters before he could kill the Dragonians. One should know that most of them had an extraordinary background. Even the royal family would have to show respect to them. Now that they were dead, those noble young masters would definitely vent their anger on the 3rd prince. In this way, not only did the 3rd prince fail to achieve a good result, but he had also brought trouble to the King of Darkness. Moreover, this was happening in the Void Triangular Domain. Even if the 3rd prince could kill the Dragonians today, he wouldn't be able to make up for his mistake. At the same time, the 3rd prince couldn't help but scold those young masters for coming so early. He scolded himself for not coming earlier. Even if he was just 1 step earlier, this tragedy wouldn't happen. However, the 3rd prince's thought was wishful thinking. Facing Zhou Qian, even if he came earlier, the outcome would still be the same. As long as Zhou Qian was willing, these young masters would also die. Order? What a joke. What right do you have to order me? Just because you're a prince? Zhou Qian sneered. It seemed like the 3rd prince was used to being in a high and mighty position. It was a pity that he couldn't see the situation clearly. Zhou Qian didn't put him in his eyes. In Zhou Qian's eyes, princes were just prey. 3rd prince, save us. Both of them looked sad and pitiful. Only the 3rd prince could save them now. However, they were under the control of Zhou Qian and they were severely injured. They were like an arrow at the end of its flight. They couldn't even move under Zhou Qian's control. Puff. However, as soon as their voices faded, 2 bloody holes appeared on their chests. Zhou Qian's sharp claws had pierced through their chests. They could feel the energy in their bodies disappearing rapidly. It was an incomparably cold feeling. Roar. Seeing this, the 3rd prince was immediately enraged. He let out a roar and his body suddenly expanded. His entire person underwent a great change. From the appearance of a human at the beginning, he instantly turned into a monster that was 30 meters tall. That monster was incomparably majestic. Its entire body was covered with black scales that emitted a faint light. Its two claws were incomparably sharp and its face was ferocious. It was much more terrifying than ordinary beasts. Just its appearance alone was enough to frighten people. Bastard, you've angered me. I'm going to tear you into 1,000 pieces. You lowly, stupid human. The third prince spoke. His voice was buzzing. The royal bloodline of the Dark Generation can directly transform into your original form? So this is the origin of the Dark Generation? It looks disgusting, 100 times more disgusting than the devils. Xianxia harumphed coldly. After seeing the true form of the Black King family, he didn't feel any burden in his heart to kill the people of the Dark Generation. This race was no different from the devil race. They were cruel and merciless. If the people of the Dark Generation really went to Saint Origin World, he was afraid that it would be a disaster for the entire Saint Origin World. Die. The third prince spat out a word. Suddenly he struck out his sharp claws, crushing the void. His speed was so fast that he appeared in front of Xianxia in a blink. The bloodline of the Black King family was incomparably strong. It wasn't something an ordinary Dark Generation could compare to. The 8th grade minor Saint Third Prince was destined to be very powerful. Just in time. Xianxia's chi fluctuated. His dragon form physique was much stronger than the true form of the Black King family. However, due to the difference in strength, Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. This was his first time fighting against an 8th grade minor saint, and a powerful one at that. Though the void trembled, Xianxia made his move. He didn't use any extra tricks, he just threw out a simple punch. The speed of the punch was so fast that it looked like a blood light. The power of this punch was enough to shatter a mountain. Honglong. Xianxia's dragon claw collided with the third prince's sharp claws, producing a loud bang. The place where the claw collided created a large amount of sparks. Dang dang dang, under such a powerful collision, Xianxia was pushed back 3 steps before he could stabilize his body. Chapter 825. The true form of the Black King family is truly powerful. An 8th grade minor saint. I'm no match for him even if it's a physical collision. Xianxia thought to himself. However, he wasn't too surprised by the result. Or perhaps it was within his expectation. After all, the third prince was an 8th grade minor saint. Not an ordinary 7th grade minor saint could be compared to him. Although he was forced back by the third prince's attack, Xianxia didn't panic at all. He had the restraint of the flames, which was enough to close the gap between him and the third prince. Moreover, he was excited to meet such a powerful opponent. What a good human to be able to block a punch from this prince and not die. Looks like this transformation skill of yours has some ability. However, it's a pity that the mistake you've made is unforgivable. Today I'll definitely tear you into pieces. The third prince said loudly. He was surprised that Xianxia was able to withstand his punch. In his point of view, Xianxia was only a 3rd grade minor saint. There was a gap of 5 grades between them. Although the transformation technique could increase one's combat power, it shouldn't be able to increase the gap of 5 grades. The third prince was shocked. At the same time, he was cursing himself in his heart. He regretted coming a little later. If he came a little earlier, he could totally destroy this dragon man with his current strength. Those princes wouldn't have to die, and he would be able to kill this dragon man successfully, which would greatly increase his reputation and make him proud in front of the other princes. It was because he was late that everything became imperfect. Even if he killed this dragon man, it wouldn't be enough to make up for the death of those princes. Damn it! The more the third prince thought about it, the angrier he got. His body made cracking sounds. His body swayed and the terrifying sharp claws struck at Xianxia again. It was all because of this bastard that he had fallen into such an embarrassing situation. He must make this dragon man pay a heavy price. He must make him die 100 times or even 1,000 times more miserable than those princes. His strength was too strong. A casual move from him was enough to tear the void apart. The third prince had unleashed his true form of the Black King family. It was unimaginably powerful. His body was filled with dark energy that could destroy everything. Good timing. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He was not afraid of the third prince's attack. He clenched his dragon fist, which was covered with dazzling flames. These flames rippled out like a fire dragon. Not only did it wrap around Xianxia's dragon arm, but it also covered his entire body. What? Upon seeing this, the third prince exclaimed, because he could feel the strength of the flame on the surface of Jiang Chen's body. This kind of flame had a strong restraining effect on the origin of the dark generation. Under the suppression of the flame, the third prince could clearly feel that the dark energy in his body couldn't be fully unleashed. His chi was weakened instantly. In other words, he couldn't exert his full combat strength under the suppression of the flame. Bang! The two of them collided fiercely once again. The powerful force directly shattered the void. Everywhere was filled with flames. The battlefield above the Black Dragon Mountain seemed to have become a world of ocean. Thud thud thud. Jiang Chen and the third prince retreated 3 steps at the same time under such a huge collision of energy. It seemed that they were evenly matched. Roar! The third prince roared angrily. How could he stand such a situation? He was at the upper hand just a moment ago. His opponent wasn't even able to withstand a single strike from him. In just a blink of an eye, his opponent had already reached a draw with him. This was truly unbelievable. The third prince knew very well that his opponent was relying on that kind of powerful flame. The flame was of the purest yang attribute. It had the innate ability to suppress his dark force. Because of this, he was unable to display his full strength. Because of this, his opponent was able to reach a draw with him. How could the third prince, who already had the victory in his hand, accept this? Despicable. If you have the ability, don't use your flame. Let's have a fair fight. The third prince shouted. This is really funny. A dignified prince dares to say such idiotic words. It's unfair for me to use my flame. Do you think it's fair for you, an 8th grade minor saint, to fight me, a 3rd grade minor saint? This is a life and death battle. What I want is your life. Whatever means you have, just use it. Jiang Chen sneered. The third prince actually said the word fair in a life and death battle. This was really hilarious. Humph. I will let you know how powerful I am. So what if you have the ability to suppress my flame? I want to tell you that all means are useless in front of absolute power. Have a taste of my dark hand. The third prince shouted. The dark energy swirled around his body and instantly condensed into a large hand. It was a dark palm with a radius of 30 meters. It was as black as ink. There were lines on its surface that looked like the lines of a palm. It was an incomparably real hand. A casual movement of the hand could set off a wave of dark waves. How can your dark hand be compared to my true dragon palm? My dark hand is the true purest yang existence. Jiang Chen's chi was even stronger than the third prince. His body was boiling with combat intent. It wasn't easy for him to meet a powerful opponent. A fierce battle was inevitable. He struck out the true dragon palm. The huge blood-red dragon claw was even bigger than the dark hand. The true dragon palm was a true dragon combat technique. When Jiang Chen used the true dragon palm in his dragon form, its power was much stronger than when he used it with his true body. Furthermore, the true dragon palm that was struck out by Jiang Chen also contained the true dragon flame. The two of them merged together perfectly and collided with the dark hand. Honglong. The heavens and earth shook. Heilongshan was completely destroyed. This was no longer a competition of physical strength. This was a powerful battle skill. Compared to the true dragon battle skill, the hand of darkness was weaker. Under the ferocious attack of the true dragon palm, the hand of darkness was instantly destroyed. The third prince suffered a great shock and was sent flying backward. He was only able to stabilize his body after flying for 10 meters. Impossible. The third prince was shocked. There was no way he wouldn't be shocked. He had fought with Jiang Chen 3 times. The first time he had the upper hand. The second time it was a draw. The third time he was suppressed by Jiang Chen. He couldn't accept such a drastic change. All of this was within Jiang Chen's expectation. If the third prince wasn't a member of the Dark Generation, but an 8th grade minor saint genius from the 8 families, Jiang Chen wouldn't be a match for him given his current strength. He would only be able to run away if he encountered him. However, it was a completely different story when fighting against the third prince. The suppression of the flames had provided Jiang Chen with a great advantage. The gap between the two of them had been reduced. Furthermore, the powerful combat technique that Jiang Chen casted was able to suppress the dark combat technique. Under such a double suppression, it was impossible for the third prince to remain undefeated. In other words, Jiang Chen had a great advantage over the Dark Generation. I won't be defeated. Dark Torrent. The third prince was infuriated. He didn't believe that he would be defeated by a third-grade minor saint. Just like what Zhou Xian had said, even though his opponent had the suppression of the flame, he had a great advantage in terms of cultivation grade. There was a gap of 5 grades between them. If he was defeated, wouldn't it be unfair? Long. Berserk waves of darkness surged out, wanting to drown everything. Pitch-black power was everywhere, and the entire scene was like a world of darkness pressing down. The boundless coldness and invasion caused people to feel boundless terror. Fire dragon in the sky. Naturally, Zhou Xian wasn't afraid of the third prince's attack. The more he fought, the more courageous he became. Immediately he struck out a powerful fire dragon. After the completion of the 5 elemental combat dragon seal, the power of each of the 5 elemental combat dragon seal had increased a lot. In addition to that, Zhou Xian was using his dragon form to cast the fire dragon seal. The power of the seal was unimaginable. Roar, roar, roar. 3 earth-shattering dragon roars suddenly sounded. 300 meters long bright fire dragons were struck out by Zhou Xian. The 3 fire dragons drilled into the dark torrent from 3 different directions. The terrifying power and the flame itself suppressed the dark energy, instantly tearing the dark torrent apart. The dark torrent that was torn apart by the 3 fire dragons had its attacking power greatly reduced. Explode! Zhou Xian bellowed once more. The 3 fire dragons exploded amidst the boundless waves of darkness. The terrifying energy and impact instantly blew away and destroyed all the dark energy. Well, the counterforce was too strong. Even the third prince couldn't withstand it. Immediately he spurted out a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Both of his eyes glowed with a bloody light. He couldn't believe what he had just experienced. Even with his cultivation grade, he was defeated by the Dragon Man. No, I won't be defeated. Royal blood, burn for me. The third prince was completely enraged. He was high and mighty and couldn't accept his own failure. Immediately he resorted to extreme measures. He ignited his royal bloodline in exchange for more power. Brr! The third prince roared. His body grew stronger once again. Just from his physique alone, he was much stronger than before. His aura also grew stronger. This was the power of igniting his bloodline. Igniting your bloodline? I won't give you the chance to do so. Zhou Xian sneered. How could he give the third prince the chance to become stronger? Immediately he executed the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Every step he took would leave a huge hole in the void. Beneath his feet was a raging fire. His speed was extremely fast. When he arrived above the third prince's head, he had already taken the last step of the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. Bang! This step of Zhou Xian was as heavy as a mountain. It landed squarely on the third prince's head. Chapter 8:26. The powerful Azure Dragon's 5 steps was even more ferocious than the true dragon palm. When Zhou Xian used it, its power was unimaginable. The void space was crushed into pieces. However, although the third prince's bloodline ignition was forcefully interrupted, he had already burned half of his bloodline ignition. Therefore his combat power was much stronger than before. Facing the attack of Zhou Qian's Azure Dragon's 5 steps, the third prince's reaction was extremely fast. The terrifying dark energy condensed into a black shield and blocked Zhou Qian's attack. Crack. However, how could a shield condensed from the dark energy withstand Zhou Qian's Azure Dragon's 5 steps, which was the 5th of the ultimate steps? The shield, which should be indestructible, was crushed into pieces under Zhou Qian's foot. The third prince suffered another huge attack. His huge body was sent flying 10 zhang away. Cracks appeared on his body. They were densely packed and looked like a spider web. Blood flowed out from the cracks. It looked incomparably terrifying. However, the third prince was still alive. The burning of his bloodline ignition was supporting him, allowing him to still have extremely strong combat power. However, it could be imagined that this kind of power obtained by burning his bloodline ignition wouldn't last long. When the power dissipated, the third prince's situation could be imagined. Even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be able to recover to his previous powerful state. Bastard, you damned bastard. You ruined my life. Today I will definitely kill you. I will kill you. The third prince roared. His voice had become hoarse because of his anger. He originally had a bright future. However, a single mistake could cause everlasting sorrow. He wanted to get rid of the Dragonians for no reason. Now even if he could kill Jiang Chen now, his bloodline ignition would be the end of him. What awaited him in the future would be endless darkness. What other moves do you have? Jiang Chen's aura was soaring. Today's battle with the third prince had made him more confident in himself. Especially against the people of the Dark Generation, he had a unique advantage. Zhoush. The third prince waved his arm and a powerful black shield appeared in his palm. This shield was different from the previous one. The previous one was condensed by the third prince with the dark force, but this one was a real shield. It was a real battle weapon and there were many patterns carved on it. It was incomparably mystical. Jiang Chen's eyes fell upon the black shield. With his eyesight he could naturally tell that this shield was a genuine minor saint weapon. The Dark Generation didn't have any blacksmith and lacked the materials to forge a weapon. So, this minor saint weapon must have been exchanged from the other three great worlds. However, the surface of the shield in front of them was completely covered by dark energy. It was also fused with the bloodline of the third prince and the chi of the third prince. Jiang Chen couldn't help but nod his head when he saw this. He had to admit that the third prince was a rare genius. He had used his bloodline to refine the combat weapon and fused it with his own chi, making it almost equivalent to a natal combat weapon. A combat weapon like this would be much more powerful when used. I still have my ultimate attack. Let's see how you're going to resist it. The third prince gritted his teeth and shouted again. Ultimate Dark King Shield. As soon as the third prince finished speaking, the shield in his hand soared into the sky and floated above his head. Boundless power of darkness surged out of the third prince's body and poured into the king's shield of darkness like a tidal wave. The shield of darkness, which was already extremely huge, became even bigger. In the blink of an eye, it had more than doubled in size. This was the strongest attack that the third prince had condensed, and it was stronger than any of his previous attacks. This was a move that he had created himself, and he named it the Ultimate Dark King's Shield. This move had always been his trump card and it was his proudest move. Die. Ultimate Dark King Shield. The third prince roared again. The Dark King Shield was like a small mountain, pressing down on Jiang Chen crazily. In the face of such a terrifying strike, Jiang Chen didn't dare to neglect it. Of course he wouldn't put it in his heart. The third prince had lost his confidence after being beaten by him. Although the Dark King Shield was a powerful minor saint weapon, it wasn't on the same level as his heavenly saint sword. There was no comparison at all. A deafening howl of a sword was heard all of a sudden. Then a dazzling sword light rushed into the sky. A long sword appeared in Jiang Chen's hand. It was an incomparably mystical long sword. It was a dragon sword and its surface was covered with dazzling and terrifying scorching flames. After the heavenly saint sword had fused with the four fragments, its power had become many times stronger than before. Right now, the heavenly saint sword was covered with the true dragon flame and true thunder fire. Jiang Chen raised it up high and slashed it toward the Dark King Shield. Bang! The dark energy collided with the sword chi emitted by the heavenly saint sword, setting off a wave of energy. This wave quickly turned into a sea of fire. Countless dark energy rolled in the sea of fire and was completely incinerated. The heavenly saint sword and the Dark King Shield collided. The Dark King Shield couldn't resist the sharpness of the heavenly saint sword and was split into two halves on the spot. What? The third prince's eyes widened like a copper bell. He couldn't believe what had happened in front of him. His Dark King Shield was a powerful minor saint weapon. It was extremely sturdy, but now it was destroyed. What kind of powerful force was needed to destroy it? That sword was just too sharp. However, Jiang Chen didn't give the third prince any time to be shocked. The heavenly saint sword pierced through the void like a dazzling waterfall, reaching the third prince in a blink of an eye. When the Dark King Shield was destroyed, the third prince had already suffered a great backlash. How could he resist the ferocious Jiang Chen now? In desperation he could only raise his sharp claws to resist. However, using his body to resist Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword was an extremely stupid thing to do. Tila. Arg. Along with a wail, one of the third prince's arms was severed into two halves by the heavenly saint sword. The third prince kept wailing. The injuries he suffered were too severe. Adding the fact that the power of his bloodline was almost depleted after using the ultimate Dark King Shield, he couldn't even support his body anymore. He had reverted back to his human form. Currently he looked extremely miserable. His body was full of wounds and blood. One of his arms had been severed by Jiang Chen's sword. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight. He no longer had any combat strength left. The third prince was disheartened. Today's defeat had given him a huge psychological blow. The dignified third prince, an 8th grade minor saint, a peerless genius of the imperial family, had been defeated by a man he didn't even put in his eyes. The feeling was no different from being pushed down from the top of the pyramid. That's right. The third prince's body swayed, flying towards the outside of the ruined Black Dragon Mountain. Since he had already failed, he still needed to keep his life. At this moment, running away was the wisest choice for him. However, Jiang Chen wouldn't allow him to run away. Jiang Chen grabbed the third prince like a little chick. What a joke. The third prince was already in his mouth. How could he let him run away? Damn it, you dare to kill this prince? Do you know what the consequences are? The third prince issued a threat. Don't worry. I won't kill you now, Jiang Chen said with a smile. I don't think you dare. If that's the case, hurry up and let me go. The third prince was still incomparably arrogant. Even though his life was in someone else's hands, he still spoke in a commanding tone. I won't kill you, but it's even more impossible for me to let you go. Jiang Chen smiled coldly. He didn't want to talk nonsense with the third prince anymore. He struck out a seal, sealing the third prince completely and putting him into a spatial ring. This was a prince. Even in the imperial family, his position wasn't ordinary. Jiang Chen had a bigger plan in the future. It was inevitable that he would fall out with the imperial family. At that time, this third prince would be a high-grade hostage. After dealing with the third prince, Jiang Chen didn't stay any longer. He immediately left the Black Dragon Mountain. It had only been a few minutes since he appeared. However, the shockwave from the battle was too big. Now that the battle had ended, there would definitely be experts coming to check. It was better for him to leave as soon as possible. Although he could kill an 8th grade minor saint of the Dark Generation, it would still be very difficult for him to do so. Killing the third prince had taken a lot of effort. With his current strength, it was still far from enough for him to travel unhindered in Void Triangular Domain. Look, the battle in the Green Dragon Mountain has ended. I wonder what the result is. The battle just now was too intense. That dragon man is really powerful. He could actually fight against the third prince for such a long time. However, I'm sure that he won't be a match for the third prince in the end. He is destined to be killed by the third prince. That's right. I think the dragon man has been killed by the third prince. From now on, the third prince's position in the imperial family will rise again. Many of them could feel that the shockwave from the battle had disappeared. It meant that the battle had ended. In their minds, the one who died was the dragon man. The third prince was a powerful 8th grade minor saint. How could he lose to a dragon man? Not long after Jiang Chen left, 2 silhouettes appeared in the sky above the Black Dragon Mountain. They were 2 elders. They stood there as if they didn't exist. They had completely merged with the void. They didn't make any sound when they appeared. They were like ghosts. It was obvious how powerful their cultivation was. Chapter 8:27. The 2 9th grade minor saints couldn't remain calm anymore. Looking at the corpses that were scattered everywhere, the completely destroyed Black Dragon Mountain, and the pungent smell of blood, even with their composure, they couldn't help but feel their chest heaving up and down. What exactly happened? One of them said with a trembling voice. These are the corpses of the princes. All of them have been killed. It must be the doing of that dragon man. Where is the third prince? What is he doing? Is he just going to let them be killed by the dragon man? The other one was shocked. The scene was too shocking. So many corpses of the princes. This was a provocation to the Dark Generation. Suddenly, one of them looked at the black shield that had been cut into half. His facial expression changed dramatically. The man clenched his hand and 2 black shields flew into his hand. This is the combat weapon of the third prince, his ultimate Dark King shield. How could it be destroyed? Seems like the third prince is in danger. A powerful minor saint weapon has been destroyed. The strength of that dragon man is much stronger than we have imagined. The third prince has miscalculated this time. Look over there. That's the main body of our imperial family. It's the arm of the third prince. It has also been cut into half. Not good, the third prince might have been killed as well. No, I don't feel the chi of the third prince's death. We all have the bloodline of the imperial family. If the third prince was killed, the chi of the imperial family wouldn't disappear so quickly. We should have sensed it. Damn it. There are only two possibilities now. Either the third prince has run away or he has been imprisoned by the dragon man. It's impossible for him to have run away. If he did, we would have found him. He must have been taken away by the dragon man. This dragon man is so powerful. This is our mistake. Stop talking. The ripples of the battle have just disappeared. That dragon man can't have gone far. Let's go after him. The two experts of the royal family were infuriated. This dragon man was too arrogant. Void triangular domain had existed for such a long time, but nothing like this had ever happened before. It had only been a few days since void triangular domain was opened, and there were already so many incidents happening. They didn't know where this dragon man came from, but it seemed like he was purposely going against the dark generation. Stealing a city's treasury and killing a noble young master was one thing, but now he even dared to offend a member of the royal family, even daring to touch a prince. This was simply intolerable. The two experts locked onto a direction and chased after it as fast as they could. However, even after chasing for a long time, they still could not find any trace of the enemy. In the end, they could only reluctantly stop. Something has happened to the third prince. We have to inform the Dark King as soon as possible. That dragon man is much harder to deal with than we had imagined. Not even an 8th grade minor saint is his match. One of the old men said with a frown. How strong do you think that dragon man is? Could it be that even a 9th grade minor saint can't take him down? Not really. If that dragon man really has the strength to fight a 9th grade minor saint, he wouldn't have chosen to run away. He also wouldn't have done things in such a sneaky manner. He did it because he was afraid that we would find him. In my opinion, this dragon man is so strong that even an 8th grade minor saint wouldn't be a match for him. However, he definitely wouldn't be a match for a 9th grade minor saint. One should know that there is only one grade difference between an 8th grade minor saint and a 9th grade minor saint, but the gap between them is too huge. The two of them roughly estimated the strength of the dragon man, then flew towards the direction of King City. One had to admit that their judgment of Jiang Chen's cultivation was very accurate. On that day, after the ripples from the battle on the Black Dragon Mountain disappeared, many people did not see the third prince and the noble young masters walk out. They all had a bad premonition in their hearts. Many people stepped into the Black Dragon Mountain, and after seeing the miserable scene, they were immediately shocked out of their wits. Very quickly, the news of what happened in the Black Dragon Mountain was spread to every corner of Void Triangular Domain. By God, this is too cruel. Although we didn't see the battle with our own eyes, all the noble young masters were killed. Their corpses weren't even complete. It's really bloody. It must be the Dragonman's doing. I didn't expect him to be so scary that he could kill all the noble young masters. Where's the third prince? Didn't you see the third prince? Could it be that the third prince was also killed by the dragon man? With his cultivation, I don't think he would lose to the dragon man. I have no idea. We didn't find any trace of the third prince or his corpse. It's too scary. It's too scary. Everyone was talking about the dragon man. The name of the dragon man had once again spread across every city. The incident in the Black Dragon Mountain was too cruel. It was hard to not know about it. King City. The King of Darkness was enraged when he heard the news. He smashed a palace with his palm. However, the jade slip of the third prince's soul was still intact. This meant that the third prince was still alive. King of Darkness, this dragon man didn't dare to kill the third prince. It means that he is afraid of the royal family. I think he has imprisoned the third prince. Someone said. Go and investigate. Send the experts of the royal family. Even if we have to turn the entire Void Triangular Domain upside down, we must find this dragon man and eliminate him. The dignity of the royal family is not to be challenged. The King of Darkness was enraged. Compared to the time when the Dark Mulberry City was destroyed, the dragon man had already provoked the royal family. He was the public enemy of the entire Dark generation. If he was not eliminated as soon as possible, every city would fall into a state of panic and fear. Many people of the Dark generation, especially the noble young masters, would be traumatized. The Dragonman's incident had escalated again. On this day, a lot of experts were coming from King City. It seemed like they were going to turn the entire void triangular domain upside down. The King of Darkness had given the order to find the Dragon Man and the third prince at all costs in order to restore the dignity of the royal family. The next day, the news spread across the entire void triangular domain. Everyone was shocked when they heard that the third prince had been kidnapped by the Dragon Man. Every major city was boiling with excitement. They were still guessing the whereabouts of the third prince and the Dragon Man. They had never thought that the third prince would be defeated by the Dragon Man in the end. Not even the powerful third prince could defeat the Dragon Man. By God! How strong is that Dragon Man? Not even the 8th grade minor saint third prince is a match for him. This man is too daring. Xianxia killed dozens of noble young masters, and that's nothing. He even kidnapped the third prince, challenging the dignity of the royal family. He is the public enemy of the entire dark generation. We must kill him. Otherwise we will lose our face. Xianxia is the dark generation's leader. He is the dark generation's leader. The King of Darkness is infuriated. He has already sent countless experts to search for the Dragon Man. Even if the Dragon Man has 3 heads and 6 arms, void triangular domain is only so big. There is no place for him to hide. A lot of people were panicking, especially those cities that only had an 8th grade minor saint. They thought that as long as they had an 8th grade minor saint, they would be able to rest easy. However, it seemed like that wasn't the case. Even the powerful third prince had fallen in the hands of the Dragon Man. If the Dragon Man were to strike again, these cities wouldn't be any better. Not only would the treasures be stolen, many people would also die, especially those princes who lived in these cities. None of them felt safe. They all knew about the tragedy of the Black Dragon Mountain. They didn't want to end up like the Dragon Man because it was just too miserable. However, this situation had already been predicted by the royal family. The King of Darkness had ordered every city that didn't have a 9th grade minor saint to send a 9th grade minor saint to guard the city. As long as the Dragon Man dared to appear, he would be killed without a doubt. With the protection of a 9th grade minor saint, all the major cities felt relieved. Those princes finally felt relieved, but even so they didn't dare to step out of their houses. Even if they were locked in their houses, they still felt unsafe with a dozen experts protecting them. This was the first time they had ever encountered such a crisis in their lives. Great Saint! Great Saint! While the search for the Dragon Man was going on, Xianxia had already returned to the inn in Dark Shadow City. He met up with Dan King and the others. Many people in the inn knew this white-robed youth who had a warm smile on his face. He looked like an elegant young master. No one would associate him with the ferocious and overbearing Dragon Man. Little Chen, this is really satisfying. Those beastly princes wanted to kill you, but now they are all killed by you. I wonder how many nobles of Dark Generation want to eat you right now. Tyrant laughed when he saw Xianxia. It was hard for them to not know what had happened in Xianxia. Now everyone was talking about Xianxia and the Dragon Man. Xianxia, Godfather was worried about you. But now I feel relieved after thinking about your capability. Dan King laughed. He no longer had any worries about Xianxia. Given Xianxia's capability, he wouldn't be able to find him even if all the experts of the Black King family came down to search for him. What surprised Dan King the most was that Xianxia was only a 3rd grade minor saint, but he had defeated the 8th grade minor saint third prince. Even with the suppression of the flame, it was still terrifying. He was afraid that only Xianxia could achieve such a heaven-defying feat. Little Chenzi, what did you do to the third prince? Tyrant asked. This was what he was most interested in. He has been imprisoned. He might be useful in dealing with the Black King family in the future. After all, he is a prince. He is a high-class hostage. Xianxia smiled. Chapter 828. Tyrant's words were right. Dan King absolutely agreed with him. Ever since he knew Xianxia, wherever Xianxia went, there wouldn't be any peace. He was bound to set off a storm. Yan Qinyu was leaning on Xianxia. She didn't speak much. In her eyes, one could always see her confidence in Xianxia. She was leaning on Xianxia, but she didn't rely on Xianxia. She wasn't a burden nor a burden. In her heart, it was the greatest happiness to be able to stay by Xianxia's side. Xianxia, what's your next plan? Dan King asked. Go to King City. According to the time, The major powers of the three worlds should have arrived by now. King City is the most bustling place. We can travel slowly and go to the major cities to trade. Just like the other human cultivators, I won't be using my Dragon Man identity for the time being. I will let the people of the Black King family to search for the items. Xianxia smiled. He had a plan in mind. Plus, he had caused enough trouble in Void Triangular Domain. Now that the imperial family was infuriated, the entire domain was filled with experts. As long as he showed himself as a Dragon Man, he would be noticed immediately. Given his current strength, he wouldn't be able to deal with a 9th grade minor saint. Alright, let's go to King City. Tyrant nodded. His eyes were filled with excitement. He didn't know why, but when he saw Xianxia, it was as if he could already see the scene of Xianxia wreaking havoc in King City. On the same day, Xianxia and the others left the inn and the Dark Ghost City, heading towards King City. Along with the opening of Void Triangular Domain, the number of human cultivators from the three worlds had increased. Most of them were scattered in the major cities, carrying out their main purpose of coming to King City, which was to trade. Xianxia's group of 4 also joined such a trading army. Along the way to King City, they, like other human cultivators, would enter every city to trade, exchanging elixirs they had prepared in advance for top-grade true essence stones. Yanqinyu's appearance was too stunning. After what happened in Dark Mulberry City, to avoid unnecessary trouble under Xianxia's suggestion, Yanqinyu put on a veil to cover her beautiful face. For the next few days, Xianxia and the others spent their time in this kind of dull trading. The news about the Dragon Man could still be heard in every major city. The imperial family had sent out many experts to deal with the Dragon Man. Unfortunately, the Dragon Man seemed to have vanished into thin air and never appeared again. What was even more infuriating was that the experts of the imperial family had almost flipped the entire Void Triangular Domain open, but they still couldn't find any traces of the Dragon Man. Looks like that dragonoid is really afraid and has gone into hiding. I wonder where he is hiding. That's right. Even the 9th grade minor saints of the imperial family couldn't find any traces of the Dragon Man. It's like the Dragon Man has vanished into thin air. It's unimaginable. Don't you understand? That Dragon Man must be a human who has cultivated a transformation technique. He used the form of a Dragon Man to commit evil deeds and then changed his appearance to that of a human. Of course, it's hard to find him. The people of the Dark Generation weren't idiots after all. After a few days of hard work, they still couldn't find any traces of the Dragon Man. The experts of the imperial family had concluded that the Dragon Man was a human. Because he had cultivated a transformation technique, it was possible that he was mingling with the human trading army in one of the cities. When they thought of this, the people of the Dark Generation became even more nervous. They had to be very careful when they were trading with the humans. They were afraid that the other party was a Dragon Man. However, there were powerful 9th grade minor saints in each of the cities. In addition, the Dragon Man hadn't made any movements for a few days. It meant that he was afraid of the Dragon Man. This made the people of the Dark Generation feel relieved. Void Triangular Domain had been opened for 10 days. There were only 5 days left before the large-scale trade fair in King City. Just yesterday, the experts of the 3 major worlds had gathered in King City. In order to receive these experts, the people of the Black King family had to put aside the matter of the Dragon Man for the time being. Anyway, the Dragon Man wouldn't dare to show himself anymore. The Royal Dark family wouldn't dare to slight the 8 great clans. In their eyes, these great clans were their landlords. They wanted to use true meta stones, which were considered cheap in their eyes, to exchange for their precious elixirs and battle weapons. Therefore, the Royal Dark family had to treat these great clans warmly. In the huge King City, the Black King family had specially divided the 3 major worlds into 3 different areas. These areas were also known as the VIP area. It was used to receive the experts of the 3 major powers. There were still 5 days left before the trade fair. The geniuses of the 8 major families wouldn't be of good quality. These disciples would be free during this period of time. They would go to different cities to exchange for the items they wanted. In other words, after the arrival of the 8 major families, Void Triangular Domain would be bustling with activity. The power of light filled the entire Void Triangular Domain. Tyrant had benefited greatly from such an environment. He had already advanced to 2nd grade minor saint. At this moment they had arrived at Dark Surge City. It was the closest city to King City. It was also the second largest city in Void Triangular Domain. Its scale was much bigger than Dark Mulberry City and Dark Shadow City. The huge city gate alone was filled with a noble chi. Dark Surge City is the largest city in Void Triangular Domain other than King City. Before the trade fair, this city is the most crowded place. Many of the geniuses of the 8 major families would come here. As far as I know, there will be a trade fair in Dark Surge City before the trade fair. Although it isn't as big as the one in King City, it's still not bad. We might be able to get some treasures. Dan King said. Let's go in. Jiang Chen strode forward, heading towards the city gate of Dark Surge City. He could already see people of all shapes and sizes. Some of them were dressed differently. They should be the people from the other 2 great worlds because the origin of the world flowing in their bodies was different from Jiang Chen's. Basically, people from different worlds could feel the origin of the world in Void Triangular Domain. Jiang Chen saw a silhouette after a few steps. The silhouette also saw Jiang Chen at the same time. Their eyes met. Jiang Chen was stunned. Immediately, a wave of qi burst out from Jiang Chen's body, bringing with it an incomparably cold, killing intent. Jiang Chen's sudden change had attracted the attention of Dan King and the others. They followed Jiang Chen's gaze and saw 3 people standing not far away from them. The leader seemed to be in his 20s. He was wearing a dazzling golden robe and had golden hair. His face was resolute and carried a domineering aura. His chi gave people the feeling that he was the only one in the world. Northern and Southern dynasties. Tyrant and the other 2 exclaimed at the same time. They finally knew why Jiang Chen could burst out such a powerful chi all of a sudden. Who else could this young man be if he wasn't from the Northern and Southern dynasties? How is this possible? His body and soul have been destroyed by Chen Air. How could he appear here unscathed? Judging from his chi, he has already reached the 7th grade minor saint. How did this happen? This isn't right. The origin of his world is different from ours. He isn't a native of Saint Origin world. Dan King and Tyrant were shocked. Tyrant could feel the difference in the origin of the golden-haired man's world. He could tell that the golden-haired man wasn't a native of Saint Origin world, but his appearance and chi were exactly the same as those of the Northern and Southern dynasties. One should know that the Northern and Southern dynasties cultivated the Tyrant absolute art. Their chi wasn't something that ordinary people could imitate. When the golden-haired man heard the names of the Northern and Southern dynasties, he frowned and said indifferently, "How did you know my name?" Sure enough, he was also called the Northern and Southern dynasties. Presumptuous. Who do you think you are? How dare you call senior brother Nanbei's name? That's right. Senior brother Nanbei is the top genius of Boundless World. You are courting death by calling his name. And you, a puny 3rd grade minor saint, how dare you unleash your chi in front of senior brother Nanbei? You are courting death. The 2 geniuses who followed the Northern and Southern dynasties shouted at Jiang Chen and the rest. Their chi was extremely arrogant. The Northern and Southern dynasties of Boundless World? Dan King and Tyrant were dumbfounded. Could it be that the Northern and Southern dynasties and the Northern and Southern dynasties that they were dealing with weren't the same person? The Northern and Southern dynasties waved their hands, gesturing for them to keep quiet. He came to Jiang Chen and said indifferently, "I don't know you, but you give me a familiar feeling that makes me want to kill you. However, I'm in a good mood today, so I'll let you go. Remember, don't unleash your ridiculous chi in front of me next time. It doesn't matter which world you are from, you will only have one ending, that is death." Arrogant, domineering. Even the tone of their speech was the same. Could there be 2 people who were so similar in this world? Or were they actually the same person? Moreover, Jiang Chen could also feel the chi of the Tyrant absolute art from him. Scope. The Northern and Southern dynasties put their hands behind their back and strode towards Dark Surge City. The 2 geniuses who followed them, Lung, looked at Jiang Chen and the rest and let out a disdainful harumph. Jiang Chen refrained himself from attacking them. First of all, this was Dark Surge City. If he attacked them, he would probably expose his true strength, which would make people associate him with the Dragon Man. Secondly, if this guy was really the same as the Northern and Southern dynasties, he would be no match for him given his 7th grade minor saint cultivation. Most importantly, this guy was from Boundless World. If he was from the Northern and Southern dynasties of Saint Origin World, he wouldn't hesitate to attack him. Jiang Chen's heart was filled with shock and doubt. Back when he was in Nebula Sect, he had personally killed the northern and southern dynasties, leaving no trace behind. Now, there was another guy who was exactly the same as the northern and southern dynasties. It was impossible for Zhou Xian not to think about it. Chapter 829. Little Chinzi, what's going on? He looks like he doesn't know us. Tyrant came to Zhou Qian's side and said in shock. The appearance of the northern and southern dynasties had disrupted all their plans. He's indeed not from the northern and southern dynasties that we know, but have you noticed that not only is his name from the northern and southern dynasties, his appearance is exactly the same as the people from the northern and southern dynasties. Even his tone, qi and the monarch heaven art that he cultivates are exactly the same as the people from the northern and southern dynasties. He's the same person. If it wasn't for the difference in the origin of this world and the way he looked at me, I would have suspected that the northern and southern dynasties are still alive. Zhou Qian's eyes sparkled. Nanbei Chao had always been his archenemy. He had finally gotten rid of him. He had never thought that he would meet another one in Void Triangular Domain. Nanbei Chao was his archenemy. How could this be? Could it be that there are many northern and southern dynasties in this world? Dan King was also shocked. He wouldn't believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes. Brother Chen, can you guess the relationship between the northern and southern dynasties and the northern and southern dynasties in Saint Origin World? Yan Chenyu asked. Zhou Qian lowered his eyebrows. Now he had started to doubt the identity of the northern and southern dynasties. He was sure that the people from the northern and southern dynasties weren't the same people that he had killed. However, there must be some kind of connection between them. When Zhou Qian killed the northern and southern dynasties, he had a feeling that they were still alive. At that time he didn't pay much attention to it. Now it seemed like the feeling was real. The northern and southern dynasties were the reincarnations of immortal spirits, which meant that they existed in the immortal world. Now that the boundless continent also had a northern and southern dynasties, Zhou Qian couldn't help but connect them to the immortal world. Perhaps, the immortal world still had northern and southern dynasties, or the northern and southern dynasties of the immortal world were the real northern and southern dynasties. However, these were all mysteries. No matter how smart Zhou Qian was and how omniscient he was, he could not determine the true origins of the northern and southern dynasties. I can't be sure, but there's one thing I'm sure of. As long as it's the northern and southern dynasties, they are my enemies. The way he looked at me just now was filled with killing intent. However, he didn't attack me because I was in Dark Surge City. This killing intent came from the bottom of his heart. It's very strange. He treated me as an enemy at first glance. He said that he had a familiar feeling towards me. It's very strange. Therefore, regardless of whether he is directly related to the northern and southern dynasties or not, I can't let him go. Zhou Qian said. As for the true identity of the northern and southern dynasties, perhaps it would be revealed in the immortal world. However, he and the northern and southern dynasties were destined to be enemies. As long as it's the northern and southern dynasties, he would kill every single one of them. If there were real northern and southern dynasties in the immortal world, Zhou Qian was sure that he would still be enemies with them after he ascended to the immortal world. Killing one of the northern and southern dynasties first would only cause damage to the real northern and southern dynasties. I know. The northern and southern dynasties have the body of immortal spirits. He and the northern and southern dynasties are probably the clones of the northern and southern dynasties of the immortal world. It must be so, said Tyrant. It was just a guess, but he couldn't rule out the possibility. All right. Now isn't the time to confront the northern and southern dynasties. Plus, we are no match for them with our current strength. I hope that there will be some treasures in this trade fair. If I can improve my strength, I will have a better chance in Void Triangular Domain. Zhou Qian said. The appearance of the northern and southern dynasties had given him a sense of crisis. He could tell from the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties that they wouldn't let him go, even if they had only met once. Although Zhou Qian could kill an 8th grade minor saint, it was only against the people of the Dark Generation. Currently, there were so many major powers from the 3 major worlds. The geniuses of the 8 major families were also here. With his current strength, he wouldn't be able to create any waves. His priority now was to find a way to improve his cultivation. At the same time, the northern and southern dynasties who had entered the inner area of Dark Surge City were wearing a cold face. Their eyes were glittering with cold light. Brother Nanbei, that bastard was too rude to you just now. You should punish him. One of them said. I don't know why, but this man gave me a familiar feeling as if I have seen him somewhere before. Although he is only a third-grade minor saint, I feel threatened by him. The northern and southern dynasties said with a frown. This feeling was too strange. How is this possible? Brother Nanbei is unparalleled in the world. Although you are only a 7th-grade minor saint, not even a 9th-grade minor saint is a match for you. That brat is only a 3rd-grade minor saint. I can easily pinch him to death. Even if you give him another 100 years, he still won't be a match for you. Another man said with a smile. Don't be careless. I must kill him, but not now. My goal this time is to take all the wealth of the Dark Generation. I cultivate the Emperor Tyrannical Heaven art, and I want the entire Dark Generation to tremble under my feet. My goal this time is to rule this world and improve my Emperor Tyrannical Heaven art. This goal can only be achieved after the trade fair is over and the experts of the 3 great worlds have left. So, don't do anything for now and let that brat live for a few more days. If I want to kill him, it'll be a piece of cake. Killing him is just a piece of cake for me. The northern and southern dynasties said. If these words were heard by others, they would definitely be shocked. They might even associate him with the Dragon Man. The northern and southern dynasties were truly ambitious. The void triangular domain was destined to be chaotic because of the arrival of Xianxia. Now the northern and southern dynasties had joined the fray. The fate of the Dark Generation was unimaginable. The northern and southern dynasties were different from Xianxia. In some aspects they were even more ruthless than Xianxia. They didn't care about any race. In their heart they only wanted to dominate and submit to him. Those who didn't submit to him were destined to perish. Now that the northern and southern dynasties had set their eyes on the Dark Generation, it wasn't a good thing for the entire Dark Generation. After the battle between Xianxia and the Dark Generation, he basically had the same thought as the northern and southern dynasties. The Dark Generation was really unlucky to be targeted by 2 monstrous geniuses at the same time. The opening of the void triangular domain was bound to be very lively with the arrival of 2 devil kings at the same time. The battle between Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties was going to start again. It was hard to tell who would emerge as the winner. Xianxia and the other 3 entered the Dark Surge City. The scale of the city was much bigger than the previous one. All kinds of people made the city very lively. Voila. Suddenly, a large group of Dark Surge City's guards appeared in front of them. These guards were wearing black armors. They rushed to the street and shouted at the shops on both sides of the street. Everyone listen up. Whoever can catch the De Huang dog or provide any clues about the De Huang dog, report it to the prefecture and you will be rewarded handsomely. The captain of the guards shouted. After that, they left in a hurry and headed towards the other direction of the city. Not only them, the entire city was filled with a tense atmosphere. Guards in black armors could be seen everywhere. Each of these guards looked very angry as if they wanted to kill someone. De Huang dog. Hearing the news, Xianxia and the other 3's eyes sparkled. They wondered if the wanted De Huang dog was the same as De Huang. Brother, why are you chasing after a dog? A newcomer who didn't know the ins and outs of the city pulled a member of the Dark Generation and asked. You still don't know? Last night, a dog came out of nowhere and went to the treasury of the prefecture and stole the 9th-grade minor demon Saint Soul Eater Beast King's demon soul. You should know that the demon soul of the Soul Eater Beast King is one of the treasures that will be auctioned tomorrow. The prefecture lord is furious. He wants to tear the dog into pieces. Damn it. First it was the Dragon Man. Now it's a dog. Motherfucker. There weren't so many incidents when the void triangular domain was opened. That dog is too hateful. He even dares to steal from the prefecture lord. He must be courting death. The prefecture lord will skin him alive if he is caught. Speaking of what happened last night, many of them were gritting their teeth. Dark Surge City was the 2nd largest city of the Dark Generation. The prefecture lord was also heavily guarded. Because of this, the prefecture lord was able to take advantage of De Huang dog. Every time the void triangular domain was opened, the Dark Surge City would hold a trade fair before the King City Trade Fair. The auction was the highlight of the event. The geniuses from the 3 major powers of the 3 worlds would come in exchange for treasures. But now, a 9th-grade minor demon Saint Soul Eater Beast King's demon soul was stolen by a dog. This was a great blow to the prestige of the prefecture lord and the dignity of the Dark Generation. This time the opening of the void triangular domain was not peaceful. The matter of the dragon man had just calmed down and now a dog had appeared. Puff Tyrant couldn't help but laugh out loud. Other than Goldie, there wouldn't be a second dog that would do such a thing. De Huang is being naughty again. Yan Qinyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In terms of the ability to create trouble, De Huang dog's ability was definitely above Jiang Chen's. No matter where this dog went, there would be no peace. A 9th grade minor demon saint soul eater beast king. How could De Huang let go of such a demon soul? De Huang has an innate ability called soul-devouring voice. If he could obtain the demon soul of the soul eater beast king, it would be extremely beneficial to him. Moreover, it's a 9th grade minor demon saint. Jiang Chen smiled. There must be a reason why De Huang stole the demon soul. De Huang is here. This is going to be fun. Tyrant laughed. Jiang Chen was incomparably happy. Without De Huang dog, he felt that something was missing. Chapter 830. The entire Dark Surge City was filled with guards. Such a scene reminded Jiang Chen of the time when he was in Red City. He was looking for a dog everywhere in the city. Now it was happening again in Void Triangular Domain. De Huang has stolen a valuable item from the auction. It would be strange if the city lord wasn't angry. You should know that the auction of the Soul Eater Beast King would be announced in advance to attract people's attention. The Soul Eater Beast King's demon soul must have been announced in advance. Now that it has been stolen by De Huang, it would be shameful if he couldn't bring out the demon soul in tomorrow's auction. The King of Elixirs shook his head. He was speechless at De Huang's actions. Senior Dan King, you don't have much contact with that dog. You don't know much about him. This is the way De Huang does things. If he doesn't cause any commotion, would he still be De Huang? Tyrant said with a smile. Dan King looked at Jiang Chen and shook his head. There was Jiang Chen Northern and Southern dynasties, and now there was De Huang dog. It was hard to imagine how lively the Void Triangular Domain would be. Chin Gij, do you think they can find the puppy dog? Yan Qinyu asked. What do you think? Jiang Chen chuckled. Yan Qinyu laughed as well. These people had mobilized so many of them, but if Big Yellow wanted to hide, they wouldn't be able to find him even if they exhausted themselves to death. This dog was extremely cunning. De Huang did this because the demon soul of the Soul Eater Beast King is useful to him. Secondly, he heard about my matter and wanted to help me divert the attention of the Dark Generation. Jiang Chen said. He and Big Yellow were like brothers of life and death. He could roughly guess what Big Yellow was doing. Big Yellow must have a purpose in stealing the treasures of Dark Surge City on the first day he arrived. He must have heard that Dark Generation was hunting him everywhere, so he wanted to use this method to attract the attention of the people of Dark Generation. De Huang dog's good intention had touched Jiang Chen's heart. The puppy dog is great. Yan Qinyu's face was full of smiles. Let's go. Let's go into the city. If De Huang is hiding in the city, he will definitely find us and find a way to meet us. Jiang Chen said. Then the four of them strode into the city. Dark Surge City was huge. Jiang Chen and the others soon reached the center of the city. The place was bustling with people of all shapes and sizes. Both sides of the wide street were filled with shops. Many human cultivators were doing business in these shops. Suddenly a loud shout rang out. Damn dog, stop right there. The voice came from afar. As the voice faded away, a dazzling golden light moved at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jiang Chen. When the golden light stopped, it turned into the shape of a big dog. Who else could it be but De Huang dog? Ah, little Chenzi, Master Dog has finally found you. When De Huang dog saw Jiang Chen, he immediately laughed out loud. Then he strode over to Yan Qinyu and showed his affection to her. However, upon seeing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes. Was this guy thinking of him? Why did it feel like he was thinking of Xiaoyu? Tyrant was even more depressed. This damned dog didn't even greet him and ran directly to Yan Qinyu, treating him like air. Puppy dog, you're in trouble again. Yan Qinyu patted De Huang dog's head. You bastard. How dare you show up after stealing the treasure of the prefecture? Tyrant was speechless, but his and Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with astonishment when they looked at Big Yellow. This dog's current cultivation base was too strong. He had already reached the mighty 5th grade minor demon saint. It had only been a short period of time since they parted. Such progress was too terrifying. However, they soon understood that the reason why Big Yellow's strength could improve so quickly was probably because of the Soul Eater Demon King's demon soul. Damn dog, stop right there. The angry voice sounded again. Two powerful silhouettes were seen flying from the direction where Big Yellow appeared. One of them was covered in red flames while the other was covered in ice. Both of their chi were incomparably powerful. Their cultivation grade had already reached the 6th grade minor saint. Big Yellow, Big Yellow. Both of them stopped in front of Zhou Xian. They didn't retract their chi. Their eyes were fixed on De Huang Dog. Their eyes were about to spurt out fire. Damn dog, hurry up and hand over the treasure. Otherwise I will skin you alive and pull out your tendons. The flaming youth pointed at De Huang Dog and shouted. He didn't put Zhou Xian in his eyes at all. Look, it's that De Huang Dog. He is here. It's him. He is the one who stole the treasure of the prefecture. Hurry up and inform the people of the prefecture. What are these two doing? They are humans. Could it be that they are helping the prefecture to catch De Huang Dog for the treasure? For a moment, many people's eyes fell on De Huang Dog, making De Huang Dog the center of attention. Who has seen your treasure? Don't make unfounded accusations. De Huang Dog wagged his sturdy tail like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water. Damn you, mangy dog. Seems that I have to skin you alive today. The other youth, who was emitting a cold aura, looked even more irritable. He immediately stretched out his palm and grabbed at De Huang Dog. However, his palm was grabbed by another palm halfway. The youth was stunned. He looked at the person who grabbed him angrily and saw a white-robed youth looking at him with a smile. Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. The youth Lung said. Brother, why are you so angry? Let's talk this out. Zhou Xian said with a smile. Alright, it seems that you are in cahoots. Ask this dog to hand over the spiritual fire pearl and the 10 millennia cold crystal. Then we will pretend that this never happened. I am Duan from the Black-Yellow continent. You can't afford to offend me. The youth Lung looked at De Huang Dog. Where did this mangy dog come from? You don't know what's good for you. How dare you steal my Huimiao's things? Who gave you the guts to do so? The youth, who was covered in flames, shouted. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xian Tyrant and Dan King were stunned. It seemed that these two weren't after the demon soul of the Soul Eater Demon King, but the other treasures. What did De Huang Dog do? This guy's name was Huimiao. In the entire Saint Origin world, there weren't many people with the surname Hua, and geniuses were even rarer. Obviously, Huimiao was a genius of the Hua family, one of the 8 major families. The other one was a genius of the Black-Yellow continent. After communicating with De Huang Dog, Zhou Xian and the others found out that Huimiao and Duan were having a trade. Huimiao used a piece of 10 millennia cold crystal to exchange for Duan spiritual fire pearl. Duan cultivated a cold attribute cultivation technique, so his physique was incomparably cold. The people of the Hua family all had fire attribute physiques. Therefore, the items they exchanged could be said to be complementary. Unexpectedly, the treasure was snatched away by a dog during the trade. Therefore, the two of them chased each other all the way here. No wonder they were so angry. What? Who said that Huimiao's things can't be snatched? You can't even protect your own treasures and you still have the nerve to blame others? Moreover, you are no match for him. You are already lucky that he didn't kill you. Zhou Xian and Lung said. They would never be polite to arrogant people. Moreover, they knew De Huang Dog too well. Once this dog snatched something, he would never take it back. Since De Huang was in trouble, Zhou Xian naturally had to stand up for him. Chapter 831. What did you say? I can tell from your origin chi that you are from Saint Origin world. Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you go against the Hua family? Are you tired of living? After listening to Zhou Xian's words, Huimiao was enraged. Those who possessed the physique of fire attribute were usually hot-tempered, let alone a genius of the Hua family like Huimiao. He was strong and had a strong backer. He had been living in the best environment since he was young. In his heart he was a superior being. He wasn't someone that any ordinary cultivator could compare with. Today, a 3rd-grade minor Saint Brat had appeared out of nowhere and dared to speak in such a manner in front of him. He said that Master Dog was being merciful. Otherwise the two of you would be dead by now. Of course what he said was the truth. Master Dog just didn't want to lower himself to your level. De Huang Dog said. Although his words sounded shameless, it was the truth. With De Huang Dog's current 5th grade minor demon saint cultivation, it wouldn't be a problem for him to deal with 2 6th grade minor saint geniuses. However, De Huang Dog had robbed them first. Plus they were in Dark Surge City. If a fight broke out, it wouldn't do them any good. Brother Hua, since they are from Saint Origin World, I will leave this matter to you. Duan Rong said. Don't worry, Brother Duan. I will definitely get the 10 millennia cold crystal back for you. Hu Miao promised. Duan Rong had already said that these people were from Saint Origin World. Given his identity as a member of the Hua family, if he couldn't even deal with these small fries, wouldn't he become a laughing stock in front of Duan Rong? He couldn't afford to lose face, and neither could the Hua family. Hu Miao took a step forward. The flame on his body became even more intense. It could be seen that this person's flame was also a strange flame. It was incomparably terrifying, incomparable to ordinary flames. The Hua clan was born with a fire-attributed physique. Some of them were born with a strange flame inside their body. It was precisely because of this innate flame that they had a special physique. This made the people of the Hua clan incomparably powerful, becoming one of the 8 clans of the Pure Land. Kid, I will say it one last time. Hand over the fire spirit pearl and the 10,000-year-old cold crystal. Hand over that dog as well. I cannot let this matter go. I have to skin that damn dog to save my Hu Miao's reputation. Hu Miao was extremely arrogant. I say, little brat of the fire clan, you want to save face in front of Lord Dog and him? You're really too immature. Isn't your fire clan known to be the best at playing with fire? In my opinion, in terms of playing with fire, a genius of the fire race like you is not even 1/10 of his. De Huang Dog shook his head and added fuel to the fire. What did you say? Are you saying that my flame is inferior to this kid's? Hu Miao was furious. Not just your flames but the flames of your fire clan. De Huang Dog said. Boom. After listening to De Huang Dog's words, Hu Miao's anger rose in an instant. As a member of the Hua family, the thing he couldn't stand the most was someone saying that his flame was weak. Now this guy was even looking down on the Hua family. No one in the entire Saint Origin world would dare to look down on the existence of the Hua family. When it came to playing with fire, Hu Miao had a unique advantage. If it was in other aspects, Hu Miao might not have been so confident. Now that De Huang Dog had said so, how could he stand it? Kid, what's your name? Hu Miao looked at Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen revealed his name. It seems like you are an alchemist. Do you really think that you can play with fire just because you are an alchemist? Let me tell you, your flame is merely superficial. It's just an auxiliary tool for concocting pills. The real flame is used to kill and attack. If you can defeat me in terms of flame, I don't want the fire soul pearl anymore. Hu Miao was incomparably confident. He pointed his finger at Jiang Chen, totally not putting Jiang Chen in his eyes. As a matter of fact, if it was someone else, they wouldn't put Jiang Chen in their eyes either. Firstly, there was the gap between their cultivation grade. No 6th grade minor saint would pay attention to a 3rd grade minor saint who was 3 grades lower than them. Moreover, it was a competition in their field of expertise. If that's the case, it seems like you won't be able to get the fire soul pearl. Jiang Chen shrugged. He didn't care about his opponent's arrogance. It would be abnormal if the geniuses of the 8 families weren't arrogant. Of course, they had the right to be arrogant. Qila. Hu Miao swung his arm. A qila sound was heard. A scarlet flame leaped out. The flame was like a fire snake hovering between his palms. It was incomparably mystical. Raging Inferno Prairie. Hu Miao bellowed. The flame rushed out with a bang and rushed towards Jiang Chen. Could be seen that Hu Miao was very good at using fire. The flame had completely fused with him. The flame that was shot out by him had turned into a lively fire dragon, as if it had come to life. Scope. This was a fire attribute combat technique. It was used by Hu Miao using a special technique in his strong physique, making it incomparably powerful. It wasn't something any ordinary alchemist could compare with. Dan King could see it clearly. As an alchemist, he was also an expert in using fire. However, if he were to use fire to fight, the gap between him and Hu Miao was huge. Among the 8 families, the Hua family and the Dan family were experts in using fire. However, if they were to compare their combat strength, The Dan family was obviously at a disadvantage. The reputation of the Dan family was mainly due to their alchemy. Facing the attack of Hu Miao's fire dragon, a faint smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. It had to be said that Hu Miao's attack was very powerful. His method of playing with fire was also extremely brilliant. He was indeed a genius of the Hu family. However, it was a pity that this kind of fire attribute combat technique was not on the same level as Jiang Chen's fire dragon seal. Moreover, Hu Miao's flame was incomparable to Jiang Chen's true dragon fire and true thunder fire. Just as the fire dragon was about to reach Jiang Chen suddenly stretched out a big hand. His red palm was covered with incomparably bright flames. A deep dragon roar was heard. Many people saw a fire dragon spurting out from Jiang Chen's palm all of a sudden. In terms of size, this fire dragon wasn't as big as Hu Miao's fire dragon, but its chi completely crushed Hu Miao's fire dragon. After the appearance of the fire dragon, the chi of Hu Miao's fire dragon instantly withered, as if it had met a true king. It floated in front of Yanqinyu. The moment the crystal appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped. Cold qi filled the air, making people shiver uncontrollably. This 10,000-year-old cold crystal is a high-grade cold attribute treasure. It will be very useful for me to form the heart of the ice god. If I refine it, I might be able to break through to the 5th grade minor saint. Yanqinyu's eyes sparkled. She had the 9 yin meridians. It was imaginable how beneficial this 10,000-year-old cold crystal would be to her. Jiang Chen forgave De Huang Dog instantly after seeing the quality of the crystal. He was afraid that even if he was the one who encountered it, he would also find a way to get it. To Yanqinyu, this treasure was extremely rare. Xiao Yu, since De Huang has kindly taken it for you, you should just take it. It would be a waste if you don't accept it. Jiang Chen said with a smile. There were people who complained about me just now. It seems like the fire spirit pearl is useless to you. Master Dog, I will eat it myself. De Huang Dog glared at Jiang Chen. Although the fire spirit pearl was a rare treasure, it wasn't very useful to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's flame was the powerful true dragon fire and thunder fire. Even if he got the fire spirit pearl, he would only get the energy contained within it. It wouldn't affect the quality of Jiang Chen's flame. De Huang Dog could digest anything. Eating the fire spirit pearl would be very beneficial to him. Whoosh, whoosh. At this time, powerful qi emerged from afar once again. In just a blink, they had reached the middle of the street. This group of people had extremely powerful cultivation. The leader was a white-haired old man who was a 9th grade minor saint. The rest of them were 7th and 8th grade minor saints. When they saw Big Yellow, their anger exploded instantly. Big Yellow, Big Yellow, Big Yellow, Big Yellow. Look, the people from the city lord's mansion are here. That dog is finished. This dog is too despicable. He even dares to steal from the prefecture. Now that he has been caught, the prefecture will never let him go. That is the great elder of the prefecture. He is a 9th grade minor saint. Even he has come personally. It shows how much importance the prefecture has placed on this incident. Of course. You should know that the great elder is always in charge of the city lord's mansion's trade fair. He is also in charge of the treasures. Now that the treasures have been stolen by a dog, the great elder is naturally embarrassed. Many of the people in the shops started to discuss when they saw the group of people. The dog that stole the treasure last night had finally been found. Now that the great elder had come personally, the dog wouldn't have a good ending. Jiang Chen and Tyrant couldn't help but touch their foreheads when they saw the group of people. Another wave had just arrived. It was really a headache. They weren't fools. They could naturally guess the identity of these people. These people were much harder to deal with than Hu Miao and Leng Luo. It's this dog. Someone pointed at De Huang Dog. However, De Huang Dog behaved very casually. Even in the face of so many powerful experts, he could still maintain his composure. Putting aside other things, his temperament was pretty good. The great elder's face darkened. He looked at De Huang Dog, Leng Leng, and said, "Hand over the demon's soul and I will give you a lighter punishment." "I have already eaten it." Big Yellow answered seriously and burped at the same time. "What? Eaten it?" The people of the prefecture were stunned. The great elder's face turned red and he almost spurted out a mouthful of blood. The demon's soul had been eaten by this damned dog. Was there anything more despicable than this in the heavens and earth? Eaten it? You mangy dog. That is the demon's soul of a 9th grade minor demon saint, soul eater demon king. What qualifications do you have to eat it? Cut open his stomach and have a look. An 8th grade minor saint was infuriated. He's right. The demon's soul has been eaten. Zhou Xian said. Then pay the price. Kill this dog and take out its demon soul. The great elder gritted his teeth and said, I'm afraid you all don't have the ability to kill this master dog. Big Yellow was infuriated as well. The dragon horn on his forehead started glowing. It seemed like a war was about to break out. He was a fearless guy. No matter how strong the enemy was, he would still attack. Big Yellow was a fearless guy. Let me kill him. An 8th grade minor saint middle-aged man's murderous intent fluctuated. He was about to attack the Huang dog. Stop. Zhou Xian shouted. Brat, who are you? You'd better not interfere in the matters of the prefecture. The man Ling Ling gave Zhou Xian a glance. I'm Zhou Xian, a friend of this dog. We will buy the demon soul of the soul eater demon king. How about we compensate you? Zhou Xian said. He couldn't afford to fall out with the prefecture yet. Plus, the opponent was very powerful. Once he attacked, he would expose himself. What a joke. Do you know how much the demon soul is worth? Can you afford it? Besides, this demon soul has been announced to the public as one of the last treasures of tomorrow's auction. Now that the demon soul is gone, if we can't bring out the demon soul for tomorrow's auction, it will be a disgrace to the prefecture. The great elder didn't put Zhou Xian in his eyes at all. Given his status, it was already very polite of him to talk to a 3rd grade minor saint. King Zhou Xian didn't waste any more time. He had to solve this problem. Immediately he took out 2 powerful combat weapons. One was a blade and the other was a sword. These 2 combat weapons weren't considered as high-grade minor saint weapons, but they were already extraordinary. In terms of value, these 2 combat weapons couldn't be compared to the demon soul that the Huang dog had eaten. However, it was different for the people of Dark Generation. What they lacked the most were pills and combat weapons. Even the combat weapon of this 9th grade minor saint Great Elder was only at this level. I think Great Elder is a man who knows his stuff. Let's consider these 2 minor saint weapons as buying the demon soul. Let's both take a step back. What do you think? Zhou Xian said with a smile. These 2 battle weapons are indeed good items. However, I know that among you humans, the value of that demon spirit is not only this much. If we were to put it up for auction tomorrow and let you humans fight for it, its value would definitely be even higher. Furthermore, this dog's actions have already caused our city lord's mansion to lose face. If you think you can just take out these 2 battle weapons, aren't you taking this too lightly? Chapter 833. After listening to what the Great Elder said, Zhou Xian just smiled. The Great Elder had organized many auctions and had many dealings with the major powers of the human race. His knowledge of pills and combat weapons was incomparable to ordinary people. Moreover, he knew what the human race needed. Of course, Zhou Xian didn't intend to bluff his way out of this. However, the Great Elder's attitude towards Zhou Xian had eased up when he saw Zhou Xian taking out 2 minor saint weapons. He wanted to get more treasures from Zhou Xian. However, Zhou Xian wasn't going to take out more treasures as he wasn't a person that could be easily blackmailed. Great Elder, I have to tell you that you better not look down on this dog. Great Elder, I have to tell you that you better not underestimate this dog. You are no stranger to the demon race in Saint Origin World. This dog's status in the demon race is even more precious than your prince's in the royal family. You better think twice before you touch him. Given the way the demon race does things, if you touch their princes, you will definitely cause a huge ruckus in Void Triangular Domain. By that time, your auction will no longer be able to proceed normally and even the trade fair in King City will be greatly hindered. I heard that a dragon man had appeared a few days ago and had caused a great disturbance in your Dark Generation. If the experts of the demon race are added to the chaos, I'm afraid that the Dark Generation will not be able to live in peace. I wonder if you, the Great Elder, can bear this responsibility. Zhou Xian said casually. At this moment, it was necessary to reveal the identity of the Huang dog. The Great Elder might not care about other people, but he would definitely care about the demon race. After dealing with the demon race for so many years, he should be very clear about the demon race's way of doing things. The people of the demon race were always vengeful and they would fight whenever they felt like it. They were unrestrained and unrestrained. As for what Zhou Xian said about Big Yellow's status in the demon race, it wasn't an exaggeration at all. This could be seen from the time when Peacock King personally brought Big Yellow to Void Triangular Domain. Moreover, Big Yellow had only been in the demon race for a few days and he was brought to the trading fair in Void Triangular Domain. This was an extremely rare opportunity. He was afraid that such treatment was unique in the entire demon race. Moreover, Big Yellow was a powerful divine beast with a complete divine beast bloodline. Naturally, the demon race would treat him like a treasure and focus on cultivating him. If these guys dared to touch Big Yellow, he believed that the demon race wouldn't let this matter go given their usual style. Upon hearing Zhou Qian's words, the Great Elder and the others' facial expression changed slightly. The way they looked at De Huang Dog changed. At first they thought that De Huang Dog was just a mangy dog that came out of nowhere. They had never thought that he would have such a distinguished identity. They knew very well how powerful the demon race was in Saint Origin World. Plus, the demon race was famous for protecting their own people. Not to mention that De Huang Dog had such a distinguished identity. The Great Elder and the others still remembered clearly that there was once a trade fair in King City where the demon race had a conflict with a major power of the Black-Yellow continent. As a result, the demon race started a war and almost destroyed the auction house of King City. They were truly fearless. Furthermore, the demon race had incomparably powerful divine abilities. Their fleshly body was as strong as the Dark Generation, making them very difficult to deal with. They were the most troublesome existence for the Dark Generation. They could ignore humans but they couldn't ignore the demon race. Grand Elder, I've said everything I need to say. If you agree, these 2 combat weapons will be the price for the Soul Eater Beast King's demon soul. If you don't agree, I'll keep these 2 combat weapons. I won't get involved in the grudges between you two. You can do whatever you want with this dog. Zhou Xian said again. The Great Elder knitted his brows tightly. He was in a dilemma. Now that the demon soul had been stolen, the reputation of the City Lord Mansion had been tarnished. However, judging from the current situation, punishing this dog might lead to a series of bad consequences. Great Elder, this brat is right. If this dog is really a member of the demon race and has a certain status in the demon race, it won't be easy to mess with him. You know how the demon race does things. That's right, Great Elder. In my opinion, we should quit while we're ahead. 2 minor saint weapons are already very valuable. It's better than nothing. If we really touch this dog, the people of the demon race will definitely make a big fuss. At that time, not only will our auction be cancelled, it will also affect the trade fair in King City. If the Dark King blames us, we won't be able to bear the responsibility. The 2 people on the left and right of the Great Elder whispered. It seemed like they understood the situation. Alright, Zhou Xian, I'll give you face. I'll accept these 2 combat weapons. I hope something like this won't happen again. If not, even if he's a prince of the demon race, I'll still punish him. Great Elder Leng Leng glared at De Huang Dog and kept the 2 minor saint weapons, giving himself a way out of the situation. Great Elder is indeed wise. I will go to the prefecture tomorrow to participate in the auction and witness the glory of the Dark Generation. Zhou Xian clasped his fists at the Great Elder. He knew that the matter had been settled. The Great Elder didn't say anything and left with the people of the prefecture. He had lost all his face today. He didn't want to stay here any longer. Little Qinzi, you did a great job. You used the demon race's qi to make the Great Elder not dare to speak. Tyrant gave a thumbs up to Zhou Qian. Qin Heir, it's best that you could resolve this crisis without shedding a drop of blood. Dan King also gave Zhou Qian a praising look. He had been looking at Zhou Qian's body since the beginning. When he first saw Zhou Qian's battle formation, he was sweating in cold sweat. However, it was great that Zhou Qian was able to resolve the crisis with such ease. Zhou Qian's image in Dan King's mind had risen to another level. Only a brave and resourceful person could achieve great things. Not only was Zhou Qian strong, he was also very wise. He knew how to resolve the crisis in the best way, which was very rare. After such a commotion, Zhou Qian and the others didn't have the mood to continue strolling on the street. They found an inn and waited for the auction in the prefecture tomorrow. Chapter 834. De Huang, how are you doing in the demon race? Zhou Qian asked. This was also the question he was most concerned about. De Huang Dog had just arrived in the demon race. It was similar to how Wu Ningzhu had just arrived in the ancient people's territory. De Huang Dog was invited to the demon race. Therefore the treatment he received was very different from that of Wu Ningzhu. It's all right. Those old men's eyes lit up when they saw me. Master Dog felt uncomfortable when they looked at me. I was afraid that I would be raped by them. Fortunately, there is nothing wrong with their sexual orientation. However, the demon race is actually quite chaotic. That old man Peacock said that there isn't any peace among the various races. Some of them want to train me as the next patriarch of the demon race. Of course, there are also many voices of opposition. I'm so annoyed that I'm going to get some fresh air in Void Triangular Domain. Big Yellow said casually. Although it was just a few simple words, it made Jiang Chen and the others feel that the competition in the demon race was very intense. As a matter of fact, it was imaginable that every major power in the heavens and earth was like this. The bigger the power, the more intense the competition. Now that the demon race wanted to make Big Yellow the next patriarch, it would certainly be very difficult and they would have to face a lot of obstacles. De Huang, if that's the case, you have to be careful. You can imagine how intense the competition will be when it involves the position of the patriarch. There will be people who will protect you, but there will also be people who will harm you. The most important thing is to improve your strength. Jiang Chen said. I know. Master Dog isn't an idiot. I won't let anyone harm me. I stole the demon soul of the Soul Eater Demon King to improve my strength. Apart from the high grade of this demon soul, it will also greatly help my innate ability. After refining the demon soul, my cultivation has reached the 5th grade minor demon saint. Of course, I haven't fully refined the energy of the demon soul yet. If I fully refine it, it won't be a problem for me to reach the 6th grade minor demon saint. In addition to the influence of the Soul Eater demon sound, it won't take long for me to reach the 7th grade minor demon saint. At that time I will even be able to deal with a 9th grade minor demon saint. De Huang Dog said. Don't be fooled by his carefree manner, he was actually very smart. Who would want this dog to be cheated and suffer some losses? It was harder than reaching the sky. After listening to De Huang Dog's words, Jiang Chen, Dan King and Tyrant couldn't help but smile bitterly and shake their heads. This was the power of a powerful divine beast's bloodline. Plus, De Huang Dog had the bloodline of a dragon horse. This was a unique advantage that no one could compare with. Furthermore, the bloodline of De Huang Dog would become stronger along with his cultivation. De Huang Dog's progress would be faster and faster. Don't talk about me. How did you know about this Void Triangular Domain? When I knew that the domain was going to open, I immediately went to the Nebula sect to look for you. However, I couldn't find any trace of you. When I arrived here, I heard about the Dragon Men. Needless to say, it was you. Only a brat like you could do such a big thing. De Huang Dog said. Godfather is a famous alchemist. He has been here before. He has a spatial talisman with him. That's why we came here earlier. Yanqinyu said. No wonder. De Huang Dog shook his head. He then looked at Jiang Chen and said, Brat, you are not a good friend. You did such a big thing but you didn't bring me along. That's so boring. But why did you go and kill those noble young masters? You even destroyed a city of the Dark Generation. How much hatred do you have for them? De Huang Dog was puzzled. He knew Jiang Chen very well. Jiang Chen wasn't a reckless person. He shouldn't have caused such a big scene the moment he arrived. De Huang, those noble young masters deserved to die. Yanqinyu told De Huang Dog everything that happened in Dark Mulberry City. De Huang Dog was enraged when he heard that young Master Lu Yun had plotted against Yanqinyu and poisoned her tea. He even created a fragrance-dispelling pavilion and enslaved people. Damn it! These bastards are worse than beasts. Good job. In my opinion, the entire Dark Generation should be killed. De Huang Dog was enraged. We have to deal with the Dark Generation. Even if I don't deal with them, they will deal with me. This hatred can't be resolved. Let's see who is stronger. Big Yellow, it's great that you can come. I have a big plan and it can't be carried out without your participation. Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. What big plan? Tell me. I know that Master Dog's position is unshakable. If you want to do something big, you will need my help. De Huang Dog said narcissistically. When he heard that Jiang Chen had a big plan, his eyes almost popped out. He was a guy who wanted to see the world in chaos. The bigger the mess, the happier he would be. You know that my cultivation method consumes more energy as I progress. This disadvantage hasn't been revealed yet. But when I reach the Great Sage level, I will need an endless supply of holy elixir for every advancement. This consumption is astronomical. I can't even estimate it myself. Moreover, holy elixir is rare and precious. Even the 8 big families might not be able to support me. The supreme grade true meta stones here are comparable to holy elixir. You have probably heard that I have stolen the treasuries of 3 cities and a mine. Now I have 200 million supreme grade true meta stones. But this is far from enough. My goal is to get all the true meta stones here. When he said the last sentence, Zhou Xian's eyes lit up. This was his ultimate goal. What the fuck? You're too greedy, but I like it. Big Yellow was taken aback at first, but then he beamed with joy. But if that's the case, we'll have to fight against the Dark Generation, but the Dark Generation is still very powerful. Both of us aren't a match for them and you're not strong enough. De Huang Dog was worried. Of course I can't do it now. Of course I can't fight them now. First, I don't have enough strength. Second, there are people from the 3 major worlds here. Once we start fighting, the situation will be out of control. I am a 3rd grade minor saint now, but I have a large amount of dark spirits in my hands. If I refine all of them, I will have no problem advancing to the 4th grade minor saint. However, I need to strengthen my foundation, so I won't use this method unless it's the last resort. Then there will be the 2 major auctions in Dark Surge City and King City. There will be many wonderful treasures in these auctions. Zhou Xian said. My flame can greatly restrain the people of the Dark Generation. If I transform into my dragon form now, I can already deal with an 8th grade minor saint of the Dark Generation. If I advance to the 4th grade, I will be able to deal with a 9th grade minor saint. However, there are too many 9th grade minor saints in the Dark Generation. I won't be able to deal with all of them by myself. So, I need to advance to the 5th grade minor saint in order to have enough confidence. The auction will be my chance. After I advance to the 5th grade minor saint, I can transform into my dragon form and it will be hard for me to find a match for a 9th grade minor saint. After the auction is over, the people of the 3 major powers will leave. This was Zhou Xian's perfect plan. Dan King couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. It turned out that Zhou Xian's ultimate plan was to deal with the entire Dark Generation. Such audacity could no longer be described as audacious. He was afraid that only Zhou Xian could do such a thing in the entire heavens and earth. If these words were spread out, no one knew how big of an uproar it would cause. Good. This plan is truly earth-shattering. Master Dog likes it the most. However, what role do I play in your plan? Why do I feel like I am useless? De Huang Dog looked at Zhou Xian. Of course it's useful. My ultimate goal is those mines. I got a small mine from Dark Mulberry City. There are 50 million high-grade true metastones in it. If it's a super big mine controlled by King City, the amount of true metastones in it will be terrifying. However, their mine is very well hidden. Only the people of the Dark Generation can find it. Other than them, I'm afraid that you are the only one who can find it. Do you think this role is not important? Zhou Xian looked at De Huang Dog. But of course. There is nothing in this heavens and earth that Master Dog can't find. No matter how well hidden their mine is, it won't be able to block Master Dog's senses. De Huang Dog burst into laughter. He really felt that he was very useful. Not necessarily. When the time comes, Little Chinzi can show off his power and force King City to reveal the location of the mine. Won't you be useless then? Tyrant ridiculed. Damn you, bald donkey. How dare you say that Master Dog is useless? Do you know the consequences of saying that? De Huang Dog immediately bared his teeth at Tyrant. That won't do. There might be a battle between me and the Dark Generation, but there are too many variables. Moreover, if we really fight, they will destroy the mine even if it's a life and death struggle. The loss outweighs the gain. Now we have to focus on the mine. Before the Dark Generation finds out, we have to quietly collect all the mines. At least we have to find the specific location. Zhou Xian said. De Huang Dog was the most important part. In other words, compared to dealing with the Dark Generation, the mine was more important. This was Zhou Xian's biggest goal. Alright, it's settled then. De Huang Dog was very excited. However, there is still a big variable in our plan. Zhou Xian's eyes suddenly became dull. You mean the northern and southern dynasties? Tyrant also thought of a person. What? Isn't that bastard dead? Could it be that he has appeared again? De Huang Dog jumped up. He had seen Xianxia annihilating the northern and southern dynasties with his own eyes. But now he actually heard the name of the northern and southern dynasties from their mouth. The northern and southern dynasties are indeed dead. But now another northern and southern dynasties have appeared. The northern and southern dynasties of the boundless continent. Tyrant said. Chapter 835. Then Tyrant told them everything that had happened outside Dark Surge City. Thinking of the northern and southern dynasties in the boundless continent, they still couldn't calm down. Moreover, they could tell from the eyes of the northern and southern dynasties that even though they were not from the same world, as long as the northern and southern dynasties existed, they would still be mortal enemies. Motherfucker, how many northern and southern dynasties are there? Could it be that this guy still has a doppelganger? De Huang Dog was incomparably gloomy. He knew all too well how difficult it was to deal with the northern and southern dynasties. Back then, in order to kill the northern and southern dynasties, Xianxia had spent a great deal of effort and almost caused the entire Nebula sect and Moyin cult to perish in the hands of the northern and southern dynasties. In the end, he finally managed to kill the northern and southern dynasties, but now another one appeared. Who knows, what we killed might just be a doppelganger. The real northern and southern dynasties might be in the immortal world. Xianxia said his bold guess. Is that possible? This is too shocking. Dan King's eyes widened. The immortal world was such a distant existence. Just hearing these two words made one couldn't help but have the heart to worship it. It's just a guess. Let's not think too much about it now. The existence of the northern and southern dynasties is a great threat to us. They are also the biggest variable in our plan. If there's a chance, we must eliminate them. Xianxia clenched his fist. He would definitely not be courteous to the northern and southern dynasties. Xianxia's ultimate plan had been made, but he couldn't have guessed that the northern and southern dynasties were also planning the same thing. These two were indeed mortal enemies. They were destined to collide again. In Xianxia's plan, the appearance of the northern and southern dynasties was indeed a big variable. However, Xianxia didn't care. No one could stop his plan this time. The true meta stones here were related to Xianxia's advancement to the Great Sage level in the future. He must get them. Otherwise, his advancement to the Great Sage level would be extremely difficult. Therefore, he must get the true meta stones here no matter what. After a night's rest, Xianxia and the others left the inn early the next morning, heading towards the direction of the prefecture. Today was the day of the large-scale auction in Dark Surge City. The entire city was bustling with people from all walks of life. Void Triangular Domain was opened once every 3 years. Dark Surge City and King City were the two biggest trading markets and also the two biggest auctions. However, compared to King City, Dark Surge City wasn't as attractive as King City. Those who came to participate in the auction were the geniuses of the major powers and the elders who didn't have high cultivation. The true 9th grade minor saint experts wouldn't show up. They would only trade and participate in the auction in King City. The prefecture of Dark Surge City was very big. There was a huge open-air auction house in it. However, those who wanted to enter the auction house had to pay a certain fee. Xianxia and the others followed the crowd into the prefecture and arrived at the huge entrance of the auction house. Currently, there was a black armored guard every 3 meters around the auction house. The security was very tight. Those who participated in the auction weren't just humans. There were also a lot of people from Dark Generation. Dark Generation was a world of its own. Naturally, there were many powers in this world. There were also a lot of exchanges and transactions between them. Xianxia saw that every human who entered the auction house had to pay a pill to the guard. Godfather, I saw that many of the medicinal pills they handed over were different. Xianxia asked. This is just the fee to enter the auction house. The Dark Generation doesn't specify the type of pill. It's fine as long as it's a human pill. Dan King said. Xianxia and the others were enlightened. From this, it could be seen that the Dark Generation had a great desire for pills. No matter what kind of pill it was something that they needed. However, the auction house of the prefecture was very profitable. Putting aside the price of the treasures in the auction house, just the entrance fee alone was already a considerable amount of wealth. With so many people, the number of pills would increase exponentially. Moreover, most of the people who could enter the auction house were minor saint experts. The pills they had wouldn't be trash. Jiang Chen and the others soon reached the entrance of the auction house. The leader of the guards frowned when he saw a Huang dog beside Jiang Chen. He then looked at Jiang Chen's group and immediately guessed the identity of the Huang dog. "Thieves can't enter?" the guard said loudly. "Who are you calling a thief?" The Huang dog was enraged. "I'm talking about you. You stole the demon soul of the soul-devouring beast. Don't you want to admit it?" The guard Leng Leng said. "Huh. You are the dignified prefecture, but you can't even protect your own treasure. How dare you say it out loud? Master Dog has entered your prefecture as if it was an uninhabited land. Besides, I have already given you the price of the demon soul." The Huang dog laughed loudly. His words were directly ridiculing the prefecture. The surrounding people looked over and one of them laughed out loud. "Huh. The dignified prefecture can't even protect their own treasure. This is really shameful. I think we shouldn't participate in any auction house in the future. We should just go to the prefecture and take the demon soul." The one who spoke was a youth with blue hair. He looked like he was in his 20s. His cultivation grade was very strong. He had already reached the 6th grade minor saint. Moreover, the demonic chi on his body was soaring. Apparently he was from the demon race. "You people of the demon race really know how to invert right and wrong. You are still so confident in stealing. I admire you," another youth said. He was wearing purple clothes. His chi was extraordinary. Obviously he was from one of the 8 major families. "Humph. We of the demon race don't care about trifles. If you don't agree you can fight me." The youth of the demon race harumphed coldly. His demonic chi fluctuated. Although the youth in purple clothes looked angry, he chose to remain silent. He knew very well that if he got entangled with the people of the demon race, there would be no end to it. This was an unreasonable big family. Now that the auction was about to begin, he didn't want to be entangled with the people of the demon race. Jiang Chen smiled. He looked at the guard and threw a few pills to him. "I advise you to stop while you're ahead. This dog isn't someone to be trifled with. If you infuriate him, he might just tear you apart and eat you. Given his identity, I believe the demon race will destroy your auction house if you dare to touch him," Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen looked at the guard and said, "You should stop while you're ahead." The guard looked very angry, but there was nothing he could do. He had heard about the demon clan's way of doing things. He also knew about yesterday's incident. Even the great elder had compromised, which was enough to show that the dog's status in the demon clan was extraordinary. If it was really as the white-clothed young man had said, and the dog came up to tear him apart and eat him, then he would have died in vain. The city lord mansion would not offend the demon clan just to avenge him. The auction had not started yet and he did not want to cause a big mess because of a dog. "Go in," the guard said coldly. For God's sake, what kind of attitude is this to Master Dog? The Huang dog wasn't easy to deal with. Seeing the guard's bad attitude, he opened his mouth and was about to bite him. Fortunately, Jiang Chen grabbed his ear and dragged him in. Otherwise, the guard would definitely be bitten badly. There were so many people behind them. It wouldn't look good if the situation got out of hand. Jiang Chen didn't want to stand out too much as it would be detrimental to his plan. "Why are you pulling me? Master Dog wants to teach him a lesson." The Huang dog was extremely dissatisfied. "Don't forget our plan." Jiang Chen patted the Huang dog's head. The auction house of Dark Surge City was huge. It was an open-air auction house with a ring-shaped design. There was a huge auction stage at the front and seats around it. On the second floor there were rooms which should be the so-called VIP area. The seats below were for ordinary people. Those who could enter the VIP area on the second floor weren't ordinary people. "Little Chenzi, where are we going?" Tyrant asked. "Just find a random place." Jiang Chen walked towards the scattered seats in front of him. At this time the blue-haired youth came to Jiang Chen and said, "De Huang, our monster race has a VIP area here. Let's go to the second floor. These are your friends, right? Let's go together." The blue-haired youth seemed to be in a good mood. It seemed like his impression of De Huang dog wasn't bad. "It's fine. We'll just sit here." Jiang Chen cupped his fists at the blue-haired youth. He was very polite to the people of monster race. "Did you hear that?" He said no. "Then we'll just sit here." De Huang dog said. "That's fine. I'm Blue Lion. May I know how to address you, brother?" The blue-haired youth looked at Jiang Chen. Although Xianxia was just a third-grade minor saint, he wasn't an idiot. De Huang dog seemed to be obedient to this white-robed youth. It showed that their relationship wasn't ordinary. Although De Huang had just arrived in monster race, his status would be very respectable in the future. The lion race was very willing to have a good relationship with De Huang dog. Xianxia said with a smile. All right, brother Jiang. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to look for me. After saying that, Blue Lion walked to the VIP area on the second floor. De Huang, who is that? Tyrant asked. I've never seen him before, but he should be from the lion race. This guy's true form is a blue flame lion, a 6th grade minor demon saint. He is considered a rare genius. The lion race has a good relationship with the patriarch. They are my supporters. De Huang dog said. Although he had just entered monster race for a few days, everyone in monster race knew about De Huang dog. He was a divine beast that was brought back by Peacock King. Naturally, Blue Lion was one of them. Although De Huang dog hadn't seen him before, he knew De Huang dog. Suddenly, Xianxia's left index finger twitched. Xianxia was startled. Then his index finger twitched more and more violently. It was the saint bone. Ever since Xianxia obtained this piece of saint bone, he had been very calm. He didn't expect that it would suddenly twitch today. Along with the twitching of his index finger, Xianxia immediately sensed something. His eyes shifted to one of the VIP rooms on the second floor. Chapter 836. The finger bone is throbbing. My finger bone is there. Xianxia's mind was shaken violently. He could clearly sense that there was a piece of his finger bone in the VIP room on the second floor. Along with the throbbing of his finger bone, his soul was trembling violently. It was the feeling of the fusion of blood and meridians. His finger bone was in someone else's body. This made Xianxia's soul feel extremely uneasy. Xianxia's face was solemn. That year when he was in the St. Cliff, his body could be said to have been smashed into pieces. He didn't know how many parts of his body were left, but as long as there were any, he could sense that it was a very powerful saint bone. Once he could fuse with it, it would bring him endless benefits. Swoosh! Xianxia's soul power spread out and penetrated the VIP room. He saw that there were 7 to 8 people sitting in the room. There were 3 old men and 5 young men. The leading young man was dressed in white like Xianxia and had a golden silk belt around his waist. He had thick black hair and looked extraordinarily handsome. His cultivation had already reached the 7th grade minor saint. He was the one with the highest cultivation in the room. Even the 3 old men were only 7th grade minor saints. However, a 7th grade minor saint like them couldn't be compared to a young man. If they were to fight, they wouldn't be on the same level. This young man was the youngest among them, but his cultivation was the highest. It showed how much of a genius he was. There was an obvious difference in his right index finger. That finger was emitting a faint wave of energy. Huh. The young man frowned. His eyes were like torches as he looked at the venue below through the glass. The place he was looking at was where Xianxia was. Xianxia quickly retracted his soul power. This man has a very keen perception. He could even sense my soul power. But because of the finger bone, my mind was affected and I didn't circulate the great soul derivation technique. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to find me no matter how keen his perception is. Xianxia thought to himself. However, through his perception just now, he had already seen that the young man's finger was actually his own finger bone. A faint killing intent instantly burst forth from Xianxia's body. Daring to fuse his own finger bone into his body was a blasphemy against the world's greatest saint. Just this alone was enough to sentence this young man to death. Moreover, Xianxia was determined to take back what belonged to him, so he would definitely clash with the young man. At that time it would be a battle of life and death. De Huang, ask Blue Lion which clan is in that room. Xianxia said. It's Shao clan. De Huang said after a slight hesitation. He had already transmitted his voice to Blue Lion and learned that the people in the room were all geniuses of the Shao clan. Shao clan. Xianxia frowned again. Among the 8 families of Pure Land, the one with the greatest influence wasn't the Dan family, Bin family or demon race. It was the Shao clan. It was said that the Shao clan had inherited the bloodline of an ancient foreign race. They possessed powerful innate abilities that made them very difficult to deal with. Each of the 8 families had a profound foundation, but if there was a ranking, the Shao clan would definitely be ranked first. What's wrong, Brother Qin? Yan Qinyu couldn't help but ask when she sensed the change in Jiang Chen's expression. De Huang, ask Blue Lion what's the name of the young man in the room. Jiang Chen said. De Huang Dog communicated with Blue Lion for a while and said, his name is Desolate Ning, a rare genius of the Shao clan. He's not even 30 years old, but he has already reached the 7th grade minor saint. He is the person that the Desolate clan is focusing on. I heard that he had defeated an 8th grade minor saint elder of the clan before he came out. No wonder the Desolate clan is willing to give him the saint bone. It turns out that he is the person that the Desolate clan is focusing on. Humph. Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He didn't get along well with the Desolate clan in his previous life because this clan was too arrogant. However, they had suffered a lot when they met Jiang Chen. The old ancestor of the Desolate clan was killed by Jiang Chen. Therefore, the Desolate clan and Jiang Chen had a deep grudge. Little Chenzi, why are you paying so much attention to that guy? De Huang Dog didn't understand. He has something that I want. A smile was revealed at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Initially, he didn't want to have any conflict with the Desolate clan in Void Triangular Domain. However, it seemed like it was impossible for him to get along with the Desolate clan peacefully. A person like Desolate Ning would be even harder to deal with in Saint Origin World. Therefore, Void Triangular Domain was Jiang Chen's best chance. He must get the phalanx back. He already had a phalanx, but the power of the phalanx had been completely suppressed by the dragon form. In other words, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to unleash the full power of the phalanx while he was in his dragon form. However, if he could get another phalanx, he would still be able to unleash the full power of the phalanx, which would further improve his combat strength. More importantly, if Jiang Chen could refine the phalanx, he would be able to stimulate the potential of the dragon transformation skill using the origin bloodline. A phalanx would be enough to advance his cultivation grade to the next level. One of the main reasons why Jiang Chen came to Void Triangular Domain was to improve his cultivation grade. The discovery of the phalanx was a huge surprise. How could he miss such an opportunity? Qin Heir, the people of the Desolate clan are not to be trifled with. They are much stronger than the Dan clan. Dan King reminded. Initially, I didn't want to have any conflict with the Desolate clan. After all, I already had some conflicts with the Dan clan and the Hu clan. However, I have no other choice now. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. If it wasn't for the phalanx in Desolate Ning's hand, he wouldn't have created a conflict with the Desolate clan at this critical moment. He already had a lot of enemies. Unfortunately, there were some things that he had to do. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill and walked on the path of a supreme expert. Although he wasn't that strong yet, he needed to have the heart of an expert. Now that his phalanx had fallen into the hands of an outsider, if he remained indifferent, it would go against the will of the dragon transformation skill. Once his heart of an expert wavered, his future cultivation grade would be greatly affected. At the same time, in the VIP room of the Desolate clan, Desolate Ning looked at Jiang Chen's back and said faintly, "Who is this? How dare he scan me with his divine sense? I don't know him. He's just a nobody. Don't take him seriously," a young man beside Desolate Ning said. He didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes at all. Dong dong dong. At this time, 3 bell-like sounds were heard in the sky above the auction house. Then 3 silhouettes flew down from the sky and landed on the auction stage. Standing in front of them was a woman who was wearing revealing clothes. She was a woman from the Dark Generation. Apart from her revealing clothes, she also had a very charming face. Her skin was as white as snow. A casual movement of her would ripple a myriad of amorous feelings. A woman like her would have a fatal attraction to any man. She should be the auctioneer. There were 2 elders standing behind her. They were squinting their eyes and clasping their hands behind their back. Their cultivation grade was very strong. Just by standing there, people could feel an invisible pressure. Both of them were powerful 8th grade minor saints. Their presence alone was enough to stun everyone present. You're right. You're right. You're the 8th grade minor saint. Welcome, friends from the 3 great worlds. My name is Wei Air. I am today's auctioneer. The voice of the woman was very sweet. It made people feel very comfortable. Wei Air bowed to the people on the stage, showing her standard manners. Some of you have come to Void Triangular Domain before. Some of you are here for the first time. According to the usual practice, Wei Er would like to introduce the rules of the auction. During the auction, the price will be based on the highest grade true meta stones. After the auction, you can use your treasures as payment. Pills would be the best. At that time, there will be a professional appraiser who will evaluate the value of your items. Wei Er said. Her meaning was very easy to understand. When everyone shouted a price, they would shout in top-grade true meta stones. Then they would use their own pills to replace the price. The specific value of the pills would be estimated by the auction house. In other words, top-grade true meta stones were equivalent to a kind of currency here. However, because there were very few top-grade true meta stones in the hands of humans, and they had come here for true meta stones, in the end they could only use pills as a substitute. Of course, true meta stones would not be auctioned in an auction like this because true meta stones were very common in this domain. If people wanted to exchange for true meta stones, they could go to any city to exchange for true meta stones. Apart from the treasures collected by the Dark Generation, there were also many treasures that were entrusted by the people from the three great worlds to be auctioned. For example, if Zhou Xian wanted to exchange a good treasure with someone, he would entrust the auction house to auction it in order to get the most out of it. The auction house would take a certain percentage of the profits. A treasure that was originally worth 10,000 true meta stones could be sold at double or even several times the original price. This was the reason why the auction had always been so popular. In order to let everyone have a better understanding of the value of a top-grade true essence stone in the auction house, Wei Er can give everyone a standard. Here, a top-grade true essence stone is equivalent to a heavenly yuan pill of your human race. I think everyone has no more questions. Then let's begin the auction. Next, let's begin the first treasure. Wei Er turned her palm and a crystal the size of a human head appeared. After the crystal appeared, it floated above Wei Er's palm and emitted an incomparably bright light. Even though it was far away, people could still feel the vigorous energy emitted from the crystal. This is a true meta crystal. It's the crystallization of a true meta stone mine. The energy contained in this crystal is at least equivalent to 10,000 true meta stones, and the grade is even higher. Wei Er said. Chapter 837. Many people were looking at the true elemental crystal. Some people's eyes were filled with excitement. Those who were interested in the true elemental crystal were the humans from the three big worlds. As for the people from the Dark Generation, they were not interested in it at all. This true elemental crystal is a rare treasure. I'm afraid it can only be found in the void triangular domain. Yeah. This is a huge true elemental crystal. The energy it contains is enormous. It would be very beneficial to have it. Beauty, hurry up and tell us the starting price. Someone shouted. The starting price of this true elemental crystal is 5,000 high-grade true elemental stones. The bidding starts now. Wei Er said. What? The starting price of such a treasure is only 5,000? Are you kidding me? Yeah, it's too cheap. But it's understandable. After all, this thing is priceless to us. However, it's just a common item for the people from the Dark Generation. Many people exclaimed when the starting price was announced. The starting price of 5,000 was too low. Wei Er had already said that in the eyes of the people from the Dark Generation, a high-grade true elemental stone was equivalent to a heavenly elixir. However, in the eyes of humans, a high-grade true elemental stone was equivalent to a holy elixir. I bid 10,000. 10,000 is too low. 15,000. 30,000. 500,000. Finally, this large piece of true essence crystal was auctioned off for 500,000. This price caused Wei Er's face to be covered with a smile. She thought that these humans were truly rich and overbearing. The starting price was 5,000, and the final price had reached 500,000. This was truly a pleasant surprise. The next few treasures were all relatively mediocre. The VIP area on the second floor didn't bid, but the people below shouted more enthusiastically. The VIP area wouldn't bid so easily. They had a strong foundation and ordinary treasures weren't even worth their attention. Those who had participated in the auction knew that the treasures that appeared at the beginning were basically just passing stages. The truly good treasures wouldn't appear at this time. The auction lasted for half an hour and finally it came to an end. From the beginning until now, Jiang Chen hadn't called out a single bid. The surrounding people were shouting excitedly, but Jiang Chen turned a blind eye to them, because those treasures that appeared just now weren't worthy of his attention. What's wrong with you guys? You haven't bid once in half an hour. Are you here to play? Yeah, if you don't bid now you won't have a chance later. The real treasures are the games of the VIP area. We can only watch from the sidelines. Alright, let's stop talking. I think they're all poor bastards. Why would they come to the auction when they have nothing better to do? Seeing that Jiang Chen and the others were too calm, even the people around them could not stand it anymore. However, Jiang Chen only grinned and pretended not to hear them. The next treasure was obtained by our city lord by accident. Everyone can take a look. Wire continued to speak. She flipped her palm and another treasure appeared. It was a broken piece of metal floating in the air. This piece of metal was rusty and did not look special. However, from its appearance one could tell that this piece of metal was a broken sword. It was just that it was too ordinary. There was no aura being released from it. It was hard for people to associate it with a treasure. Swoosh. However, after seeing this broken sword, De Huang Dog's eyes shot out two bright rays of light. Jiang Chen, who was beside him, also widened his eyes. Back in the whirling sun city of Qi province, they found a treasure vault. There was a piece of such a broken sword in there. It looked ordinary, but De Huang Dog treated it as a treasure. As it turned out, this broken sword was indeed a rare treasure. In the hands of De Huang, it could unleash an unimaginable might. De Huang Dog had used this broken sword to save his life twice. The first time was when he dealt with Lord Blood Moon, and the second time was when he dealt with the Temple Lord of Shura Temple, Li Tianyang. Damn it. When I stole the demon soul I didn't even notice this treasure. De Huang Dog was incomparably depressed. Thinking that such a peerless treasure had slipped away from his eyes, he simply had the urge to vomit blood. Miss Wei Air, don't joke around. A piece of scrap iron is treated as a treasure by your city lord's mansion. Could it be that your auction house can't take out any real treasure? That's right. We have already carefully sensed this piece of scrap iron. There's nothing special about it. It's completely a piece of scrap iron. Yet your city lord's mansion is taking it out for auction. Are you treating us as fools? No one wants this piece of scrap iron. The auction house instantly boiled up. Many people laughed out loud and began to ridicule the city lord's mansion for using a piece of scrap iron to deceive people. They were treating them as fools. Everyone, please calm down. This broken sword has been evaluated by an expert. Although we, the Dark Generation, can't be sure what kind of treasure it is definitely a treasure. Real treasures should be given to those who know their stuff. Now I will announce that the starting price of this broken sword is 100,000. Wei Air said. Damn it, this broken thing costs 100,000? Isn't this extortion? I'm sure that no one will bid for it unless they are fools. However, as soon as this person finished speaking, a voice rang out, 110,000. The one who spoke was none other than Jiang Chen. However, as soon as his voice faded away, the crowd instantly burst into laughter and ridicule. Motherfucker, there are really fools here. I say, brother, you have been silent for so long. It's not easy for you to open your mouth. Is it because of this piece of scrap iron? Don't say any more. I think there must be something wrong with this person's IQ. Spending money to buy a piece of scrap iron. Jiang Chen had a smile on his face. He turned a blind eye to the people around him who were looking at him as if he was an idiot. It was good that no one was bidding against him. That way he could get the best treasure at the lowest price. Wei Air, who was on the auction stage, also revealed a trace of a smile when she heard someone calling out a bid. One could feel that she was clearly relieved. As a matter of fact, taking out this broken sword for auction had caused a lot of criticism because even the city lord's mansion couldn't be sure what kind of treasure it was. However, they still took it out in the end. What if someone really treated it as a treasure and auctioned it? Now it seemed that someone had really bid for it. This young master has called out a bid of 110,000. Is there anyone who wants to bid a higher price? Wei Air looked around. On the second floor in the VIP area of the Shao clan, an old man stared at the broken sword in Wei Air's hand and pondered. Then he said, Shao Ning, this broken sword feels a little unusual. Might really be a treasure. Shao Ning exclaimed in surprise and immediately looked at the broken sword. However, he couldn't see anything special about it. However, since this was said by the elder beside him, he had to pay attention to it. The elder's status in the Xiao clan was not ordinary, and he had a unique understanding of rare treasures. Since even he said that this broken sword was probably not an ordinary item, he had no choice but to take action. 120,000. Xiao Ning shouted. As soon as this was said, the entire hall was boiling again. Even Wei Er was stunned. It was obvious that even she didn't expect this broken sword to attract the bidding of the VIP area. Even the people in the VIP area have called out a bid. Could it be that this thing is really a treasure? No, it's definitely a piece of scrap iron. I have a deep understanding of rare treasures and can be considered to be extraordinary. Even I can't see what's so special about this thing. 150,000. Jiang Chen almost didn't think and immediately called out a bid. 200,000. Xiao Ning raised the price by another 50,000. 1 million. However, as soon as Xiao Ning's voice fell, Jiang Chen directly raised the price to a high price of 1 million. What? This guy is crazy. Damn, a real person doesn't show his face. I couldn't tell at first that this guy is so rich. However, it seems like his brain isn't too good to spend 1 million on this thing. His brain must have been kicked by a donkey. The entire auction house was once again in an uproar. Even Wire, who was on the auction stage, was stunned. But shortly after, a smile blossomed on Wire's face once again. When she took out the broken sword, she was still nervous. If no one bid for it, she would lose face. But she never would have thought that someone would bid 1 million for such a broken thing. Boom. At this moment, a wave of anger rushed out from the Xiao clan's VIP area. Xiao Ning's eyes were looking at Jiang Chen through the glass. The anger in his eyes was about to materialize. A nobody who came out of nowhere actually dared to compete with him. He must be courting death. 1,100,000. Xiao Ning raised the price. 2 million. Jiang Chen's tone didn't change in the slightest as he raised the price to 2 million. Crazy, this guy must be crazy. Let's not talk about whether this thing is worth the price. He actually dared to compete with the people in the VIP area. Isn't he courting death? You have to know that those who can go to the VIP area on the second floor are all powerful forces. Yeah, this guy doesn't know the rules. Under normal circumstances, as long as the people in the VIP area bid, the people below will not compete anymore. Firstly, they can't compete with them. Secondly, they are giving the VIP area face. That's the people from the Xiao clan. The people from the Xiao clan are already angry. This guy's bid will not benefit him. The originally playful atmosphere suddenly became heavy as the price soared to 2 million. Xiao Ning's anger was undisguised as he hovered above the auction house, causing everyone to tremble in fear. In the entire auction hall, the happiest people were none other than Wei Er and the 2 old men behind her. It was good that someone was competing with the guests, but it was even better that someone was competing with the guests. Now Wei Er was looking at Jiang Chen with a smile in her eyes. 2,300,000. Xiao Ning gritted his teeth and raised the price again. 3 million. Chapter 838. Hua. The whole audience was in an uproar again. The people of the Desolate clan were obviously angry. They thought that this white-robed youth would quit while he was ahead. They didn't expect that he would become even more aggressive. Judging from his appearance, it seemed like he was going to go against the Desolate clan to the end. Not to mention that the price of the broken sword was already enough to make people sigh. Just the fact that he dared to go against the Desolate clan so openly showed his courage. However, in the eyes of many people, Jiang Chen was simply a hothead. He was just a nobody sitting in the audience hall, yet he dared to go against the Desolate clan openly. If he wasn't a hothead, what else could he be? Fuck. Could it be that there is someone in the Xiao clan who can tell the value of this treasure? However, this toy is useless in their hands. Only I, Master Dog, can truly control this broken sword. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. De Huang Dog was also very depressed. He thought that no one was interested in this broken sword. If that was the case, Jiang Chen would be able to get it easily. He didn't expect that the Desolate clan would interfere. It doesn't matter. I have a lot of money. I'd like to see how long Desolate Ning can last. I will definitely get this broken sword for you, Jiang Chen said in a flat tone. There was no way for him to back down now because he knew the power of this broken sword too well. De Huang Dog had already obtained a fragment of the broken sword. If he could get another fragment, its power would be even more unimaginable. This broken sword was just like his heavenly saint sword. Every fragment he obtained would bring him great benefits. How could Xianxia let go of such a treasure? More importantly, he could take advantage of this opportunity to confront Desolate Ning. Desolate Ning had his phalanx, so the two of them would clash sooner or later. Once Desolate Ning entered King City and met up with the experts of the Desolate clan, it would be extremely difficult for him to obtain the phalanx. Undoubtedly, this was a great opportunity. According to Desolate Ning's arrogance, he would definitely not let him go. Perhaps after the auction ended, he would directly deal with Xianxia after leaving Dark Surge City. This was exactly what Xianxia wanted. He wanted Desolate Ning to take the initiative to deal with him. In that case, he would be able to choose the location of the battle in advance and retrieve his phalanx. Therefore, in Xianxia's mind, the more intense the confrontation between him and Desolate Ning, the better. He wanted to make Desolate Ning want to kill him, only then would he be able to trap Desolate Ning. Damn it, who is this bastard? How dare you openly oppose me? Desolate Ning was enraged. Desolate Ning, I think we should forget about it. I can't be sure if this piece of scrap metal is a real treasure. There's no need to pay such a high price. The old man beside Desolate Ning said with an ugly expression. No, how can I, Desolate Ning, be defeated by a nobody? I would like to see how much money he can take out. Desolate Ning gritted his teeth. It was no longer a matter of money, it was a matter of face. The foundation of the Desolate clan was not something a nobody could compare with. 5 million. Xiao Ning's voice sounded again. At this time, everyone could hear the anger in Xiao Ning's voice. Everyone knew that Xiao Ning directly increased the price to 5 million just to vent his anger, to save face for Xiao Ning. Fuck, let Master Dog deal with this bastard. De Huang Dog couldn't sit still anymore. He barked twice towards the VIP room of the Desolate clan. This guy didn't know what a low voice was. His loud voice could almost be heard by the entire auction house. Plus, De Huang Dog's action was simply a blatant provocation to the Desolate clan. Many of them sucked in a breath of cold air. They had the impulse to faint. This dog actually dared to call Desolate Ning a bastard in public. His audacity was simply heaven-defying. Bastard, I'm going to skin you alive. A furious voice came from the VIP room of the Desolate clan. How dare a dog provoke the Desolate clan? This was simply lawless. However, De Huang Dog didn't fall for it. He became even more arrogant. He raised his leg and shouted at the VIP room of the Desolate clan. Listen up, bastards of the Desolate clan. Master Dog rules the world and has boundless prestige. If you dare to oppose Master Dog, you can only wait for death. Master Dog is going to fight you bastards today. 10 million. Plop. Someone fell from his seat. This dog was too heaven-defying. Those who came from Saint Origin World had their eyeballs popping out. Others might not know how strong the Desolate clan was, but they knew it all too well. In the entire Saint Origin World, no one dared to call the bastards of the Desolate clan a bastard. It wasn't just scolding one person but the entire Desolate clan. Moreover, the price was 10 million. Motherfucker. Did he think that this was just a number? Wei Er and the two elders on the auction stage had their mouths wide open. They wouldn't have thought that the scrap metal that they didn't have high hopes for today would rise to a sky-high price because of the battle between the two parties. A powerful energy overflowed from the VIP room of the Desolate clan. The two elders' facial expression changed. It seemed like something bad was going to happen. Friends of the Desolate clan, please abide by the rules of the auction house. If you have any grudges, you can settle them after the auction. The two 8th grade minor saints were still very intimidating. Apparently, the Desolate clan didn't want to cause a scene here. They slowly retracted their chi. However, the faces of the people of the Desolate clan had turned ashen. Their faces were filled with murderous intent, especially Desolate Ning. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Kill. We must kill them. It will be their time of death when the auction ends. Going against the Desolate clan won't end well. The people of the Desolate clan were brimming with murderous intent. The people in the VIP rooms also shifted their attention to Xianxia and De Huang Dog. They began to pay attention to this youth. It was impossible for them to ignore a person who dared to go against the Desolate clan. In the VIP room of the Hua family, Hua Miao sneered. What a reckless bastard. It seems like I don't need to do anything. Desolate Ning is going to tear him apart. Is he the one who has a powerful flame? In front of Humiao was a youth in red robe. His chi wasn't any weaker than Desolate Ning's. He was the leader of the Hua family. His name was Hui Yuan, a rare genius of the Hua family. Currently he was a 7th grade minor saint. That's right. It's him. His flame is very powerful. Contains the power of the heavens and earth. It's even more powerful than the psychic fire of our Hua family. Hu Miao said. After the auction ends we will catch up to him and make a deal with Desolate Ning. We will extract the flame before Desolate Ning kills him. Hui Yuan sneered. That's right. Only our Hua family is qualified to possess such a flame. Hu Miao laughed. In the VIP room of the Dan family. I heard that this man had killed our people at the node of Void Triangular Domain. Seems like he has a lot of guts. A genius of the Dan family looked at Jiang Chen. That's right. There is only one ending for those who kill our people. Death. But it seems like we don't need to do anything now. Someone said. At the same time the Bin family, ancient people, demon race, Narang family and Shi family all shifted their attention to Jiang Chen. None of them had thought that such an audacious young man would appear in this auction. Miss Wei Air, let's not waste any more time. Hurry up and ask someone or some family if they want to increase the price. Jiang Chen said to Wei Air. Yes, young master. Wei Air bowed slightly at Jiang Chen. Her attitude was really good. She could easily enter the VIP area by taking out 10 million gold coins. This piece of scrap. Cough cough, someone has already bid 10 million for this broken sword. Is there anyone who wants to bid a higher price? Wei Air was so excited that she almost blurted out the word, scrap iron. The Shao clan was silent. It seemed like they had decided to give up. After all, the money they brought this time was limited. It was not worth it to spend 10 million to bid for something that they did not know was a treasure. There was still a large-scale auction to be held in Monarch City. Moreover, in the eyes of the people of the Desolate family, Jiang Chen was already a dead man. There was no need for them to compete with a dead man. In the VIP room of the Desolate family, the old man looked at the angry Desolate Ning. He was afraid that Desolate Ning would act impulsively again. He quickly said, Desolate Ning, there is no need to fight with them anymore. The old man was still worried. The price of this broken sword had exceeded their budget. If Desolate Ning made another bid and the other party stopped bidding, it would be a waste. It was better not to take this risk. After I kill them, this thing will still be mine. Desolate Ning gritted his teeth. Since there is no one else bidding, then I will announce that the broken sword has been bought by this young man for 10 million. Congratulations. Wei Air smiled at Jiang Chen again. However, she did not give the broken sword to Jiang Chen immediately. Instead she kept it. After the auction she would distribute the treasures. At that time she would have to estimate the value of the elixirs in Jiang Chen's hands. 10 million for a piece of scrap iron. That's enough. Moreover, he has offended the Desolate family. He will probably die the moment he leaves Dark Surge City. What a weirdo. Young people are always impulsive. Many people were sighing. However, no one laughed at Jiang Chen. They had no right to laugh at a person who could easily take out 10 million to buy a piece of scrap iron. Alright, the next treasure will be the highlight of this auction. Everyone please take a look. The auction continued. Wei Air's voice resounded again. Another treasure appeared on her palm. It was a crystal box the size of a palm. However, this treasure was not the box but the thing inside the box. Under the shocked gazes of countless people, Wei Air gently opened the box. Suddenly, a pure light energy overflowed from the box. It carried the aura of righteousness. A pearl the size of a fist appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This pearl was pure gold and was covered with runes. It was extremely mystical. At the moment when the pearl was opened, many people could hear Sanskrit chanting. It made their souls feel purified. Saraira. Chapter 839. That's right. The golden bead that Wei Air took out was a relic of Buddha sect. Its surface was covered with Sanskrit of Buddha sect. On the surface of the relic there were shadows of Buddha. More importantly, there was a hint of lightning in the relic. The energy it contained was enormous. This is a relic left behind by a 9th grade minor saint. Contains the power of lightning. It should be a relic left behind by a 9th grade minor saint who failed to break through to the great Saint Buddha realm. This relic contains all the essence of a 9th grade minor saint monk. Plus, it has been tempered by lightning. It is many times stronger than the relic of an ordinary 9th grade minor saint. I never thought that the Dark Generation could get their hands on such a treasure. Zhou Xian was shocked as well. It must have been entrusted to be auctioned by someone. Dan King said. Tyrant didn't say anything because he didn't have the mood to talk anymore. Ever since the relic appeared, his eyes had never left it. His gaze was fixed on the relic without blinking. His gaze was even more intense than when De Huang Dog saw the broken sword. I must get this relic. Tyrant has already obtained the inheritance of Ancestor Green Lotus. His foundation is very strong. If he can get the help of this relic, his cultivation grade will certainly improve by leaps and bounds. Zhou Xian was shocked. He didn't expect that he could get so many benefits in this auction. He found the phalanx, De Huang Dog found the broken sword, and now there was a relic. It was as if it was specially made for Tyrant. However, both Zhou Xian and Tyrant knew very well that it was impossible to get this relic without spending a lot of money. The competition would be much stronger than the previous ones. In other words, this relic was the most important part of today's auction. A powerful relic of Buddha sect was not only beneficial to Tyrant, but also to anyone who could get it. Even the people of the devil religion could use the energy of the relic to purify their demonic nature and make them stronger. This is a relic of the Buddha sect. It was left behind by a powerful 9th grade minor saint monk when he was going through his tribulation. I'm sure those who are knowledgeable have already noticed that this relic contains a trace of lightning power. I'm sure all of you have an idea of its value. Wire's sweet voice resounded throughout the auction house, entering everyone's ears. Well, as soon as Wei Er's voice faded away, the entire auction house was in an uproar. Most of them were just guessing about this treasure. How could they not be shocked after listening to Wei Er's words? A relic left behind by a 9th grade minor saint was priceless. Not to mention the monks of Buddha sect, it would bring great benefits to any ordinary person. To put it bluntly, even a pig would become a peerless genius if it were to get its hands on the relic because of the Buddha's chi that was permeated by the relic. This Saraira is mine. Let's see who dares to snatch it from me. An arrogant voice rang out from a VIP room on the 2nd floor. That was a genius from a major power of the boundless continent. What a joke. Such a treasure naturally depends on who has the ability to obtain it. Do you think you can afford such a high price for it? That's right. Anyone can talk big. Why don't you measure your own strength first? The VIP area on the 2nd floor was already filled with the smell of gunpowder even before the auction started. The geniuses of the 3 major worlds were getting restless. This was destined to be a fierce competition. It wasn't just limited to the 8 major families of Saint Origin World. There were countless major powers of the 3 major worlds that had gathered together. It was rare to see such a scene. Wire revealed a satisfied smile when she saw the reaction of the auction house. Obviously, such an atmosphere was what she wanted to see. All right. Everyone, please calm down. I will now announce the base price of this relic, 5 million. The base price of 5 million wasn't too high for a relic that was left behind by a 9th grade minor saint. Of course, this was just the base price. According to the current popularity of the auction, the price of the relic would definitely be raised to a sky-high level. It would be far beyond the value of the scrap iron. 6 million. 7 million. 8 million. 15 million. In just a few breaths' time, the price of the Saraira had soared to 15 million. And it was rising by the millions. The VIP area on the 2nd floor was incomparably lively. In the face of such a tempting treasure, no one wanted to retreat. At this time, the cultivators in the scattered seats basically didn't speak. They were self-aware that even if they bid, the relic would have nothing to do with them in the end. Compared to those people in the VIP area on the 2nd floor, there was a huge gap between them. Moreover, even the VIPs were filled with the smell of gunpowder, so how could they interrupt? If they angered the geniuses of these major forces, they would be slapped to death with a single slap, and that would be their death in vain. 20 million. 20 million. 30 million. In the blink of an eye, the price had skyrocketed to the height of 30 million. At this time, some of the VIP rooms had become silent. The entire auction house had become deathly silent. Even though 30 million was equivalent to the heaven elixir, it was still a considerable amount of heaven elixir. After all, it was the heaven elixir, not the earth elixir or the human elixir. On the ground, Tyrant seemed a little nervous. The benefits of this Saraira were self-evident, and at the same time Tyrant's eagerness to obtain this Saraira was self-evident. However, if Tyrant relied on himself, there was no way he could compete with those geniuses in the VIP area. Right now he could only rely on Zhou Xian. Tyrant, you can't sit still anymore, can you? The Huang dog came to Tyrant while licking his face. Don't worry. I will gift this relic to you, Zhou Xian said casually. He had a large number of pills, combat weapons, devil souls and demon souls in his hands. What he didn't lack was wealth. At least compared to those geniuses in the VIP area, he was much wealthier. The price of a 9th grade minor saint's relic reaching 30 million wasn't a big deal. The price would surely rise even higher. 50 million. The Desolate family made their move again. Desolate Ning raised the price to 50 million. As soon as the price was raised, the entire auction house became silent. Many people in the VIP area became silent. Some of them were already calculating the price. 50 million wasn't a small number. We must get this relic. If Desolate Ning refines it, he will be able to break through to the 8th grade minor saint or even reach the peak. The elder beside Desolate Ning said. Brother Ning has raised the price to 50 million. I don't think anyone will compete for this price. A youth said. He was older than Desolate Ning, but he still had to respectfully address Desolate Ning as Brother Ning. This showed Desolate Ning's status in the Desolate family. This was a world where strength was everything. As long as you were strong, everyone would respect you. 60 million. However, as soon as Desolate Ning's voice faded, a voice was heard, increasing the price by 10 million. What? Desolate Ning's eyes burst into flames. This voice came from the individual seats below. Desolate Ning looked at Zhou Xian, who was sitting leisurely on his seat. If his eyes could kill, Zhou Xian would have been dismembered by now. It was him again. Desolate Ning had the urge to kill someone. The faces of everyone in the Desolate clan turned incomparably ugly. Their anger soared to the heavens. Seemed like that guy was going to fight it out with them to the end. Now even the geniuses in the VIP area had stopped bidding. Yet he did it after them. Wasn't this targeting them? Whoosh, whoosh. At this time, countless eyes fell on Zhou Xian again. Compared to the broken sword, everyone was more shocked. My God. How can there be such a person in this world? 60 million. Can he afford it? Can't you see it? This kid is purposely going against the Desolate family. He didn't raise the price until the Desolate family raised the price. He's obviously going against them. This guy is sick in the head. Let's stay away from him. He won't have a good ending if he goes against the Desolate family like this. No one in the hall could remain calm anymore. No one knew where this silly kid came from. He was simply a hothead. In the eyes of many of them, Zhou Xian wouldn't be able to fork out 60 million gold coins. The reason why Zhou Xian raised the price was to target the Desolate family. After the Desolate family raised the price to a very high level, he stopped bidding, making the Desolate family become a sucker. This is getting more and more interesting. Desolate Ning is going to die from anger today. A genius from the Narang family crossed his legs and looked like he was watching a show. 70 million. Desolate Ning gritted his teeth. This was his bottom line. 80 million. Sure enough, Zhou Xian didn't give him any face. Almost as soon as Desolate Ning's voice fell, he raised the price of 80 million. His tone was incomparably calm, as if 80 million wasn't a fortune at all. Damn it. 90 million. Xiao Ning shouted the number 90 million at the top of his lungs. Everyone heard the sound of tables and chairs shattering in the Xiao clan's VIP room. Then cracks appeared on the glass in front of the room like a spider web. It wasn't hard to imagine how angry Desolate Ning was right now. If it wasn't for the rules of the auction house, he would have gone down and killed Zhou Xian right now to vent his anger. To Zhou Xian, the angrier Desolate Ning was, the happier he was. This was the result he wanted. The atmosphere in the auction house had reached a freezing point. The Desolate clan had become a laughingstock after being bullied by a rogue cultivator who came out of nowhere. Everyone could feel that Desolate Ning was on the verge of going berserk at this moment. Chapter 840. After the price of 100 million was shouted out, the entire hall didn't burst into an uproar. Instead it became even quieter. Everyone was looking at Zhou Xian as if they were looking at a monster. Damn it. Do you think 100 million is trash? This is too cruel. The competition in this auction is even more exciting than a fight. We are going to watch a good show this time. That's right. I wonder where this white-clothed youngster came from. To think that he would be so rich and overbearing. The people from the Xiao clan are probably going mad with anger. If it weren't for the rules of the auction house, they would have already attacked him. I really don't know what he is thinking. How dare he go against Desolate Clan? Doesn't he know the consequences of provoking Desolate Clan? Everyone sighed. They couldn't understand Zhou Qian's action at all. What happened today wasn't just for the treasure. They weren't fools. This white-clothed youth was obviously targeting the Desolate family. Some of them guessed that this white-clothed youth must have some kind of great enmity with the Desolate family. Otherwise he wouldn't have gone against them recklessly. Crack crack. Desolate Ning clenched his fists so hard that his veins were exposed. He couldn't control his anger anymore. For a long time no one had ever disobeyed him like this. No one had ever dared to go against him in public. Although they didn't have a direct confrontation, what Zhou Qian did was no different from slapping his face. Brother Ning, that bastard has already called out the bid of 100 million. Does he have that much wealth? Should we continue? You should know that it is a relic left behind by a cultivator who wants to become a Buddha. If you can get it, it will definitely be beneficial. A young man said. No need. Let him get the relic. It belongs to me, Desolate Ning. It will be mine sooner or later. Desolate Ning's tone was incomparably cold. He decided not to continue bidding. His opponent was a madman. If he continued to compete with him, it would only make him angrier. At that time only the auction house would benefit. As for the relic and the broken sword that Zhou Qian had snatched, Desolate Ning would make Zhou Qian spit them out sooner or later. Looks like Xiao Ning won't be bidding anymore. Desolate Ning is really depressed to meet a madman today. However, this brat's cultivation is too weak. He's just a mere third-grade minor saint. He won't even have the strength to protect his treasures after leaving Dark Surge City. Desolate Ning won't let this go. I'm going to teach that brat a lesson after the auction is over. For this person to be able to spend 100 million to auction a Saraira, it means that he has a lot of wealth on him. Since he killed the people of our Dan clan, he has offended our Dan clan. When Desolate Ning comes to deal with him, let's go together. This kid has so many treasures on him, we can't let Desolate Ning monopolize them all. The geniuses in the various VIP rooms had already made up their minds. Many of them were prepared to join in. They could already see that the white-robed young man below was a nouveau riche. To be able to take out a treasure worth 100 million to auction a Saraira, he must have a lot of wealth on him. All right. Since no one is bidding anymore, then this Saraira will belong to this young master. Wei Er looked at Zhou Qian. Her attitude towards Zhou Qian couldn't be any better. They had never thought that the main customer of this auction wasn't from the VIP area, but a young man in the individual seats. One really couldn't judge a book by its cover. What appeared next were still endless treasures. However, Zhou Qian didn't continue bidding because these treasures weren't of much use to him. It didn't matter to the others. However, the cultivators in the individual seats didn't bid either. At the end of the auction, it would be the competition between the major powers in the VIP area. No one else could intervene. The auction lasted for an hour and finally came to an end. Dear friends, the auction has now ended. Friends in the VIP area, please don't move. Just stay in your room. We will send someone to bring the treasures to you. Friends below, please proceed to the hall in front of the venue to receive your treasures. Wei Er said. She then looked at Zhou Qian and said, Young master, we have also prepared a VIP room for you. Wei Er will bring you there personally. This was special treatment. The city lord's mansion must be very polite to their biggest customer. They had specially prepared a VIP room for Zhou Qian. Zhou Qian and the others stood up and walked towards the VIP room on the second floor. They could feel numerous divine senses surrounding Zhou Qian. These divine senses were filled with anger, killing intent, and greed. All of these divine senses were treating him as prey. Dan King couldn't help but sweat. This time he really didn't expect to offend so many people. How was he going to deal with this? However, Zhang Chen still had a calm expression on his face as if nothing had happened to him. He strode towards the second floor. "Young master, this way please." Wei Er gestured to Zhang Chen and brought Zhang Chen and the others to the VIP room. Zhang Chen said, "Miss Wei Er, we are in a hurry. Please send our treasures here as soon as possible." "Young master, don't worry. The treasures are in Wei Er's hands. Our appraiser will be here in a while." Wei Er said, "Young master, you can take a seat and rest first." Zhang Chen nodded and found a chair to sit down. "Little Chenzi, what should we do after the auction ends? I don't think those guys will let this go easily, especially the people from Shao clan." Tyrant was a little worried. "I have my ways. De Huang, get ready. The plan might have to be brought forward." Jiang Chen looked at De Huang dog. "Zhoosh." After hearing what Jiang Chen said, De Huang dog's ears pricked up, filled with excitement. At the same time, Jiang Chen secretly mobilized the dark soul, demon soul and devil soul in his Qi and began to refine them bit by bit. His next target was Desolate Ning to get his finger bone. Desolate Ning was a genius of the Desolate family, a powerful 7th grade minor saint. He wouldn't be an easy opponent. Jiang Chen was only a 3rd grade minor saint. Even if he used his dragon form, it would still be hard for him to deal with a genius like Desolate Ning. Moreover, if he used his dragon form, it would attract the attention of the Dark Generation and his identity would be exposed. Therefore, Jiang Chen had no choice but to use extreme methods to advance his cultivation to the 4th grade minor saint as soon as possible. The amount of dark energy he had was enough for him to break through to the 4th grade minor saint. The reason why he didn't do it before was because he didn't want to use this method as it would affect his foundation. Jiang Chen was very confident. However, he couldn't care less about that now. In order to deal with Desolate Ning, he had to increase his cultivation grade first. If his foundation was shaken, refining the finger bone would be enough to make up for it. Everything was under Jiang Chen's control. Wang Wing Jiang Chen's Qi began to churn. Due to his deliberate restraint, the people outside didn't know that he was breaking through to the next grade. The dark soul was rapidly refined under the circulation of the dragon transformation skill. New blood-red dragon marks began to condense in his Qi. Soon, an elder in gray robe walked into the room. He had a smile on his face. He was an 8th grade minor saint. After he entered the room, he clasped his fists at Jiang Chen and said, "I'm sorry for making you wait for so long. I am the appraiser of the venue." After the elder appeared, Wei Er took out the broken sword and the saraira, but she didn't hand them over to Jiang Chen immediately. "And I don't like to waste time. The total value is 110 million. What I have here should be enough." Jiang Chen said. He waved his palm casually. Hualalala, all kinds of pills flew out from his palm and floated in front of the elder. These pills were emitting colorful lights. The entire room was filled with dense medicinal energy. Profound elixir, 5 elemental pill, healing pill, jade dew pill. The elder's eyes shone with the same brilliance. It wasn't easy for him to recognize the names of these pills. Good. Each of these pills is a high-grade pill with 100% effectiveness. It seems that young master is also a great alchemist. However, I'm afraid that these pills alone aren't worth 110 million. As soon as the elder's voice faded, Jiang Chen waved his hand again. A total of 20 minor saint weapons appeared. This scene made the elder and Wei Er widen their eyes in shock. Minor saint weapons were what the Dark Generation lacked and needed the most. With these, it should be enough, Jiang Chen said with a smile. Most of these minor saint weapons were obtained from the young masters of the Dark Generation. He didn't feel distressed about using them to exchange for treasures. It's enough. It's enough. Young master is really a straightforward person. Our transaction this time is very enjoyable. The elder waved his hand and kept all the pills and combat weapons. He then turned to Wei Er and said, "Wei Er, hurry up and give the treasures to this young master." Wei Er smiled sweetly and passed the saraira and broken sword to Jiang Chen. She then said, "Young master can have a rest here. You can leave the auction house at any time." After saying that, Wei Er and the elder turned and left, closing the door for Jiang Chen. De Huang dog didn't hesitate and kept the broken sword. Jiang Chen took the saraira and gave it to Tyrant. "Tyrant, this is for you." "All right, I won't be polite." Chapter 841. The Huang dog had obtained the broken sword and Tyrant had obtained the Saraira. The auction was finally over. However, they were going to face a bigger problem next. Countless divine senses with malicious intentions were sweeping around their rooms. All of them were locked on Jiang Qin. They were sure that these divine senses would follow Jiang Qin. Once he left Dark Surge City, it would be the doomsday of Jiang Qin. Brother Qin, what should we do next? Seems like many people are going to harm you. Yan Qinyu was worried. Yeah. We have already offended the Dan family, Hua family, and now the Desolate family. We have offended 3 out of the 8 major families, especially the Desolate family. They will never let you go. You have shown your wealth in the auction just now. The Dan family and Hua family will definitely join in. Even the other major powers, including the experts of the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World, want a share of the spoils. This is unimaginable. You are now a prey in their eyes. Dan King was even more worried now. Just thinking about the upcoming situation made his scalp numb. It didn't matter if it was the experts of the 8 major families or the other 2 major powers, none of them would be easy to deal with. Each of these major powers had unimaginable resources. They couldn't afford to offend them. It doesn't matter. Since I have offended them, I will clash with them sooner or later. As for the experts of the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World, they better not provoke me. Otherwise, I will make them suffer unimaginable pain. Jiang Chen's eyes glinted with cold light. He was destined to go to the Pure Land in the future. It was only a matter of time before he clashed with the experts of the 8 major families. Staying in Void Triangular Domain was advantageous to Jiang Chen. Moreover, Desolate Ning possessed his finger bone. This grudge was unavoidable. As for the Hua family and Dan family, it didn't matter anymore since they had already offended him. As for the major powers in the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World, Jiang Chen didn't put them in his eyes at all. It would be fine if they didn't provoke him, but if they did, Jiang Chen wouldn't be polite to them. Anyway, their Great Saint experts wouldn't be able to enter Void Triangular Domain. Once he returned to Saint Origin World, they wouldn't be able to find him even if they wanted to take revenge. Therefore, Jiang Chen cared the least about the people from the Boundless Continent and the Black-Yellow Continent. If he killed them, then so be it. No matter how powerful their forces were and how deep their foundations were, they wouldn't even have the chance to take revenge. So why would Jiang Chen be afraid of them? But that Desolate Ning isn't easy to deal with. Not just him, none of the geniuses from the 8 families are easy to deal with. Every one of them has extraordinary talent and powerful techniques. They are far beyond the average cultivators at the same level as them. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult for you to deal with them with your current 3rd grade minor saint cultivation. Dan King said. I am breaking through to the 4th grade minor saint. After saying that, Jiang Chen closed his eyes and stopped talking to Dan King and the others. Dan King rolled his eyes, expressing his admiration for Jiang Chen's ability to advance. One should know that this was the advancement of a minor saint. After reaching the minor saint realm, every advancement was incomparably difficult. To put it bluntly, every level of minor saint was a bottleneck, but this bottleneck didn't seem to exist in Jiang Chen's case. However, Dan King felt relieved when he thought about it. A monstrous genius was indeed a monstrous genius. In this heaven and earth, there would always be some things that couldn't be judged by common sense. Jiang Chen's existence itself was a miracle. Jiang Chen casted out his 5 elemental sphere and surrounded his body. In this way, even if those divine sense could lock onto him, they wouldn't be able to tell that he was advancing. Jiang Chen had killed all the minor saint experts in Dark Mulberry City and so many young masters of noble families. The amount of dark energy in his storage was too much. Although none of the dark energy was above the 8th grade minor saint, it was enough for Jiang Chen to advance to the 4th grade minor saint. As Jiang Chen's cultivation continued to improve, the dragon transformation art became more and more terrifying. Under the high-speed circulation of the dragon transformation art, the dark energy was refined by Jiang Chen. The dark element in them was purified by the dragon transformation art and turned into the purest energy for Jiang Chen to absorb. In just a dozen minutes, a surge of energy that was countless times denser than before overflowed from Jiang Chen's body. However, the moment this surge of energy appeared, Jiang Chen kept it back. It was the chi of advancing from 3rd grade minor saint to 4th grade minor saint. If it was released, the entire auction house would be destroyed. So fast. Dan King was shocked once again. Xianxia only took a dozen minutes to advance from 3rd grade minor saint to 4th grade minor saint. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it. However, after Xianxia advanced to the 4th grade minor saint, Dan King felt relieved. One should know that when Xianxia was still a 3rd grade minor saint, he could easily kill a 7th grade minor saint by transforming into his dragon form. Now that he had advanced to the 4th grade minor saint, he could easily kill an 8th grade minor saint. It wouldn't be difficult for him to deal with a genius like Desolate Ning. Very good. The number of dragon marks in my body has increased from 65,000 to 67,000. My cultivation grade has also advanced from peak 3rd grade minor saint to peak 4th grade minor saint. I have no idea how much stronger I am compared to before. Xianxia's chi fluctuated. His eyes sparkled. After advancing to the 4th grade minor saint, he had become more confident. His chi was natural. A trace of superior chi seeped out from his body. No one dared to look at him directly. Father Xiao, you tyrant, you all stay in Dark Surge City. De Huang and I will leave the city to meet those geniuses. Xianxia said to Dan King and the others. Brother Qin, I will go with you. Yu said. No. There are too many variables in this battle. I don't know how the situation will develop. After Desolate Ning and the others have been lured away by me, you all will leave Dark Surge City immediately and go to King City to seek refuge with the demon race. Xianxia's tone was incomparably solemn because he wasn't sure how the battle would develop. It was highly possible that his identity would be exposed. At that time, Yu and the others could only stay with the demon race to ensure their safety. The true experts of the demon race were all in King City. De Huang Dog had said that the leader of the demon race was an elder of the lion race. For the sake of De Huang, the elder of the lion race would certainly protect Yu and the others. As for De Huang Dog, Xianxia knew that this dog would definitely follow him when he was going to do something big. Plus, De Huang Dog was a 5th grade minor demon saint and had powerful innate abilities. It wouldn't be a problem for him to protect himself. Desolate Ning wanted to kill him. To Xianxia, this was the best chance to get the phalanx back. It was also a great opportunity to improve his strength. As long as he got the phalanx, Xianxia would be able to advance to the 5th grade minor saint. At that time, no ordinary 9th grade minor saint would be a match for him if he transformed into his dragon form. He would then have a strong foundation. At that time, no one in the entire void triangular domain would be able to kill him. Alright, then be careful. Yu nodded. She knew that Xianxia was doing this for their safety. Plus, they wouldn't be able to do anything even if they followed him. They would only distract Xianxia. Tyrant was only a 2nd grade minor saint. He needed time to refine the Saraira to improve his cultivation. It would be best if he had the protection of the demon race. Don't worry. Everything is under control. Dealing with Desolate Ning is the most important part of my plan. After Xianxia finished speaking, he left the room with a sway. He and De Huang Dog were flying crazily towards the outskirts of Dark Surge City. He was right. The opening of Void Triangular Domain was coming to an end. In order for Xianxia to obtain a large amount of true metastones, he needed to have enough strength to deal with the Dark Generation. He needed to improve his strength at the last moment. The phalanx in Desolate Ning's hand was the best chance. It might be the only chance. If he missed it, he would lose everything and his ultimate plan wouldn't be able to be carried out anymore. Moreover, putting aside the ultimate plan, Xianxia's current situation required him to increase his cultivation base in order to deal with those powerful enemies. Without sufficient strength, he would only be at the mercy of others. Not good. That brat is trying to run away. In the room of the Desolate family, someone sensed that Xianxia and De Huang Dog were leaving Dark Surge City. Don't worry. He won't be able to run away. Let's go. Desolate Ning sneered. In the blink of an eye, the VIP room of the Desolate family was empty. Everyone was running towards the direction where Xianxia disappeared. It seems like that brat is afraid. He wants to run away secretly. How is that possible? Come, let's go and get a share of the loot. The people of the Desolate family are chasing after him. Let's go and watch the show. That brat has a lot of treasures. Since he is going to die, we can't miss this great opportunity. For a moment, silhouettes flew out of the auction house like lightning. In a blink of an eye, they were out of Dark Surge City. Look, the geniuses of the major powers are going out. They must be chasing after that white-robed youth. Let's go and have a look. This is a big deal. Let's go and watch the show. I think that brat is going to die. Desolate Ning will not let him die easily. This scene shocked many people. Many people who had participated in the auction also flew out of Dark Surge City. They were not going to participate in the battle as they did not have the ability to do so. However, it would be a pity if they did not go and watch such a big event. Many people wanted to see how the white-clothed young man would die. Chapter 842. 2,000 miles away from Dark Surge City was a wilderness with a circumference of a few hundred miles. Could be said to be a natural battlefield. Given Jiang Qin and a Huang dog's speed, it only took them a blink of an eye to reach this place from Dark Surge City. This place is not bad. Let's fight here. Jiang Qin stopped in the sky above the wilderness. The Huang dog turned his head to look behind him and saw powerful qi rippling in the void. They were chasing after them rapidly. These guys sure are fast in their pursuit. The Huang dog said with a smile. However, he and Jiang Qin had no intention of running away. Otherwise, none of those arrogant geniuses would be a match for Jiang Qin and the Huang dog. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In a blink of an eye, powerful silhouettes appeared in the wilderness. The first to appear was the people of Desolate family. The leader was a white-clothed youth with a face full of anger and killing intent. He was Desolate Ning. After Desolate Ning and the others appeared, they were followed by a large group of people. All of them were dressed differently. Apart from the experts from the 8 major families of Saint Origin World, there were also experts from the other 2 worlds. Basically, all the major powers that were in the VIP rooms of the auction were here. Some of them had enmity with Jiang Qin like the Dan family and the Hua family. Some of them were eyeing Jiang Qin's wealth and wanted to take advantage of the situation to get a share of it. Some of them were here to watch the show. It would be a waste if they didn't watch the show. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Desolate Ning's eyes were like a poisonous snake's as he sneered at Jiang Qin. Running? Perhaps I am waiting for you here on purpose? Jiang Qin crossed his arms in front of his chest. His expression didn't change even in the face of so many powerful experts and a powerful enemy like Desolate Ning. A lowly loose cultivator. Who gave you the guts to go against our Shao clan? A 6th grade minor saint youth beside Desolate Ning pointed at Jiang Qin and scolded. Recalling what happened in the auction house, they couldn't wait to tear this bastard into pieces. The Desolate family was a high and mighty family. How could there be a reckless bastard who dared to go against them? Wasn't he courting death? Lowly. The people of the Shao clan are indeed arrogant, but there's something wrong with their intelligence. Before calling others lowly, you should first measure your own strength. I hope that when I step on you with my foot later, you can still say these 2 words. Jiang Qin's gaze was as sharp as a knife as it landed on the young man. He would never be polite to such people. There was only one ending for anyone who dared to say that the greatest saint in the world was despicable. Humph. Tell me, what's your name? I Shao Ning don't kill nameless ghosts. Shao Ning coldly snorted. Jiang Qin. Jiang Qin said in an indifferent tone. Fine Jiang Qin, I'll give you a chance to live. Hand over the Saraira and broken sword, then kneel down and kowtow 9 times in front of me. After that I'll only destroy your cultivation base, turning you into a useless man from now on, letting you live a lowly life. I'll only give you one chance as long as you don't kneel down right now. I'll make sure you die a graveless death. Desolate Ning was like a high and mighty king. In his eyes, a loose cultivator like Jiang Qin was the lowest existence. Jiang Qin didn't even have the qualification to talk to him. It would be a great honor for Jiang Qin to say a few words to him. Ai. Jiang Qin couldn't help but let out a sigh. These geniuses of the big families had a natural sense of superiority. No matter what, they would always show it on their faces. In order to deal with these people, no amount of words would be of any use. Only by smashing their sense of superiority with their fists would they truly lose their arrogance. Fuck your sister, your name is Shao Ning, right? You're already at death's door yet you're still talking big. I really don't know if your brain was kicked by a donkey, but this master dog is going to point out a way for you. Just do as you said just now. As long as you kowtow 9 times and offer up all your wealth, you might have a chance to live. This master dog will only say this once. As long as you don't immediately kneel down, you'll die a tragic death. De Huang Dog couldn't stand it anymore. This guy was even more arrogant than Desolate Ning. He returned Desolate Ning's words back to him. Hearing this, countless people felt dizzy. This dog was too powerful. Couldn't he see the situation in front of him? In the entire Saint Origin world, this was the first person who dared to ask Desolate Ning to kneel down and kowtow. It was hard not to admire him. This dog is finished. Many of them had the same thought. Given Desolate Ning's temper, he would definitely rush forward and peel off the dog's skin. Of course, before Desolate Ning could do anything, the other geniuses of Desolate family couldn't stand it anymore. One of them, a 6th grade minor saint, shouted, "Where did this dog with a stinky mouth come from? Die now." Hong long a rumbling sound was heard. The youth struck out a palm. An incomparably bright palm print crushed the void into pieces. It reached De Huang Dog in a blink. Facing such an attack, De Huang Dog didn't put it in his eyes at all. His head glowed with reddish-golden light as he dashed towards the huge palm. Many of them sighed when they saw his action. They wondered if this dog was stupid enough to use his head to take on the attack of a 6th grade minor saint. Bang! However, under the impact of De Huang Dog's attack, the huge bright palm was shattered into pieces. The 6th grade minor saint genius of the Desolate family was pushed a few steps back before he could regain his balance. "What?" many of them exclaimed. Their eyes fell upon De Huang Dog. Their opinion of De Huang Dog had changed immediately. What a powerful dog head. This dog seems to be only a 5th grade minor demon saint, but he could defeat a 6th grade minor saint in a single strike. Seems like he has an extraordinary bloodline. Amazing. No wonder he is so arrogant. Turns out that he has some skills. However, they are still lacking if they want to fight against the Desolate family. That Desolate Ning is truly terrifying. More and more people gathered in the wilderness. Many of them were surprised by De Huang Dog's performance, especially Huang Yao and Duan Rong of the Black-Yellow continent. Both of them were chasing after this dog on the street yesterday. Now it seemed like what Xianxia said was right. If this dog went berserk on the spot, they wouldn't be a match for it. Their cultivation grade was only comparable to the genius of the Desolate family. They were no match for De Huang Dog. Trash. How dare you be so arrogant with such little ability? The genius of the Desolate family is only Esu. How dare you say that others are lowly? Big Yellow's mouth was even sharper. If someone were to argue or quarrel with this dog, he or she would be doomed to a tragedy and might even die of anger. In the camp of the demon race, the leader was a man wearing a 7-colored feather robe. There was a peacock rune on his forehead. He had an extraordinary chi. His cultivation had already reached the peak of 7th grade minor saint. His eyes would emit 7-colored light whenever he blinked. No wonder he has the bloodline of a divine beast. No wonder my father and patriarch value him so much. The man nodded. Apparently he was very satisfied with De Huang Dog's performance. When De Huang came with us, he was only a 3rd grade minor demon saint. Now he has advanced to the 5th grade. Not even a 6th grade minor saint is a match for him. The bloodline of a divine beast is truly extraordinary. Blue Lion, who was standing beside the man, nodded. Courting death. Desolate Ning was infuriated. Immediately his chi fluctuated and was about to attack De Huang Dog. This man and dog were too annoying. He decided to kill this dog before dealing with Xianxia. Stop. Just as Desolate Ning unleashed his chi, a loud shout was heard. The man in feather robe took a step forward and said to Desolate Ning, "Desolate Ning, how dare you kill a man of my demon race? Kongyu, this has nothing to do with you. I hope you won't get involved." Desolate Ning frowned. What a joke. De Huang is an extremely important figure of my demon race. If you dare to touch him, we will have to fight first. Kong Yu's demonic chi soared to the sky. His chi wasn't any weaker than Desolate Ning's. It's Kong Yu, the youngest son of Peacock King. He has the powerful peacock bloodline and is a rare genius of the demon race. Desolate Ning may not be able to defeat him if they really fight. No wonder this dog is so arrogant. Turns out that he is from the demon race. If this dog has the support of the demon race, I'm afraid Desolate Ning will have to think twice before dealing with him. Although the Desolate family is strong, the demon race isn't weak either. Plus, the people of the demon race are unscrupulous and unscrupulous. They are not to be trifled with. Seeing that Kong Yu was standing up for De Huang Dog, The crowd finally understood that this dog had a powerful backer. Kong Yu was the son of Peacock King. In the entire Pure Land, Peacock King was infamous. Even those powerful great saints would have to give way to him. Kong Yu, do you think I am afraid of you? No one can stop me, Desolate Ning, from killing someone. Desolate Ning was furious. If he didn't vent his anger, he was afraid that he would explode. Really? Then go ahead and try. Kong Yu's demon chi shook and his feather clothes fluttered. His battle intent soared to the sky. It seemed that a fight would break out at any moment. The people of the demon race were warlike, not to mention the son of Peacock King. He had completely inherited the strength of Peacock King. Desolate Ning, don't clash with the demon race first. Today our target is Xianxia. An old man of the Desolate family transmitted his voice to Desolate Ning. If they fought with the demon race now, it would not benefit the Desolate family. Kong Yu was not easy to deal with. If they really fought, both sides would suffer. At that time, the Hua family, Dan family and other major forces would take advantage of the situation to deal with Xianxia. In that case, the treasures on Xianxia would not belong to the Desolate family. Humph. Kong Yu will settle our scores in the future. Take this damn dog and disappear from my sight. I'm going to kill Xianxia now. If anyone dares to stop me, don't blame me for being merciless. Chapter 843. Kong Yu revealed a cold smile when he saw Desolate Ning retreating. Immediately he retracted his chi, looked at De Huang Dog and said, De Huang, come to my side. No one will dare to touch you with me around. De Huang, you go to the demon race first. I can deal with them alone. Xianxia hastily transmitted his voice to De Huang Dog. Otherwise, according to De Huang Dog's temper, he wouldn't listen to Kong Yu and would continue to fight with the Desolate family. However, the current situation wasn't as simple as the Desolate family. The Dan family and the Hua family would definitely be involved. A genius like Desolate Ning was extremely hard to deal with. If a fight really broke out, he wouldn't have the time to care about De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was after all only a 5th grade minor demon saint. If he was a 6th grade minor demon saint, Xianxia basically wouldn't have any worries. Be careful, kid. Don't hesitate to kill these bastards later. De Huang Dog said loudly to Xianxia. He didn't even bother to conceal his loud voice. This was the second time he had called the people of the Desolate family bastards. The eyes of the people of the Desolate family were already spewing flames of fury. If this guy wasn't an important figure in the demon race, they would have rushed forward and skinned him. As a matter of fact, even if De Huang Dog was a member of the demon race, the Desolate family wouldn't let him go. However, their main target was Xianxia, not this dog. De Huang Dog walked to Kong Yu with extreme dissatisfaction. He didn't ask Kong Yu to help Xianxia because De Huang Dog didn't have much say in the demon race. To Kong Yu, even if he knew that Xianxia was De Huang Dog's friend, he couldn't help him now. There were just too many major powers in front of them. Putting aside the 8 major families of Saint Origin World, the major powers of Boundless World and Black Yellow World weren't to be trifled with. Judging from the current situation, Desolate Ning wasn't the only one who wanted to deal with Xianxia. Kong Yu didn't have enough face to make so many major powers retreat at the same time. Moreover, Desolate Ning was on the verge of going berserk. He had already stopped him from dealing with De Huang Dog. If he continued to stop Desolate Ning from dealing with Xianxia, Desolate Ning would definitely attack regardless of everything. At that time, the demon clan would be directly involved. Xianxia, I'll give you one last chance. Hand over the Saraira and broken sword. Xiao Ning bellowed. There's no need for you to say such useless nonsense. If I wanted to hand over the Saraira and the broken sword, why would I compete with you in the auction house? Since I dare to compete with you, then I'm not afraid of you. If you want to fight with me, there's only one ending and that's death. Xianxia said indifferently. His words showed that he didn't put Desolate Ning in his eyes at all. This guy is really arrogant. He's even more arrogant than the geniuses of the 8 major families. However, given his cultivation base, how is he going to deal with Desolate Ning? I really don't know what he's thinking. There's probably something wrong with this person's brain, but I can't help but admire his courage. In any case, I admire him very much. If it were me, I wouldn't be so fearless even if I were beaten to death. See, Desolate Ning will definitely teach him a lesson. This guy will definitely die a miserable death. Many of them were sighing. They had seen Jiang Chen's courage and arrogance when they were in the auction house. However, Desolate Ning couldn't do anything because of the rules of the auction house. But now Jiang Chen was still so arrogant. Could it be that he was confident that he could deal with Desolate Ning? I will let you know how to die. Since you don't want to hand it over, I will do it myself. Desolate Ning's body was producing cracking sounds. His dense killing intent had almost frozen the void. This man has humiliated the people of my Hua family yesterday. We can't let him go. Before Desolate Ning could act, the people of the Hua family spoke. The one who spoke was Hu Yuan. It seemed like he was going to intervene. And my Dan family. This Jiang Chen has killed a new disciple of our Dan family in the node of void triangular domain. This is a great provocation and contempt to our Dan family. Today our Dan family will seek justice for him. The leader of the Dan family walked out. He was wearing a yellow Dan robe. He was also a peak 7th grade minor saint. His name was Dan Yuancheng. He was also a rare genius among the young generation of the Dan family. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen smiled coldly. As expected, the Dan family and Hua family couldn't wait to attack. Hu Yuan, Dan Yuancheng, what are you two doing here? This man is mine. Desolate Ning and Leng Leng said. There is a kind of flame on this man's body. It is what our Hua family needs. He has to pay the price for humiliating our genius. We want this flame. Hu Yuan said. Our Dan family just wants revenge. Dan Yuancheng said. Enough. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? I know what the other major powers are thinking. Let me tell you, this brat's life belongs to Desolate Ning. No one can take it away from him. After I kill him, the Saraira and the broken sword will belong to me. As for the other treasures, they will all belong to you. Desolate Ning shouted. Without looking at Hu Yuan and Dan Yuancheng, he dashed at Jiang Chen. In a blink, Desolate Ning had arrived in front of Jiang Chen. His fist carried a strong wind as it struck at Jiang Chen. Desolate Ning's fist carried boundless anger. In his opinion, Jiang Chen would be killed by this punch. However, Desolate Ning didn't want to kill Jiang Chen with a single punch. He wanted to torture Jiang Chen slowly. Just in time. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated. His whole body was filled with boundless combat intent. He cultivated the dragon transformation skill, which gave him an innate desire for battle. It wasn't easy for him to meet an opponent like Desolate Ning. Since there were so many geniuses here today, he was bound to have a good battle. Jiang Chen's hand moved like lightning. He also punched out. His fist emitted a golden light as it collided with Desolate Ning's fist. Bang! Both of their fists carried boundless power. A huge hole appeared in the void where their fists collided. Sparks flew everywhere. Dang dang dang. Under such a strong collision, Jiang Chen was forced to retreat more than 10 meters before he could stabilize his body. He felt the blood and chi in his body churning. It was indescribably uncomfortable. However, this discomfort disappeared as he circulated the dragon transformation skill. With the help of the mulberry divine tree's essence, the recovery power of the dragon transformation skill had reached an astonishing level. Ordinary injuries and shocks couldn't cause any harm to Jiang Chen. He could recover in an instant. What? Desolate Ning's eyes widened as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing. In his imagination, even if this punch couldn't kill Jiang Chen, it would at least make him lose all his combat strength. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen was merely pushed back. There wasn't even a scratch on his body. How was this possible? Judging from his opponent's chi, he was merely a 4th grade minor saint. Even if Jiang Chen had advanced to 4th grade minor saint in the auction house, he shouldn't be this powerful. Incredible. Why haven't I heard of this Jiang Chen before? How could he fight Desolate Ning with just a 4th grade minor saint? One should know that Desolate Ning is a powerful 7th grade minor saint and a genius of the Desolate family. I heard that Desolate Ning had defeated an 8th grade minor saint before. That's right. This is too ridiculous. Seems like this bastard has the right to be arrogant. He could fight Desolate Ning to such an extent when he is only a 4th grade minor saint. If he is at the same level as Desolate Ning, wouldn't he be able to kill Desolate Ning in a second? There are so many monstrous geniuses in the Desolate family. Although he is a genius, his cultivation grade is still too low. There is a gap of 3 grades between him and Desolate Ning. The battle just now was very clear. There is still a huge gap between Jiang Chen and Desolate Ning. Desolate Ning didn't use his full strength just now. It was just a probing attack. The fact that Jiang Chen was able to withstand Desolate Ning's attack had surprised a lot of people. The way they looked at Jiang Chen had changed. Currently, Jiang Chen's face was calm, as if being pushed back didn't affect him at all. The geniuses of the Desolate family are truly extraordinary. Now that I have advanced to the 4th grade minor saint, any ordinary 7th grade minor saint wouldn't be a match for me, but if I fight Desolate Ning, I won't be his match. Seems like I have to use my dragon form to kill him. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He estimated the gap between him and Desolate Ning. Given his current condition, he definitely wouldn't be able to defeat Desolate Ning, but if he used his dragon form, his combat strength would be increased by 10 times. The gap between them would be reversed immediately. Jiang Chen was confident that he could kill Desolate Ning and take back his finger bone in his dragon form. However, I have used a large amount of dark spirits to advance to the 4th grade minor saint. My foundation isn't very stable yet. Now I can use my current condition to fight Desolate Ning and use his pressure to stabilize my foundation. Jiang Chen had made up his mind. He wouldn't use his dragon form for the time being. He wanted to fight Desolate Ning and use his pressure to stabilize his foundation. This kind of battle was beneficial to him. Jiang Chen, it seems like I have underestimated you. Jiang Chen, it seems like I have underestimated you. You are the first 4th grade minor saint who could withstand my attack. I never thought that there would be such a genius in Saint Origin World. However, it's a pity that you have offended me. You are destined to die. Your cultivation grade is still too weak. I can kill you with just a wave of my hand. What I said just now is still valid if you beg me for mercy and kowtow to me now. Jiang Chen said coldly. Desolate Ning said loudly. That's enough. Jiang Chen couldn't bear it anymore. Immediately he struck out the true dragon palm. A terrifying blood-red dragon claw appeared out of nowhere and appeared above Desolate Ning's head in a blink. The true dragon palm carried boundless pressure like Mount Tai. What a powerful combat technique. Unfortunately, you are still no match for me. Chapter 844. Hong Long. Desolate Ning's attack collided with the true dragon palm, producing an earth-shattering sound. Once again the void was smashed. That was an incomparable amount of energy. It spread out like a vast ocean. Even though they were fighting in the sky, the aftermath of the battle still raged down, wreaking havoc in the wilderness below. Huge pits appeared one after another and smoke filled the sky. Many people's facial expression changed. Some of them were too close to the battlefield. They were affected by the shockwaves of the battle. Their faces turned ugly and they retreated in a hurry. The battle between experts was too terrifying. It was beyond their imagination. Sometimes, those who were too weak wouldn't even be qualified to watch the battle. The true dragon palm was shattered. Jiang Chen was sent flying once more, but he was only sent flying. Thanks to his incredible recovery ability, he wasn't injured at all. Immediately after that, he lunged at Desolate Ning with vigor and vigor. What a good Jiang Chen. You really surprised me. I don't believe that I can't hurt you. Desolate Ning was infuriated. It was a humiliation for him to be unable to defeat a 4th grade minor saint. Now that so many geniuses were watching, he would lose his face if he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen. Hong Long. Desolate Ning and Jiang Chen exchanged a few more blows. Each time he was able to push Jiang Chen back. In his point of view, Jiang Chen would be injured every time they collided. However, Jiang Chen was still as lively as before. This made Desolate Ning feel depressed. To Jiang Chen, this kind of battle was exactly what he needed. Every time he exchanged blows with Desolate Ning, his 4th grade minor saint cultivation would stabilize. This was what he wanted to see the most. Is this bastard an unkillable cockroach? How could he fight with Desolate Ning to this extent? Seems like we have underestimated him. This man must have cultivated some kind of abnormal technique. This technique can help him recover quickly. That's why every time he collided with Desolate Ning, he would be able to recover instantly. This technique is really terrifying. If I can get my hands on it, my cultivation grade will definitely reach a new level. I thought that this battle would be a foregone conclusion. But now, I'm afraid that it won't be easy for Desolate Ning to kill this man. This Jiang Chen's strength is really shocking, but given Desolate Ning's strength, killing him shouldn't be a problem. After all, Desolate Ning is a rare genius of the Desolate family. He still has many powerful techniques that he hasn't used yet. No one wasn't shocked. Before this, no one had thought that Jiang Qin could be this powerful. Even Hui Yuan and Dan Yuancheng's facial expression changed. They couldn't help but pay more attention to Jiang Qin. However, because of his powerful performance, they were more certain that Jiang Qin must have some good treasures on him. Many experts of major powers had the same thought. In their point of view, Jiang Qin must have treasures all over his body. He must have cultivated an extremely powerful technique. Otherwise, how could a rogue cultivator be so powerful? No wonder De Huang and Jiang Qin have such a good relationship. De Huang's foresight is really good. Blue Lion of the demon race nodded. Kong Yu nodded as well. Now the way he looked at Jiang Qin was completely different. Of course. Let me tell you, Jiang Qin has many tricks up his sleeves. Desolate Ning has only one ending for provoking him: death. In addition, let me correct one thing. We have a good relationship not because he is strong, but because we are brothers of life and death. No matter how strong or weak he is still my brother, De Huang. De Huang Dog said proudly. Jiang Qin, it seems that if I don't use some powerful techniques, I won't be able to kill you. Take my heaven-splitting palm. Desolate Ning couldn't take down Jiang Qin even after a long time. One could imagine the anger in his heart. Immediately, he no longer hid his strength and displayed the powerful heaven-splitting palm of the Desolate family. Both of Desolate Ning's palms faced the sky. Countless rays of golden light condensed into a layer of golden clouds. No one knew how much power the clouds contained. It was like a huge mountain. Along with Desolate Ning's shout, the clouds gradually changed. A thunderous sound was heard and it turned into a huge golden palm that was 100 zhang in length. It was the heaven-splitting palm. Desolate Ning has displayed the heaven-splitting palm. That kid is dead for sure. This move is called heaven-splitting palm. It's extremely powerful and lethal. Once it is displayed, the sky will be torn apart. I don't believe that he can resist it. That's right. The heaven-splitting palm of our Desolate family is a true killing technique. Desolate Ning has already cultivated the heaven-splitting palm to the great accomplishment realm. He can smash this kid into pieces with just one palm. The two geniuses of the Desolate family laughed confidently when they saw Desolate Ning display the heaven-splitting palm. In their opinion, once the heaven-splitting palm was displayed, only death awaited Jiang Qin. It was impossible for him to fight back. Rumble. The heaven-splitting palm was terrifying. The sky was directly torn apart. Below the palm, an endless golden storm was circling unceasingly. It was like a tornado made entirely of energy. Under this palm, everything in the world would be torn apart and crushed into pieces. This kind of combat technique is nothing. It's just the heaven-splitting palm. What's there for you to be proud of? I'll let you see the true killing technique. Golden dragon seal, come out. Jiang Qin shouted. The shadow of a dragon flickered between his palms. The purest and purest yang qi was unleashed. The metal spirit spread out, bringing with it a sacred feeling. Soon, a powerful dragon seal was condensed by Jiang Qin. Go. Jiang Qin waved his palms forward. A total of 3 golden dragons whizzed out, emitting earth-shattering roars. The 3 dragons rushed towards the heaven-splitting palm from 3 different directions. The golden dragons formed by the golden dragon seal looked like real dragons. They carried boundless power, making people not dare to look at them directly. The dazzling golden light almost illuminated the entire world. The void was completely filled with the light. It was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. Heavens! What kind of combat technique is this? It's so terrifying. What a powerful killing technique. It has a trace of King's Qi. The grade of this combat technique is definitely above the heaven-splitting palm. If Jiang Qin and Desolate Ning were at the same level, he could kill Desolate Ning in a second. It's too terrifying. This Jiang Qin's skills are really endless. I guess he must have obtained some kind of treasure left behind by an ancient powerhouse. There must be a big secret on him. If our Narang clan knows about this secret, it will definitely bring us endless benefits. Everyone was shocked once again. They were all shocked by the terror of the golden dragon seal. Desolate Ning's heaven-splitting palm was already very terrifying. It was a real killing technique. However, the combat technique Jiang Qin used was undoubtedly the king of killing techniques. The heaven-splitting palm couldn't even be compared to it. Desolate Ning's cultivation was very high. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to be a match for Jiang Chen. In many people's opinion, Jiang Chen must have obtained some kind of great opportunity. He must have obtained the inheritance of an ancient powerhouse. Thinking of this, many people couldn't help but feel greedy again. In the face of such a strong temptation, no one could truly remain calm. Roar. The golden dragons roared, entangling the huge heaven-splitting palm. Endless energy collided with each other. In the midst of the roar and boom, the three golden dragons and the heaven-splitting palm exploded at the same time. Rumble. This time the explosion caused a huge amount of energy to roll, covering the entire sky. A huge hole was created in the void. The battlefield directly turned into a chaotic zone. One could imagine how powerful the impact was. Fire Dragon Seal. After Jiang Chen used the Golden Dragon Seal, he didn't waste any time. Immediately after, he used the powerful Fire Dragon Seal. This time, 3 fire dragons rushed towards Desolate Ning. Everywhere they passed, the void was filled with flames. The chaotic chi was completely incinerated. The temperature of the entire battlefield suddenly rose with the appearance of the 3 fire dragons. Look, it's this kind of flame. Carries a high and mighty aura. It's like the holy fire of the world. Seeing Jiang Chen use the fire dragon seal, Hu Miao, who was far away, immediately shouted. It's really powerful. That kind of high and noble aura is even stronger than our fire clan's psychic fire. Moreover, the combat skill used by this kind of flame is extremely terrifying. Such a noble flame actually appeared in the hands of a rogue cultivator. It's such a waste. Only our fire clan deserves such a flame. Hui Yuan's eyes shone with a blazing light. At first he only heard about it from Hu Miao, but he didn't believe it. Now that he saw Jiang Chen use it with his own eyes, he was completely shocked. The true thunder fire and the true dragon fire were true holy objects. They were the kings of fire seeds. They were incomparably noble and superior. Ordinary flames couldn't be compared to them. How could the fire clan not be tempted? Seeing another 3 fire dragons rushing towards him, Desolate Ning immediately roared. He was extremely angry. He had been suppressing his anger since the auction. He thought that he could release his anger by fighting Jiang Chen, but he didn't expect that it would only get deeper and deeper. Jiang Chen was too difficult to deal with. He couldn't take him down even after such a long time. His opponent was obviously not his opponent, but he was getting more and more powerful as he fought, like a cockroach that couldn't be killed. This was the first time Desolate Ning had encountered such a situation. It was impossible not to feel depressed. Rumble. Desolate Ning once again used the heaven-splitting palm, shattering Jiang Chen's fire dragons. Jiang Chen, let's see how long you can last. I won't be polite with you anymore. I'll let you know what true terror is. Heaven-splitting finger. Desolate Ning raised his right hand. His right index finger emitted a boundless golden light. A terrifying saint's might filled the air. He felt that he couldn't continue fighting with Jiang Chen. If he couldn't take him down, he would lose all his face. Chapter 845. Desolate Ning decided to use his most powerful combat technique, the heaven-splitting finger. There wasn't much difference between the heaven-splitting finger and the heaven-splitting palm. However, if the heaven-splitting finger was combined with his index finger, its power would be truly formidable. It was just like Jiang Chen using the Saint Bone to activate the 9 solar finger. Jiang Chen's eyes glittered when he saw Desolate Ning using the finger bone. That was his possession. When Desolate Ning used the finger bone, Jiang Chen's finger bone also began to move. Although Desolate Ning had used some kind of method to refine the finger bone into his body, it wasn't Desolate Ning's possession after all. The Saint Bone of the greatest saint wasn't something that could be easily refined. Moreover, Jiang Chen's soul wasn't destroyed yet. In other words, Desolate Ning didn't completely refine the Saint Bone. He just used it as a powerful means of attack to deal a great impact to the heaven-splitting finger. As long as Jiang Chen wanted to, he could extract the Saint Bone from Desolate Ning's hand at any time. Look, Desolate Ning is going to get really angry. I heard that his index finger is a powerful Saint Bone. It was obtained by the Desolate family from the Saint Cliff. That's the Saint Bone of the greatest saint. It is obvious how much the Desolate family dotes on Desolate Ning. Desolate Ning is a rare genius of the Desolate family. He has reached such a level at such a young age. Some people estimate that he will advance to the 9th grade minor saint in 2 years. At that time, I'm afraid that the sky ranking of the Pure Land will be replaced. I can see that Desolate Ning is really angry now. He has used the Saint Bone wanting to kill Zhou Xian in one strike. I'm afraid that Zhou Xian has used up most of his skills. He won't be able to withstand Desolate Ning's heaven-splitting finger. He will die for sure. However, he should be proud of himself for being able to fight Desolate Ning to this extent. The Desolate family had obtained the finger bone of the greatest saint from the Saint Cliff. It wasn't a secret to the 8 major families of the Pure Land. They weren't too surprised when Desolate Ning used the finger bone. Given his talent, it was normal for him to obtain a saint bone. Buzz buzz. Xiao Ning's entire palm emitted a buzzing sound and the saint bone became restless. Rays of bright golden light filled the surroundings of the saint bone. The powerful heaven-splitter finger had not yet been displayed, but its aura had already swept across the entire sky, forming a substantial pressure that made people's souls tremble. Finger technique. It's been a long time since I used it. Zhou Xian revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. He had been fighting with Desolate Ning for a long time. Due to the fact that he had swallowed and refined the dark spirit, his foundation had been completely stabilized. His cultivation grade was now at the peak of 4th grade minor saint. Initially, he didn't want to continue the fight with Desolate Ning and was ready to use his killing technique. However, since Desolate Ning wanted to use his finger art, he decided to play along with him. Moreover, the sacred bone could increase Xiao Ning's battle prowess, and it could also increase Zhou Qian's battle prowess. Zhou Qian rarely used the sacred bone because ever since he had transformed into a dragon, he had completely suppressed the effects of the sacred bone. However, he was now in his true form, so he could truly unleash the power of the sacred bone. Buzz buzz. Under the gaze of many people, Zhou Qian also raised his palm. A buzzing sound burst out from the index finger of his left hand. A powerful saint's qi spread out. It was exactly the same as Desolate Ning's qi. What? Desolate Ning exclaimed, suspecting that his eyes were playing tricks on him. The qi is exactly the same. How is this possible? How can he have the finger bone of the greatest saint in his body? There was no way that Desolate Ning wouldn't be shocked. He was horrified to find out that after Zhou Qian casted out his finger bone seemed to have gone out of control, as though it was about to fly away from his body. This was too terrifying. Ever since Desolate Ning refined the saint bone, he had never encountered such a situation. This was the first time. Look, Zhou Qian also has a finger bone on his hand. Did you guys feel it? It's exactly the same qi as Desolate Ning's finger bone. Holy shit, this guy actually has the phalanx of the greatest saint in the world. This is heaven-defying. How did he do it? Back then, after the greatest saint in the world died, the 8 major clans swept through the Saint Cliff. It was said that only one phalanx was found. How did another phalanx appear? Heavens, another saint bone. If I can get my hands on this saint bone, it will definitely be of great benefit to my cultivation. This kid is indeed full of treasures. Even the saint bone has appeared. However, an innocent man will get into trouble because of his wealth. With so many treasures and secrets, he is destined to bring disaster upon himself. Zhou Qian used the same saint bone as Desolate Ning at this critical moment. Such a scene had undoubtedly shocked everyone, but it also made them greedy. In their eyes, Zhou Qian was a great treasure. Zhou Qian, you lowly bastard. How could you have the qualification to possess a saint bone? This saint bone belongs to me, Desolate Ning. I will kill you today and get my saint bone back. Then I will have 2 pieces of saint bone. Heaven-rending finger, kill him. Desolate Ning was shocked, but he was more delighted. In his point of view, the saint bone in Zhou Qian's body belonged to him. He knew the power of the saint bone all too well. If he could get his hands on the saint bone in Zhou Qian's hand, his strength would certainly advance by leaps and bounds, reaching the 8th grade minor saint. However, the finger bone on his hand was twitching more violently than ever. He couldn't suppress it any longer. So he quickly used the heaven-rending finger. Honglong. Along with the impact of the heaven-splitting finger, the void once again erupted with a loud bang. A huge golden finger that looked like a heavenly pillar appeared out of thin air. Just like its name, this finger tore the sky apart on the spot and rushed towards Zhou Xian. The power of this finger was enough to destroy a mountain with a circumference of 1,000 miles. 9 Solar Finger. At the same time, Zhou Xian used the 9 Solar Finger. This was his famous combat skill. When he used it at his peak, not even the old ancestor of the Desolate family could withstand it, let alone Desolate Ning. Although his Saint Bone and combat skill were stronger than Desolate Ning's, it was still impossible for him to defeat Desolate Ning. After all, the gap between their cultivation was too big. Unless Zhou Xian used his dragon transformation, he would be able to suppress Desolate Ning completely. 9 incomparably resplendent golden fingers appeared at the same time. Each of them was extremely fast as they collided with Desolate Ning's Heaven Splitter finger. Very quickly, the 9 golden fingers fused together in the process of colliding with each other, forming a huge finger that was even bigger than sky-supporting pillar. Honglong. The collision of the 9 solar finger and the heaven-splitting finger produced an unimaginable destructive force. The void cracked inch by inch. Even the vault of the sky was destroyed. Many of the spectators' faces turned pale. Such a battle was soul-stirring. If a 5th-grade minor saint were to enter the range of the attack, he or she would be instantly torn into powder and die on the spot. Deng deng deng. Zhou Xian was defeated in the competition of finger technique. However, he only took 3 steps back before he regained his balance. It was much better than being sent flying dozens of meters away after each collision. This was enough to show that Zhou Qian's cultivation grade had been completely stabilized. Up until now, many of the spectators were sighing. This result was too different from what they had expected. Desolate Ning had already used his strongest attack, but he still couldn't take down Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian was just a puny 4th-grade minor saint, but he was able to create such a shocking combat technique. There was actually such a monstrous genius in the heavens and earth. No matter how Zhou Xian would end today, the name Zhou Xian was destined to be remembered by everyone. After this battle, Zhou Qian's name would resound in the Pure Land when he returned to Saint Origin World, not just in the 8 domains. To Desolate Ning, who hadn't taken down Zhou Xian for a long time, this battle was undoubtedly a huge blow to his confidence. He was now in a state of shock and anger. If he didn't kill Zhou Xian, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. Zhou Xian, I must kill you. The saint bones in your body will belong to me. Desolate Ning said viciously. He still had a powerful technique. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Let me tell you, I was just playing with you. Now I don't want to play anymore. I'm going to kill you. Your saint bones are mine. You have taken something that you shouldn't have, so you have to pay the price. And the price is your life. Zhou Xian said with a loud voice, like an emperor descending upon the world. Hearing that Zhou Xian was just playing with Desolate Ning, many of them were shocked again. After witnessing Zhou Qian's technique, they didn't think that Zhou Xian was joking. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Zhou Xian again. Could it be that this bastard still had more powerful techniques and trump cards? What a joke. You have always been suppressed by me, but now you want to kill me? Isn't this ridiculous? Desolate Ning sneered. Ridiculous? I don't think so at all. Maybe you won't think so in a while. Let me show you what I can do. As soon as Zhou Xian finished speaking, an energy that seemed to come from the primordial world suddenly burst out from his body. His body instantly changed. With a bang, he changed his shape and turned into a blood-colored dragon man. That's right, Zhou Xian used the dragon transformation because he knew very well that with his strength he had to use the dragon transformation to kill Desolate Ning. In order to get the saint bones, he didn't hesitate to expose himself in advance. This is Dragon Man. Look, the Dragon Man has appeared again. So he is a Dragon Man. The Dragon Man has never been found. So he is a Dragon Man. For a moment the whole scene was boiling. One should know that many of the spectators were from the Dark Generation. These days, the matter of the Celestial Dragon Man had already caused an uproar. Many cities were not peaceful. Dark Mulberry City was destroyed. No one expected that the Dragon Man would appear again today. Once this news spread, it wouldn't be long before the true experts of the Dark Generation appeared. Chapter 846. The Dragon Man appeared again. The whole scene was boiling. Not only the people of Dark Generation but also the others. Although these major powers hadn't been in Void Triangular Domain for a long time, they had heard about the Dragon Man. They had never thought that this Dragon Man was actually Zhou Xian. What a terrifying transformation technique. Kong Yu couldn't help but be shocked. Of course, this guy's combat strength will increase by 10 times after transforming. Desolate Ning will only be tortured to death. The Huang dog shook his head. His face was full of excitement. It was a pleasure to watch Zhou Xian kill his enemies. The dragon transformation had increased his combat strength by 10 times. It had turned the gap between Zhou Xian and Desolate Ning. Even if Desolate Ning was a genius, he wouldn't be able to withstand Zhou Qian's attack. One should know that when Zhou Xian was still a 3rd grade minor saint, he could easily kill a 7th grade minor saint and even the 8th grade minor saint 3rd prince. Desolate Ning might be strong, but Zhou Xian was already a 4th grade minor saint. It was imaginable how strong he would be if his combat strength was increased by 10 times. Desolate Ning's face darkened. He could feel the powerful combat strength that surged out from Zhou Qian's body. Even he felt the pressure. However, Desolate Ning wouldn't retreat because if he did, he wouldn't only lose his face but also the people of the Desolate family. Today he had come here to kill Zhou Xian. If he was scared away, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Pure Land anymore. Zhou Xian, do you think you can fight me just because you've turned into something that's neither a human nor a ghost? Let me tell you, it's impossible. The gap between us isn't something you can imagine. Desolate Ning roared. He struck out the heaven-splitting finger again. A terrifying golden finger appeared out of nowhere and rushed towards Zhou Xian. This time, Zhou Xian didn't use the 9 solar finger to defend himself. His movement was simple. He punched at the golden finger. Rumble, Zhou Qian's punch, which carried a force that could uproot a mountain, collided with the golden finger. The indestructible golden finger was smashed into pieces by Zhou Qian's punch. Thud, thud, thud. Desolate Ning received a huge backlash and was forced back hundreds of meters before he could stabilize his body. He felt the blood and qi in his body churning and he felt an indescribable discomfort. This kind of collision would greatly affect Desolate Ning's future battle strength. One must know that he was not Zhou Xian, he did not have such an abnormal recovery ability. However, compared to the shock on his body, Desolate Ning's heart was the most shocked. His current mood was like a raging sea. As strong as he was actually repelled by a single move from his opponent. After fighting for so long, he had always had the upper hand. No matter how strong Zhou Qian's combat skills were, in the end he was still no match for him. But now, the situation had changed so quickly that Desolate Ning simply couldn't accept it. Could it be that when Zhou Qian fought with him just now, he was just playing with him? This was Zhou Qian's true strength. Though he had to kill Zhou Qian. Otherwise he would lose all of his face. Plus, this 4th grade minor saint had such a powerful combat strength. He was too valiant. He had to eliminate such a genius as soon as possible. Otherwise he would be a great threat to his life. You can't even withstand a single blow. Desolate Ning, you have been defeated by me in a single move. Tell me, who is the lowly one here? Zhou Qian used the same words to mock him, which made Desolate Ning's face turn ugly. However, Desolate Ning wasn't an idiot. He knew that he was no match for Zhou Qian. If he wanted to kill Zhou Qian now, he would have to drag the others down with him. His eyes shifted to Hui Yuan and Dan Yuanchong, who were not far away. Hui Yuan, Dan Yuan, let's go together and kill Zhou Qian. We will divide the treasures equally. Desolate Ning said. Hui Yuan and Dan Yuanchong frowned. Zhou Qian's sudden change in strength had shaken their confidence. What are you two hesitating for? Your Dan family and Hua family have already formed a grudge with this man. If you don't kill him today, he will kill you too in the future. Desolate Ning continued. His words had undoubtedly triggered Hui Yuan and Dan Yuanchong. Desolate Ning was right. Both of them had formed a grudge with Zhou Qian. Just now they had stood out to take away Zhou Qian's flame and avenge him. If that was the case, they would join forces to eliminate this man. More importantly, in Hui Yuan and Dan Yuanchong's point of view, no matter how strong Zhou Qian was, he was absolutely not a match for them. Plus, they did not put Zhou Qian in their eyes at all. Alright, count me in. My Hua family will kill Zhou Qian today. We don't want anything else but his flame. Hui Yuan declared. This man has killed the people of my Dan family. He must die. Dan Yuanchong also stood out. Haha, my Narang family will also get a share. Stone family too. This brat has so many treasures. So tempting. After Hui Yuan and Dan Yuanchong stood out, the Narang family and the Stone family also stood out. Up until now, 5 out of the 8 families of the Pure Land had stood out. The Demon family, Ancient People and the Bin family had yet to make a move. The Narang family also had a strong bloodline and extraordinary combat ability. Otherwise, they wouldn't be one of the 8 families. The Stone family had a special physique and extremely strong physique. They wouldn't be easy to deal with. The Narang family and the Stone family were not fools. Jiang Chen's previous performance showed that he had a big secret. They couldn't just watch these things fall into the hands of the Desolate family, Hua family and Dan family. In their point of view, although Jiang Chen was strong after his transformation and could even suppress Desolate Ning, no matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he wouldn't be a match for so many geniuses. Sorry, our Heaven Nether sect also wants to join in. And our Xian Luo sect. The Limitless Continent's Huangpu family doesn't want to stay idle either. For a moment, a total of 8 to 9 major powers in the Boundless Continent and Black-Yellow Continent were ready to make a move. Their experts stood out. With so many experts appearing at the same time, they besieged Jiang Chen. These people wanted to take advantage of Jiang Chen's misfortune. Their thoughts were the same. They wanted the treasures in Jiang Chen's possession. After killing Jiang Chen, they would more or less get some of them. More importantly, in their point of view, Jiang Chen was going to die no matter how heaven-defying he was when so many experts attacked at the same time. How? Chapter 847. Feeling the endless murderous qi and divine aura from the heavenly saint's sword and the irresistible murderous qi, the genius's heart sank. He began to regret his decision. He would never know how terrifying Jiang Chen was if he didn't fight him head-on. The combat weapon of the genius collided with the heavenly saint's sword. The combat weapon was bounced off his hand. Then the power of the heavenly saint's sword didn't diminish. It slashed down from above. The terrifying sword qi condensed into a sword net trapping the genius. As a matter of fact, even if it wasn't trapping the genius, he wouldn't be able to withstand the sword. The speed of the sword was just too fast. No. Along with a shrill and unwilling scream, the genius was slashed into 2 halves by Jiang Chen. He died on the spot. The scene immediately caused an uproar. Those geniuses who were preparing to attack Jiang Chen changed their facial expression. The genius from the Black-Yellow Continent was also a 7th-grade minor saint. Although he wasn't as monstrous as Desolate Ning, he shouldn't be killed instantly by Jiang Chen. He killed Brother Huang. Everyone, let's attack him together. Someone shouted. It was impossible to retreat now. After witnessing Jiang Chen's power, no one dared to be negligent. They didn't dare to underestimate him anymore. Each of them unleashed their qi to the peak, besieging Jiang Chen. Humph. Jiang Chen ignored everyone. His eyes were fixed on Desolate Ning, who was not far away from him. Those who attacked him today had to die, but Desolate Ning had to die first. Now that Jiang Chen's identity had been exposed, he was afraid that it wouldn't take long for the experts of the Dark Generation to arrive. In order to avoid any accidents, he had to kill Desolate Ning as soon as possible and retrieve his finger bone. Swoosh! The dragon wings on his back flapped. Jiang Chen turned into a red gust of wind and appeared in front of Desolate Ning in a blink. The heavenly saint's sword slashed at him. Not good. Xiao Ning knew that he had completely underestimated Jiang Chen. He didn't expect Jiang Chen to be this strong after transforming into a dragon. Now that Jiang Chen had locked onto him, he suddenly felt isolated and helpless. Even with so many helpers around him, he still felt that as long as Jiang Chen wanted to kill him, no one could stop him. He would definitely die. Damn it! How is this guy so powerful? Desolate Ning cursed in his heart, but Jiang Chen's attack was already right in front of him. The only thing he could do was resist. Desolate Ning's movement was also extremely fast. Suddenly, a long spear appeared in his hand. This long spear's grade was extremely high, and there were runes engraved on its surface. The spearhead was resplendent, rippling with killing intent as it stabbed towards Jiang Chen's heavenly saint sword. Bang! The 2 combat weapons collided with each other. Desolate Ning was sent flying, and the spear in his hand almost flew out of his hand. However, before he could react, Jiang Chen slashed out with his sword again. Puchi. This slash was even faster than the previous one, and it was extremely tricky. With a strange twist of the sword, Desolate Ning's palm was chopped off. The palm that was holding the long spear was chopped off by Jiang Chen's sword. After that, Jiang Chen grabbed the long spear together with it. Bang! A surge of energy burst out from Jiang Chen's body, shattering Desolate Ning's palm into pieces, leaving behind a golden finger bone. Jiang Chen put it away along with the long spear. After getting his finger bone back, Jiang Chen finally felt relieved. However, this wasn't the time to refine the finger bone. These geniuses wouldn't give him the chance to do so. In that case, he might as well kill them all. Arg! Desolate Ning, who had lost his palm and finger bone, let out a blood-curdling scream. His scream was filled with despair. He was a rare genius of the Desolate clan, and he had a bright future ahead of him. But now he had lost his finger bone and his future had become bleak. This kind of despair was something that ordinary people couldn't imagine or accept. Kill him for me. Desolate Ning roared with bloodshot eyes. Kill? Do you still have the qualification to do so? Jiang Chen sneered. He strode forward and lunged at Desolate Ning again. Swoosh swoosh, the people of the Desolate family rushed to surround Desolate Ning. Desolate Ning was an important figure of the Desolate family. It would be a great loss if he was killed. I will kill whoever blocks my way. Jiang Chen's tone was cold. He simply kept the Heavenly Saint sword and grabbed a 7th grade minor saint elder with his terrifying dragon claw. Then he picked him up like a little chick. Arg! The elder felt like he was being crushed by a huge mountain when he was caught by the dragon claw. He let out a blood-curdling scream before his body exploded. He died instantly. The people of the Desolate family were terrified. At this moment, Jiang Chen had turned into a killing god and devil. No one could stop him. Hui Yuan, Dan Yuancheng, what are you waiting for? If you don't act now, everyone is going to die. Desolate Ning roared at Hui Yuan and Dan Yuancheng. Hui Yuan and Dan Yuancheng obviously didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so powerful. They were startled just now. Only after being reminded by Desolate Ning did they react. Without another word, they lunged at Jiang Chen. At the same time, Nalan Ing Shiyun and the experts of the other two worlds also lunged at Jiang Chen. This time no one dared to look down on Jiang Chen anymore. They could already see that Jiang Chen was too powerful after his transformation. Not even Desolate Ning was a match for him. They had to join forces in order to kill him. The experts of the 8 major families in Saint Origin World were even more determined to kill Jiang Chen. If they didn't kill Jiang Chen would kill them. Leaving such a person alive would be a huge problem. Everyone come at me. All of you are going to die today. Not a single one of you will live. 5 elemental sphere. Jiang Chen laughed heartily. His body was covered with blood-red light. At this moment he was like the god of slaughter. No one could stop him. With a sound of huala, the 5 elemental sphere spread out. The powerful 5 elemental sphere was enough to confine everything. The overlapping of the 5 elemental spheres was unprecedented. Only those who had entered Jiang Chen's sphere could understand how terrifying it was. What a powerful sphere. It's full of 5 elemental elements. I feel that this is the fusion of several spheres. How can this bastard sphere be so powerful? Not good. I can feel a powerful confinement force. Everyone, let's attack together and destroy his sphere. As long as we destroy his sphere, he will be finished. Everyone's facial expression changed after sensing the power of Jiang Chen's sphere. Each of the geniuses no longer concealed their strength and unleashed their most powerful attacks. Now that you have entered my 5 elemental domain, it is no longer up to you. Have a taste of the eternal immortal wind. As the sound of Jiang Chen's voice faded, countless tyrannical waves of wind gushed forth from his body. The powerful eternal immortal wind was an indiscriminate attack. Each of the eternal tempest was like a tornado. The dragon-shaped tempest emitted a tearing sound, causing the hearts of people to tremble in fear. In the blink of an eye, the eternal celestial wind engulfed the entire 5 elements domain. Awe! Mournful screams rang out from within the storm. Those who were weaker could not withstand the eternal immortal wind and were blown into dust. The eternal immortal wind was a special existence. It was equivalent to a powerful combat skill. As Jiang Chen's cultivation base increased, its power would also increase. Now that these people were trapped within the five elements domain, they could not withstand the eternal immortal wind at all. Even a genius like Hui Yuan would be tortured to death by the eternal immortal wind. My God, this Blue Lion was so shocked that he couldn't speak a word. Kong Yu, who was beside him, widened his eyes. He felt as if he was in a dream. Even if it was a dream, it was hard to see such a scene. He was still worried about Jiang Chen. Now it seemed that what De Huang said was right. Jiang Chen was a super abnormal monster. So many geniuses had joined hands to besiege him, but they were all killed by him. Who would believe it if he didn't see it with his own eyes? Too ruthless. Too brutal. This Jiang Chen is too strong. Not only is he powerful, but he's also very courageous. He's simply audacious to the extreme. You should know that every single one of the people he killed has a great power behind them. Has he thought about the consequences of offending so many great powers at once? The boundless world and the black-yellow world are still fine, but he has offended the 5 major families of Saint Origin world. Even if he survives in Void Triangular Domain, how is he going to survive in Saint Origin world? These geniuses coveted Jiang Chen's treasures. They never thought that they would kick a steel plate. Let's see, I wonder if Jiang Chen dares to start a massacre. If these geniuses die, the consequences will be too severe. No one wasn't shocked. The development of the situation had exceeded everyone's imagination. At this moment, the experts of the Bin race and the ancient people were also shocked. They were glad that they didn't take action earlier. Otherwise, not only would they fail to kill Jiang Chen, they might even lose their lives. 3 silhouettes were watching the battle from afar. When they saw the eternal immortal wind, the facial expression of the experts of the northern and southern dynasties changed dramatically. Eternal immortal wind? How can this bastard use my eternal immortal wind? The northern and southern dynasties couldn't help but be shocked. He rarely used the eternal immortal wind. It was his exclusive skill and his trump card. He had never thought that he would encounter someone else who could use the eternal immortal wind. This was too shocking. Brother Nanbei, I never thought that this man is so terrifying. Should we kill him? One of the experts of the northern and southern dynasties said. No need. I don't think his eternal immortal wind can improve his strength. Don't forget our ultimate goal. This brat has killed so many geniuses of major powers. Do you think he can still live? Even if we don't take action, those major powers will not let him go. The northern and southern dynasties said. The eternal immortal wind that Jiang Chen used had shocked the northern and southern dynasties. They couldn't imagine how Jiang Chen obtained the eternal immortal wind. Arg. Chapter 848. The scene was too majestic. Geniuses had fallen. This was an extremely great tragedy. After the eternal immortal wind blew past, many people died. Even those geniuses who survived were in extremely sorry states. Their bodies were filled with injuries. At this moment, other than shock in their hearts, there was also a strong sense of regret. If it wasn't for their greed earlier, they wouldn't have acted. If they didn't act, they wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. Shua. Jiang Chen stepped out, arriving in front of Desolate Ning. As for the other geniuses from the Desolate clan, they had all died miserably in the eternal immortal wind. Jiang Chen grabbed Desolate Ning's neck and ruthlessly smashed him to the ground. Jiang Chen's foot stomped on Desolate Ning's face, unceasingly stomping on it. Desolate Ning, you are now being trampled under my foot. You are even worse than a dog. Who is more despicable? Jiang Chen's sarcastic words were like a knife that pierced into the depths of Desolate Ning's soul. This was an extreme humiliation. He had never felt such humiliation in his entire life. He was a genius of the Desolate clan, a high and mighty existence. He kept saying that Jiang Chen was despicable, but now he was being trampled under Jiang Chen's feet. How could he still have the face to say that Jiang Chen was despicable? Jiang Chen, if you dare to kill me, the Desolate clan will definitely tear you into pieces. Desolate Ning threatened. You won't be able to see whether I will die or not because you are going to die now. Jiang Chen hated such empty threats the most. He exerted force and crushed Desolate Ning's head. An outstanding talent of the younger generation of the Desolate clan, A genius with a saint bone had fallen just like that. From now on, the enmity between Zhou Xian and the Desolate clan was completely formed. Desolate Ning was trampled to death. Everyone drew in a breath of cold air. This Zhou Xian was truly audacious. There was nothing he didn't dare to do. He killed a genius of the Desolate clan just like that. Just this boldness alone was worthy of respect. And Desolate Ning's death caused the hearts of the geniuses in the 5 elemental domains to sink to the bottom. This fellow was simply a madman, an unreasonable madman. He even dared to kill Desolate Ning. They could already see their own fates. Everyone, let's kill him together. Someone from the boundless continent shouted out. 4 to 5 geniuses were unwilling to sit still and wait for death. They charged towards Zhou Xian at the same time. Zhou Xian waved his hand and a powerful water dragon seal rushed out. The 5 geniuses were frozen into ice sculptures on the spot. Then they turned into solid blocks of ice and froze to death. Zhou Xian was too ferocious and too terrifying. He didn't care who the other party was and just killed as he wished. Moreover, many people realized that they had indeed underestimated Zhou Xian. Unfortunately for those geniuses who had attacked Zhou Xian before, it was already too late. Zhou Xian was like a god of death. He arrived in front of the fire source and said indifferently, "You want my flames, then I will fulfill your wish. I will let you die under my flames." Zhou Xian, killing me won't do you any good. You have already offended the Desolate clan, are you going to offend the Fire clan as well? If that's the case, there won't be a place for you to hide in the entire Saint Origin world. As long as you don't kill me, I guarantee that the Fire clan won't hurt you. The fire source was scared, his voice was trembling. Zhou Xian was just too powerful. Standing in front of him was like an invisible mountain, giving him endless pressure. It's too late. Zhou Xian spat out 2 words and struck out a fire dragon, completely encircling the fire source. Not only was the fire dragon's flame tyrannical, it also had an extremely strong offensive power. It was impossible for the fire source to withstand it. He was burned to death amidst a blood-curdling screech. Zhou Xian was ruthless. As a person who had lived 2 lives, he understood this world very well. In this world where the weak are prey to the strong, you must be ruthless to survive. Zhou Xian would never show mercy to his enemies. If he was in their shoes, Zhou Xian would certainly die if he fell into the hands of these geniuses. In that case, why would he let them go? He never liked to leave opportunities for his enemies. At this time, there were only a few people left in the 5 elemental sphere. Dan Yuanchong, Nalan Ying and Shi Yun were still alive, but they felt worse than death. They knew very well that Zhou Xian wouldn't let them go. They would end up like Desolate Ning and Hu Yuan. The other 3 geniuses of the Boundless World and the Black-Yellow World were shivering in fear. They regretted not joining the fray earlier. Now they were going to pay with their lives. Hong at this time, powerful Qi flew out from Dark Surge City. Very quickly it reached the wilderness. It was a group of powerful experts. There were more than a dozen of them. There were 3 9th-grade minor saints and the rest were 8th-grade minor saints. They were the people of Dark Generation. They immediately rushed over when they heard the news of the Dragon Man. When they saw the tragic scene, their facial expression changed dramatically. It seemed like a tragic scene had already taken place here before this. However, it seemed like it was a grudge between the 3 worlds and had nothing to do with the Dark Generation. However, this was the first time such a tragic battle had taken place in Void Triangular Domain. The trade fair had been held for a very long time, but there had never been such a large-scale conflict. The major powers of the 3 worlds came for benefits and benefits. Most of them would mind their own business. However, this year, because of a Dragon Man, not only did Void Triangular Domain become chaotic, but also caused such a tragic battle. The experts of the Dark Generation are here. They are here for Zhou Xian. That's right. I've heard that the Dragon Man has destroyed a city of the Dark Generation and killed a lot of young masters of the aristocratic families. Can be said that the Dark Generation hates the Dragon Man to the bone. Now that so many experts have appeared, it seems like they won't let Zhou Xian go. It's getting more and more lively. I believe that the news of the battle will spread to King City very soon. At that time, the experts of the major powers of the 3 worlds won't be able to sit still any longer. They won't let go of Zhou Xian after he killed so many of their geniuses. The arrival of the experts of the Dark Generation had pushed Zhou Xian to the heart of the struggle again. The experts of the Dark Generation shifted their gaze to Zhou Xian. One of the elders said loudly, "Good Zhou Xian. I never thought that you are the Dragon Man. Why didn't you hide yourself? Why did you show yourself and start a massacre here? You really don't know what's good for you." The one who spoke was the great elder of the prefecture. He had met Zhou Xian on the street yesterday, but he had never thought that the white-clothed youth was the Dragon Man. "Save us." Seeing the arrival of the experts of the Dark Generation, the geniuses who were trapped by Zhou Qian's 5-elemental sphere cried for help as if they saw their savior. However, as soon as the voice of the genius from the boundless world faded, he was slapped to death by Zhou Qian. These people still wanted to live after such a long time. Not to mention the experts of the Dark Generation, even if the experts of the major powers behind them came, they wouldn't be able to save their lives. Domineering, cruel, this was the true portrayal of Zhou Qian. It was terrifying. "Now capture him." A middle-aged man standing beside the great elder shouted. He was the city lord of Dark Surge City, a 9th-grade minor saint. If he could capture the Dragon Man today, it would be a great contribution to the city. Dark King would surely reward him for it. However, when the people of the prefecture were about to attack, they saw Zhou Qian conjuring a man out of thin air. In his hand was the third prince, who was covered in blood. Although the third prince looked very miserable, he was still alive. "Third prince!" The city lord and the great elder exclaimed at the same time. After the disappearance of the third prince, the people of the Dark Generation had guessed that he was captured by Zhou Qian. Now it seemed that they were right. "City lord, save me." The third prince saw the city lord as if he had seen his savior. He immediately shouted, "Zhou Qian, release the third prince now. Don't make a mistake." The city lord shouted, "Listen up, people of the Dark Generation. If you dare to move, I will kill the third prince immediately. Worst comes to worst, I have a lot of enemies now. I don't mind adding you all to the list." Zhou Qian said loudly. He had imprisoned the third prince in the past. Now he could finally put him to good use. The hierarchy of the Dark Generation was very different. The people of the imperial family were the supreme ones. Now that the third prince was in his hands, even the city lord of Dark Surge City wouldn't dare to act recklessly. If anything happened to the third prince, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility. As a matter of fact, Zhou Qian only needed a little more time to refine the phalanx. As long as he refined the phalanx and advanced to the 5th-grade minor saint, he wouldn't need to stand here and talk to the people of the Dark Generation. He would kill them immediately. After advancing to the 5th-grade minor saint, he would be able to deal with any 9th-grade minor saint in his dragon form. Only the geniuses of the 8 families would be able to fight him. As for the people of the Dark Generation, he would be able to sweep across the entire void triangular domain because he had the flame that could restrain the Dark Generation. However, he didn't have the time to refine the phalanx. He could only use the third prince to deal with them. "City Lord, what should we do now?" The great elder looked at the city lord. "We can't act recklessly. The third prince is in his hands. I believe that the news has already reached the King City. I believe that the Dark King will show up soon. The third prince is one of the princes that the Dark King dotes on. If anything happens to him in front of us, we won't be able to bear the consequences." The city lord said. He seemed to be in a dilemma. "Zhou Qian, let the third prince go and we might give you a lenient punishment." The great elder shouted at Zhou Qian. "Cut the crap. If you want the third prince, then go ahead and try." Zhou Qian didn't care about this at all. He was thinking about how to deal with the situation today. There would be more major powers coming later. At that time he would become the target of everyone. However, the situation would be chaotic. He might be able to come up with a solution during the chaos. Hong hong hong, a loud explosion was heard from the void. As soon as Zhou Qian's voice faded, a powerful qi came from afar. Chapter 849. Everyone turned their gazes towards the distance. Those auras connected together, forming a huge cloud in the sky. Even though they were very far away, they could still feel the pressure from the depths of their souls. That direction was none other than King City. Judging by the qi, there were countless of them. Each of them was an expert among the experts. 3 days later, the trade fair would be held in King City. At this time, All the major powers in Saint Origin World, Boundless World and Black Yellow World had gathered in King City. The geniuses of these major powers had come to Dark Surge City to participate in the auction. None of them had thought that such a big event would happen. Now all of them had heard the news and were rushing towards King City. Look, so many major powers are here. I didn't expect it to be so lively today. Xianxia has killed so many people. He's insane. Those who he killed are all geniuses of major powers. I'm sure those major powers won't let this go easily. There are also experts from the Imperial family and Dark Generation. Xianxia won't be able to escape even if he has wings. Even if he is dead, Xianxia's name is destined to spread far and wide. What he has done today has never happened in the history of Void Triangular Domain. Everyone was shocked. They thought that it was just a show. None of them had thought that it would turn into such a big event. Too many people had died in Xianxia's hands. All the experts of the Desolate family were killed. No one was left alive. It was hard to imagine how this would end. Even if Xianxia had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to escape death today. Xianxia, I advise you to let me go as soon as possible. The experts of the Narang family are here. You might have a chance to live if you let me go. Nalan Ing could feel the powerful qi. The experts of the Narang family must have arrived. He didn't believe that Xianxia wasn't afraid of them. You don't need to worry about my life. You talk too much nonsense. I will take away your last chance to live now. Xianxia clenched Nalan Ying's hand and crushed him to death. At this moment, as a huge explosion erupted in the void, the various experts from Royal City finally arrived. When they saw the tragic situation here, their expressions changed drastically, followed by endless anger. Bastard! How dare you kill everyone from my Shao clan? Damn it! Brat, no matter where you go, you will definitely die today. Heavens, even the genius of my fire clan has been killed. Hui Yuan is also dead. This old man will tear you into 1,000 pieces, 1,000 pieces. Are you bastard? My Nalan clan will grind your bones into dust. All the experts of Saint Origin World and the other 2 great worlds were filled with killing intent. As the leaders of this expedition, they had the responsibility to protect their geniuses. Now their geniuses had been killed even before the trade fair started. How could they accept this? They wouldn't be able to answer to their superiors when they returned to Saint Origin World. Elder, save me. Shi Yun was currently under the control of Xianxia. He wasn't dead yet, but he was terrified. He had never seen someone as cruel as Xianxia. Xianxia didn't even bat an eye when killing people. He didn't care about the major powers behind them. He was a complete madman. Bastard. Let Shi Yun go. The great elder of the Shi family was a fat old man. He was a powerful 9th grade minor saint. He was also the leader of this trade fair. Just like the other families, the Shi family had sent 5 9th grade minor saints to Void Triangular Domain. Let him go? That's easy for you to say. This man wants to kill me. I'm afraid that he won't let me go if I fall into his hands. If that's the case, why should I let him go? I, Xianxia, have always been a reasonable person. I will use the same method to deal with those who want to kill me. As soon as Xianxia finished speaking, he killed Shi Yun. Killing a genius of the Shi family in front of so many experts of the Shi family. He was afraid that only he, Xianxia, could do such a thing. At the same time, Xianxia had also killed the remaining 3 geniuses of the Boundless World and the Black Yellow World. He had no qualms about killing the geniuses of these 2 worlds. No matter how powerful the major powers behind them were, they wouldn't even have the chance to seek revenge. After this trade fair was over, Xianxia was prepared to destroy all the spatial nodes that connected the 3 worlds. From then on, there would no longer be a trade fair that was held once every 3 years. Presumptuous. Bastard. The experts of the major powers were infuriated. This wasn't as simple as killing. This was a provocation. So many of them were here, but Xianxia still dared to kill them. This was no different from slapping their faces. How could they accept this? Oh my god, he's too ferocious. I can't believe there's such a powerful person in this world. Did you see that? Even when facing so many experts, his expression didn't change at all. He's been incomparably calm since the beginning. I really admire him from the bottom of my heart. I'm afraid that there are more than 100 9th grade minor saints here. Each of them is a figure from a major power with a very strong foundation. This Zhou Xian killed their geniuses in front of them. He didn't put them in his eyes at all. I really have no idea how he did it. He's too cruel. That kind of domineering attitude is really admirable. It's like there's no one in this world that Zhou Xian doesn't dare to kill. Everyone was shocked. No one looked down on Zhou Xian or mocked Zhou Xian anymore. Their eyes were filled with admiration because they knew very well that if they were in Zhou Qian's shoes, they wouldn't dare to do such an earth-shattering thing even if they were given 100 times more courage. Hong hong, innumerable waves of murderous intent burst out. Those experts couldn't stand such provocation and wanted to besiege Zhou Xian. Everyone, please wait. At this time a voice was heard. It was the Dark King, the king of the Dark Generation. The experts slowly retracted their qi after hearing the Dark King's words, but their murderous intent didn't diminish. They still had to give face to the Dark King. Plus, the third prince was still in Zhou Qian's hands. They didn't believe that the Dark King would speak up for Zhou Qian. Anyway, Zhou Qian was going to die today. With so many experts besieging him, the entire spatial zone had been sealed. Even if Zhou Qian had extraordinary abilities, he wouldn't be able to escape. The Dark King took a step forward. His eyes were like ice blades in the dark. Lung Lung looked at Zhou Qian and the third prince who was shivering in Zhou Qian's hand and said, "You are Zhou Qian." Very good. The Dark Generation has never suffered such a loss since the beginning of its existence. You have destroyed a city of the Dark Generation and killed so many noble young masters. I can let it go. As long as you let my son go, the Dark Generation will not make things difficult for you. We will not get involved in the fight between the human race. Of course, Dark King wouldn't let Zhou Qian go, but the hostage was still in Zhou Qian's hands. He still cared a lot about his son's life. Plus, he could see that he didn't even need to do anything. The experts of the major powers would be able to crush Zhou Qian into powder. Since they were going to die anyway, the Dark Generation might as well stay out of this and let the human race deal with Zhou Qian. I'm sorry, the third prince is my last hostage. I can't let him go, Zhou Qian said and put the third prince into his interspatial ring. Zhou Qian, you better think about what you're doing. You've already offended so many powers. Do you really want to be enemies with the Dark Generation? The Dark King was infuriated. Since I have offended so many powers, I don't mind adding another one to the list. However, it won't be easy for you to kill me today. Zhou Qian was calm and composed. It wouldn't be easy for a 9th grade minor saint to kill him. Even if he couldn't defeat them, he would still be able to run away. If he was pushed to the brink, he would have to risk his life to refine the phalanx. He was glad that he had advanced to the 5th grade minor saint. However, he wasn't going to do that now. Firstly, refining the phalanx required a certain amount of time. Secondly, it wasn't the right time yet. The auction in King City hadn't started yet. He was sure that there would be more treasures in this auction compared to the ones in Dark Surge City. He still wanted to get more treasures. Therefore, he wouldn't resort to extreme means unless it was absolutely necessary. Now it was up to De Huang and the demon race. Given the current situation, as long as there was a major power on his side, there would still be hope. Dark King certainly didn't want the major powers to fight each other at this moment. Putting aside the fact that it would affect the auction, it was hard to imagine how powerful the battle between so many 9th grade minor saints would be. It would be a devastating blow to the entire Void Triangular domain. Dark King, did you see that? This brat has gone mad. There's no need to talk to him. Just kill him now. The great elder of the Desolate family said. The experts of the major powers started to move again. They wanted to capture Zhou Qian as soon as possible. It was necessary to kill Zhou Qian, but Zhou Qian himself was also a treasure. The Dragon Man had stolen the treasures of 3 cities and inn or mine of the Dark Generation. The amount of wealth he had was incredible. Humph. Desolate Nanyang, if you want to kill Zhou Qian, I Gumu will be the first to stop you. At this moment, a voice was heard. Everyone saw an elder in grey robes standing out and approaching Zhou Qian. This elder was extremely powerful. In terms of qi, he wasn't any weaker than the great elder of the Desolate family, Desolate Nanyang. There was a red flame on the surface of the elder's body. His eyes were glaring angrily. It seemed like he had a bad temper. Chapter 850. Gumu came to Zhou Qian and held his fists at Zhou Qian. Do you still remember me, young master? Jiang Chen had noticed Gu Mu the moment he stepped forward. He was the old man who took Wu Ningzhu away from Dan King. He still remembered that Gu Mu was merely a peak 7th grade minor saint. His cultivation was hindered by the fire poison in his body. After Jiang Chen's guidance, he advanced to the 8th grade minor saint on the spot. He didn't expect that he would advance to the 9th grade minor saint in such a short period of time. However, it was normal when he thought about it. Gu Mu's cultivation was hindered by the fire poison, but Gu Mu's foundation was very strong. It wasn't impossible for him to advance to the 9th grade minor saint in such a short period of time. However, what surprised Jiang Chen was that Gu Mu would take the initiative to help him. This was indeed out of Jiang Chen's expectation. Initially, he wanted to rely on De Huang Dog to make the demon race stand up for him. He didn't expect that the ancient people would stand up for him first. To Jiang Chen, this was undoubtedly a good thing. Of course, I remember. Congratulations on advancing to the 9th grade minor saint. Jiang Chen quickly clasped his fists and returned the greeting. It's all thanks to young master's guidance. Otherwise, how could I achieve what I have today? I Gu Mu am here today. Whoever dares to touch you, I will risk my life to fight him. Gu Mu's voice wasn't soft. He didn't try to conceal his emotions. His attitude was very strong. He was a man who knew how to repay kindness. He knew very well that if it wasn't for Jiang Chen's guidance, he wouldn't be able to achieve what he had today. He wouldn't be able to become the leader of the ancient people who came to Void Triangular Domain. Furthermore, his identity and status among the ancient people had risen. Because of Jiang Chen's guidance, he even had the potential to advance to the Great Saint realm. More importantly, Gu Mu had his eyes on Jiang Chen's potential. He had never seen a genius that could be so heaven-defying. Ancient people would definitely benefit from befriending such a person. He could sense that Jiang Chen was extraordinary. The fact that Gu Mu suddenly stood out to help Jiang Chen was beyond everyone's expectation. Even the other 9th grade minor saints of the ancient people stood out and followed behind Gu Mu. Gu Mu was the leader of the ancient people. Since Gu Mu wanted to help Jiang Chen, they would naturally support him unconditionally. As one of the 8 major families, they were never afraid of anyone. The geniuses of the ancient people who participated in the auction in Dark Surge City were also stunned, but they felt lucky that they didn't go after Jiang Chen like the Hua family and the Dan family. The experts of the ancient people knew that the reason why Gu Mu could improve so fast was because of the guidance of a young man. Gu Mu didn't hide this fact. Now that Gu Mu wanted to return the favor to Jiang Chen, they naturally wouldn't stop him. Gu Mu, do you know what you are doing? How dare you help this little bastard? Look at how many people are trying to kill him. I'm afraid that you ancient people won't be able to protect him. Desolate Nanyang said loudly. In many people's opinion, the ancient people's decision to stand out to protect Jiang Chen was an idiot. Desolate Nanyang, you better watch your mouth. I Gu Mu always keep my words. We, the ancient people, will protect Jiang Chen today. If anyone wants to help, it's not a big deal. Gu Mu was incomparably domineering, displaying the demeanor of a great clan. Jiang Chen looked at Gu Mu and nodded his head. A person like this, no matter where he went, wouldn't tarnish the reputation of the ancient people. It seemed like his decision to guide Gu Mu to break through to the next realm was the right choice. It was very difficult for them to meet him during normal days. However, this dog was the favorite of the Peacock King. If he could get some benefits from the Peacock King, Golden Fur Lion King would certainly benefit immensely. The sudden appearance of the demon race gave the other races in Saint Origin World a headache. Even the most powerful Desolate family wouldn't want to provoke the demon race for no reason. The demon race had never been reasonable. If they were to fight with them, the troubles would certainly be endless. Moreover, even the Golden Fur Lion King had to give face to De Huang Dog. This indicated that De Huang Dog had an unusual status in the demon race. Plus, he had a very good relationship with the Peacock King. In the entire Pure Land of the Divine Continent, De Huang Dog was the first person who dared to call the Peacock King Old Peacock. But today Jiang Chen had killed so many of their geniuses. They certainly wouldn't let it go. If they retreated just because of the appearance of the demon race and the ancient people, where would they put their faces? Since the demon race and the ancient people want to join in, there's nothing more to say. Today this brat must die. No one can stop him. Let's fight. Desolate Nanyang's murderous intent soared to the sky. Let's fight until the heavens and earth are turned upside down. With so many experts here today, I would like to see how the demon race and the ancient people are going to resist. We have to kill this brat. Humph. It's ridiculous to think that you people can stop us. Our Huangpu family doesn't care about the forces of Saint Origin World. The situation was getting more and more chaotic. It seemed like they were going to fight at any time. The consequences would be unimaginable if so many experts were to fight. Fight. Come on. I haven't fought for a long time. My hands are itching now. We, the demon race, aren't afraid no matter how many people there are. A 9th grade minor demon saint of the demon race halted his chi. The people of the demon race never knew what fear was. No matter how strong the enemy was, they wouldn't retreat in fear. The battle was about to break out. At this time, the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. He couldn't help but look at Dark King. At this moment, Dark King should be the one who was most worried. He believed that Dark King would be able to distinguish the severity of the situation. If so many major powers were to fight here, the one who would suffer the greatest loss would be the Dark Generation. Cut the crap. Let's fight. A 9th grade minor saint of the Desolate family drew out his combat weapon, getting ready for battle. Hold on. As Jiang Chen had expected, Dark King stopped them again. As the Dark King, he had to think for the sake of the Dark Generation. If they were to fight, not only would the Dark Generation suffer great losses, it would also affect the large-scale trade fair that was going to take place a few days later. Moreover, the third prince was still in Jiang Chen's hands. Everyone listen to me. In my opinion, today's matter will come to an end. Dark King said. Dark King, what did you say? This bastard has caused so much loss to your Dark Generation. Why are you speaking up for him? Is there something wrong with your brain? Plus, this is the matter of our race. It has nothing to do with you. Desolate Nanyang looked at Dark King. Everyone, I want to kill this man more than any of you. But don't forget why you are here. You are here for the trade fair. If you start fighting now, the consequences will be unimaginable. I'm afraid that the result will not be what you want. In my opinion, we should wait until the trade fair is over before dealing with this man. So many experts are paying attention to him. He won't be able to escape even if we give him 8 pairs of wings. Dark King said loudly. They must not start fighting today. Void triangular domain was only this big. There had never been such a large-scale battle before. If they really started fighting, the consequences would be unimaginable. They were afraid that the whole world would be in chaos. Don't worry. I won't run away. I still want to participate in the auction. Chapter 851. What the Dark King said made the experts of the major powers ponder. The current situation was obvious. If the ancient people and the demon race didn't help Jiang Chen, any one of them could easily kill Jiang Chen. However, with the help of the demon race and the ancient people, especially the demon race, it would be impossible for them to not suffer any casualties even if they had the advantage in numbers. In that case, it would be a bloody battle of life and death. A 9th grade minor saint wouldn't be that easy to kill. If that was the case, the outcome would be unpredictable. It might affect the trade fair. The trade fair was the main purpose of their visit. After the end of the auction, they would exchange a large amount of true meta stones with the imperial family. The Dark King was right. This brat wouldn't be able to run away no matter if he was in his dragon form or his true body. From now on, all the major powers and the entire Dark Generation would pay attention to him. Void triangular domain wasn't that big and there were people of the Dark Generation everywhere. Even if he wanted to run away, he wouldn't be able to. In that case, they would let Jiang Chen live for a few more days. After the end of the trade fair, all the major powers would get a great deal of benefits. Then they would deal with Jiang Chen. Alright, we'll listen to the Dark King. This lad's life isn't worth much. We mustn't delay the trade meet. Once the trade meet is over, it'll be the day of his death. At that time, if you ancient race and demon race dare to stand in our way, prepare to die here as well. Desolate Nanyang withdrew his chi and looked at Jiang Chen Lung and said, Fine, we will let this little bastard live for a few more days. Gumu Golden Fur Lion King, I will give you a few days to think about it. If you insist on helping this brat to go against us, think about it. Can you bear the consequences? That's right. If all of you die here, I'm afraid that the demon race and the ancient people will suffer a great loss. The leaders of the Fire family and the Shi family said. At this time the Narang family and the Dan family withdrew their qi. The major powers of the Boundless Continent and the Black-Yellow Continent also withdrew their murderous intent. They weren't giving face to the Dark King, they were just thinking that the Dark King's words made sense. It wouldn't benefit either the Dark Generation or them if they started a fight now. Killing Xianxia would ruin the trade fair. Moreover, the Dark King wanted to kill Xianxia more than anyone. Now that Xianxia's identity had been exposed and the third prince was still in his hands, the Dark King would definitely monitor Xianxia's every move. He wouldn't give Xianxia a chance to escape. Xianxia would become a turtle in a jar. Once the trade fair ended, it would be his doomsday. However, a few days later they would realize how wrong their decision was. They would regret it for the rest of their lives. They wouldn't even have the chance to regret it. After a few days, Xianxia's growth would open their eyes. Seeing this, Gu Mu and Golden Fur Lion King withdrew their qi. They wisely chose not to refute the Dark King. No matter what, not fighting was the best ending. If they really fought, they wouldn't be able to gain any advantage with their numbers and strength. Everyone, please continue to King City and prepare for the trade fair in 3 days. Dark King clasped his fists at the experts of the major powers, then took the lead and flew towards King City. The experts of the major powers followed suit, disappearing in the blink of an eye. They didn't care about Xianxia's escape as there were people of the Dark Generation everywhere. Xianxia had nowhere to run to as Dark King could track him at any time. The people of the major powers knew very well that the only thing Xianxia could do now was to rely on the demon race and Gu family. Wherever they went, he would follow because without the protection of these two families, Xianxia might not be able to keep his life. As for the Gu family and demon race, they were here for the trade fair. They would definitely go to King City and Xianxia would certainly follow them there. Once they reached King City, they wouldn't have to worry about Xianxia escaping. Xianxia had killed so many geniuses and offended so many major powers, but he was still safe and sound in the end. Such a situation made people sigh, but they knew that this was only temporary. Once the trade fair was over, not even the King of Darkness would let Xianxia go. At that time Xianxia would still be facing death. This was what everyone was thinking. Even Gu Mu and Golden Fur Lion King were worried. No one had ever thought that Xianxia would advance again in these 3 days and become invincible. Xianxia returned to his original appearance. He cupped his fists towards Gu Mu and Golden Fur Lion King and said, "Elder Gu Mu, Golden Fur Lion King, many thanks to the ancient people and the monster race for helping us today. Xianxia is very grateful. I Xianxia always know how to repay kindness. How my friends treat me, I will return it 100-fold. Today you still stood out in this situation. Xianxia appreciates your friendship. Here are 100 million high-quality true meta stones, 50 million each for the monster race and ancient people." Xianxia said. He took out 2 spatial rings and passed them to Gu Mu and Golden Fur Lion King. There were 50 million high-grade true meta stones in each of the 2 spatial rings. These were the treasures that Xianxia had plundered from the treasuries of the 2 cities. Currently he had a total of 200 million true meta stones in his hands. He gave half of it to the demon race and Gu family. What? Gu Mu and Golden Fur Lion King's facial expression changed. Not only them but all the ancient people and monster race's facial expression changed. Their eyes fell on the interspatial rings and were filled with passion. 50 million high-quality true meta stones. How much wealth was this? In their eyes, a high-quality true meta stone was equivalent to a saint elixir. Xianxia casually took out 50 million and gave it to them. This was a very precious gift. Those ancient people and monster race who had nothing to do with Xianxia and didn't know him initially felt a little unwilling to help Xianxia. Now that they saw Xianxia taking out 50 million high-quality true meta stones, their attitude towards Xianxia instantly changed. This person was so generous they could really be friends with him. "Young Master Xianxia, how can I accept such a precious gift?" Gu Mu said. "Elder Gu Mu, I Xianxia don't like people who are hesitant. In the future I will definitely have dealings with you ancient people and monster race. This gift is nothing to me," Xianxia said. After hearing Xianxia's words, Gu Mu and Golden Fur Lion King didn't act pretentious anymore. They immediately kept the interspatial rings. Jiang Chen was so forthright, but it seemed like they weren't forthright enough. Brother Jiang, I like Brother Jiang's personality. Brother Jiang, you can follow our monster race. 3 days later, when those birdmen want to kill you, I, Golden Fur Lion King, will be the first to object. Golden Fur Lion King patted his chest and guaranteed. That's right. The reason why I, Gumu, am able to reach where I am today is all because of young master's guidance. If anyone wants to kill young master, they will have to step over my dead body first. Gumu also expressed his stance. It could be seen that the two of them weren't the least bit pretentious. They were sincerely helping Jiang Chen. Thank you for your kind intentions. However, it won't be so easy for them to deal with me 3 days later. At that time, there will be no need for the ancient people and monster race to act. I will be able to deal with them alone. The two of you have already helped me a lot today. Jiang Chen laughed out loud. He had already achieved his goal. Everything was under his control. For the following matters, there was no need for the monster race and ancient people. Gu Mu and Golden Fur Lion King thought that Jiang Chen was boasting. However, looking at Jiang Chen's expression, he seemed to be extremely confident. However, they had already made up their minds. Since they wanted to befriend Jiang Chen, they had to befriend him for real. After the trade fair ended, if the major forces wanted to deal with Jiang Chen, they wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. In fact, after the trade fair ended, there was no need for them to do anything. Jiang Chen would be able to deal with everything. Young master, what do you plan to do next? Gumu asked. I will follow you to King City to participate in the auction. Jiang Chen said casually. Good brother, Jiang Chen is very courageous. This old man admires you. Golden Fur Lion King praised Jiang Chen. Right now he was extremely fond of Jiang Chen. This young man's fearless personality had won him over. Jiang Chen knew that so many people wanted to kill him, but he still dared to participate in the auction in King City. Just this courage alone was enough to give him a thumbs up. In fact, Jiang Chen's previous performance had perfectly displayed his courage. Afterwards, Jiang Chen followed the ancient people and the monster race towards King City. The huge King City had a circumference of 1,000 miles. It was truly a huge city. Even from afar, one could feel the prosperity and nobility of the city. Ancient people and the monster race were both major forces and had their own strongholds in King City. Jiang Chen swaggered into the stronghold of the monster race without any disguise, letting everyone know that he, Jiang Chen, had never thought of escaping. After returning to the stronghold of the monster race, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog asked for a quiet courtyard. Under Jiang Chen's special instruction, no one was to disturb him for the next 3 days. When Jiang Chen entered the courtyard, Yan Chenyu, Dan King and Tyrant were already waiting for him. They heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Jiang Chen coming back unscathed. They had heard about what happened outside Dark Surge City. So many major forces went to kill Jiang Chen. Just thinking about that kind of scene was enough to terrify them. It was a miracle that Jiang Chen was able to come back alive. Little Chenzi, you have done another earth-shattering thing. Tyrant clicked his tongue, but in his point of view, only Jiang Chen was capable of doing such a thing. Chin Air, although you are safe for now, those major forces will not let you go after the auction. What should we do then? You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.